Hey yo, flyers! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am the Flying Fabio and welcome back to the channel. Hello everybody. Hello. Happy Thursday. Yes, it's probably Thursday for most of you, right? Yeah, I think for most of you. Perhaps for a couple it might be Friday already.
Dread now TVS just resubscribed for 3 months.
Dread. Dude, let's go, buddy. 3-month streak. Love it. Thank you very much. Big Eye, thank you very much too, dude. That's 5 months. Nice. Thank you. Morning, afternoon, evening. Yes, hello. Hello, everybody. Oof. Okay. Yeah, Windows 11 has some quirks. Definitely has some quirks. It works pretty well. I'll be honest. It works pretty well, but it has some quirks. Little bit. Let's see here. Sure, we'll do one of these. All right. Let's see. Is that, yeah. I'll drop it down. I'll drop it down a little bit. There we go. We'll stick with that. See how that goes. Ooh. Maybe one more drop. Maybe I need to drop my volume here. There we go. That's more like it. Scholar of the Deep, what's up? What's up, dude? That's right. The beta Fabio, right? Hey, look at that, Kirk. Thank you very much for that, buddy. I appreciate that. Look at that, guys. Today's flight plan both for Little Nav Map and Microsoft Flight Sim, as usual. It's right there on that link. We'll take you to our website. Yes, our website. Come on, let's go. Hello, Ninja. How are you, man? Hello, Knights. I'm doing well, man. Thank you. Doing very well. How are you? Big Eye, what's going on, Big Eye? Yes, but no. So, easiest way to find this whole playlist, because I can copy it and paste it here, but I have to do that manually. I mean, I actually have that linked to my Stream Deck, so it's pretty easy. It's one button that copies I think it's the song name and the artist, right, into clipboard, and then I can paste it wherever I want, so I can paste it in chat, right? But I still have to manually do that. There's no bot command. But all of this playlist that I play here all the time is the Harris Heller playlist, lo-fi on Spotify. Yes, what's up, buddy? I'm just gonna say what's up, buddy. Hey, Captain Geo, what's going on? Oh, Knights. Sorry, yeah. Fancy dress. It's always the alpha. Oh, yeah, sure. We'll go with that. At least somebody recognizes it. Nice. 777, what's up, man? How's it going? Mechanical, hello. Crom. Zasran.
70 just resubscribed for
Mac
6
Dreamy.
months.
Gerald, what's up? Whoa, Findle. Let's go, buddy. That's 6 months. Thank you very much. BBJ's here too. Fenuil is here. Jack Zale Slave, Doug, or no, Dugal. It's Dugal, Doug. It's Dugal. What's up, Dugal? How's it going, man? Let's see, Big Brian. Oh, Stream Elements is here. And oh, Russell and Scob was first. Yes, her name is Rio. And she dances in the sand. I don't know. See, for people that don't know the song, they'd be like, oh, he knows the song. But for people that know the song, would be like, what the hell is he doing? It's a game of numbers, really. Yeah, French nickname. Hey, that's awesome, man. That's great. Neo, hello. Hello. Never gonna give you up. Nice. Hello, Artisim. Hello. All right. So, look at that. There's another DC-6 already loaded. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. That's fantastic. All right, so we find ourselves starting a brand new adventure. That's right. Remember, these DC-6, well, I mean, really, most prop liners of this time, right? DC-6s, Constellations, Boeing, Stratoliner. Is that what it was called? Yeah, they all flew all over the world, but they had some very good range, respectable range, but not the range we have today. So they had to make more stops, right? So what we're going to be working on is this right here. This is it's slightly clipped, isn't it? All right, let's unclip. Let's unclip. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. We're working SAS flight 922. It's a DC-6 flight. And remember these timetables, right, from that time? They have to be worked backwards if you're flying the route backwards. They actually have the correct times if you go bottom up. So what do I mean by that? Well, look. You start here at the top at Helsinki, right? And you go down to Copenhagen, so that's the first leg. Second, and you have times, right? It leaves Helsinki at 12, gets to Copenhagen at 14. There's two different flights. I'm looking at SK921. All right. Then leave Stockholm, get to Copenhagen, Copenhagen to Glasgow, and so forth and so on, right? Until you fly this entire route to Buenos Aires. Yeah. Hello, Colonel Jakes. Hello. Ooh, Shocker HD. What's up, man? How's it going? Feranox. Hola, hola. Let's Shark. Hey, man. How's it going? Hey, how's it going? Nice clip. That was awesome. Moet. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Hey, DC. Hello, sir. Sour. What's up? What's up? Yeah, DC. I think that's the one I was thinking about. Take one. What's up, man? How are you? Captain Seppi in the house. Nice. Nice. All right. So that's on the way down. On the way back, you look over here on the right side for the flight back, 922. So the flight down is 921. Flight back is 922, right? Starts in Buenos Aires, leaves Buenos Aires at 1, gets to Montevideo at 2, stops in Montevideo, picks up some people, maybe drops some people, maybe, right? Definitely get some fuel. Then Montevideo 3:05 departure to Rio. That's right, Rio. Come on, guys, we're from Brazil. Arrival 7:45. Depart Rio at 9, arrive in Recife, and so forth and so on. And this flight is the flight back to Helsinki. That is the new adventure that we're starting. That's right. That's the new adventure that we're starting. That's the new DC-6 full flight that we're going to do. Right? Now, I am not starting in Buenos Aires because I just chose to start in Montevideo. I chose to skip that very first leg of the flight. But Buenos Aires, if you don't know, is literally next door to Montevideo. It's a very, very short flight. It's a hop, really. So we're going to skip that one and start from Montevideo and do the first Rio leg of the flight, which is Montevideo to Rio. And we're going to do it all with VORs. It's just over past the reach of the high VORs that we have. You're going to see when we look at planning, right? But it's very minor time that we're going to be outside of VOR coverage. So very cool flight, beautiful flight along the coast. And why are we just picking a DC-6 flight from SAS? Well, for a very good reason. Let me indulge us all in that. So, This is SAS 1950 timetable, right? The Vikings. All right. Well, if I turn this, let me turn it sideways or the other way. There we go. And then I'll do one of these. Ah. Okay. So there we go. That flight that we're talking about starts here in Buenos Aires. There's a Santiago here, but that's a dashed line. That's not a line flown by SAS. It's a connecting line, right? So someone else would fly passengers that want to go to Europe, want to go to Brazil, whatever, from Santiago to Buenos Aires. In Buenos Aires, they would get into this DC-6, right? Rastafar, what's up, man? How's it going? Hey, good fixings. Hello, hello. Yeah, exactly. Good fixings. So, hold on. So, okay, that little hop Buenos Aires to Montevideo, very close. All right, then, the leg we're doing today, Montevideo to Rio, all VOR based. No worries, right? Cool. Rio to Recife, same thing. We're gonna have VOR coverage here. We did the opposite, remember? We did the opposite on the way down when we lost all 4 engines and I crashed the DC-6. I'm blushing. I remember that. Yes. Right? So we're gonna be doing the opposite. We're gonna be leaving Rio to Recife and then Recife to Dakar, right? Big leg, 7.5 hour flight. But more importantly, that's right, big guy, celestial navigation. That's right. I am going to start teaching you guys how to do celestial navigation because we now have the ability to use a sextant, well, a bubble sextant in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Right, we've talked about this before, right? Now we have to use it. We have 2 legs to prepare for it. We have from Montevideo to Rio today, and then we have from Rio to Recife, right? They're about the same length, 3 to 4 hour legs, and then we're gonna have to know how to do celestial navigation, right? Yes, exactly. Captain Seppi is already more advanced than I am in celestial navigation. He's already been flying around and finding islands in the middle of the oceans just using celestial navigation. Right? So. Nice, Sower. Hey, what video are you watching, buddy? Because there's not a whole lot, right? There's a few, and there's a few that are good. Hey, Jumbo. Hello, sir. Mortal Son, how's it going, man? Yeah, you're looking forward to it? Me too. It's gonna be awesome. Reginator, what's up? Made Easy Part 1. Ah, okay, that's the video. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna look at some of those today. We have time, right? We have a 4-hour flight ahead of us. That's right, 777. The time has come. Gorlo, I can barely do VFR navigation. Hey, Augie. It's going well, man. Thanks. How's it going with you? Team Malays, we're going to do it in flight today. That's how we're starting. Then we'll talk about some homework between today and the next time. The next leg, which is going to be Rio to Recife, right? And by the way, after Dakar, we're still gonna use. I'm gonna use celestial navigation. You guys don't have to, right? But from Dakar to I think it's Lisbon. Is it Lisbon? Let's see. South America. Yep, it is Lisbon. Dakar to Lisbon, right? We can use celestial too. As a matter of fact, we can use celestial whenever we want to, right? It's just that over the ocean, it's going to be the only way we're going to be able to navigate and find Dakar. Colonel Jakes. No wage. Was that today? Hello, Scooter. Was that today? All right, so today we're gonna do this. Oh, nope, not this. That, wrong. Okay. So, pretty straightforward, right? Oh, nice, Augie. Good to know you're doing well, man. Oh, nice. Nice, Seppi. Which channel, bud? Hey, aye, aye. Welcome in. Good morning, sir. All right, so, as you can tell, pretty straightforward route, right? Along the coast. First, coast of Uruguay, then the coast of Brazil. Brazil starts, it's this gray line right here. So Uruguay is right here. Sorry, right here. Right? Then Brazil starts here and goes this way. Kind of hard to see. It's a pretty subtle line. At any rate, basically starting over here, we go over, we transition into Brazil, and then it's Brazilian coast all the way until we get to Rio. Little bit farther away when we're by Curitiba, but other than that, it's pretty much over the coast. Kind of the same as we were coming down from Recife. Most Brazilian important cities are on the coast, right? That's not surprising. But also, look at the VORs, right? So, the first VOR here, that age you see there in parentheses means it's a high VOR, so we can expect 130 nautical miles of range. Here's another age. Okay, so another 130. So between the two of them, we could have 260 miles, right? And still have, well, we'd have to switch right in the middle there, but still have VOR reception all over that route. So 260 between two high VORs would be the max. Well, this one is 263. Okay, so for 3 miles, we're gonna be without VOR. I think we can survive that one. Maybe. All right. Then how about here? High and high. Okay. 313. Okay, so that's a little bit more. That's 53 miles more. 53 miles without VOR coverage, but again, over the coast, right? And not only that, but let's see here. Look, some VORs here if we really need to, if the weather, whatever, right? There's some over here. Maybe some here. Yeah, there's an NDB over here. So we're not gonna get lost, right? For those 53 miles. Then we have 323. Again, high and high, but again, too much, too long. 63 miles too long. That one is over water, right? But again, unless the winds are blowing at an insane speed, which we're gonna know by the time we're getting to Florianopolis over here, we're not really gonna get too lost, right? So let's say that we're off a little bit here, we're off a little bit here, it doesn't matter. We're gonna pick up that VOR, which is a high VOR, way out here, right? So even if we're out some, no worries. And then finally, over the coast again, between São Paulo, actually my hometown right here, Embraer's hometown, there's São Paulo right there, there's my hometown, and there's Rio right here. Yeah, pretty cool. Of camping. DC. Nice. Nice. The VOR was in service when DC-6 was first used. Yes. So, yes and no. Rodonico. It depended first of all where you were in the world, right? That would make a difference. And also the DC-6 started life in 47. I think it was flying with the airlines in 48. But it flew until the late 50s. right? So it also spanned a while. So it depends on when you talk about DC-6 flying. You see what I'm saying? You might have VOR coverage or not. Yeah, exactly, DC. I'm just, trying to explain to people that it's okay to be outside of VOR coverage for a while, right? What we're doing today is nothing out of VOR coverage. We're flying at 250 knots, just about, right? The biggest gap we have is 60 miles. All right, well, how long does that take? Think about it. Real quick. Come on, pilot math. 250 knots, and I have 60 miles to go. How long would that take? Sour, thank you very much, buddy. Let's see.
_TV.
I'll let it read it. I'll let it read it so I don't read it over.
Hi Fabio, I have been following you recently, but I must say that you are one of the few streamers who explain things well and calmly. Hello from Italy.
Ciao di Ohio. Benvenuto al canale. Al canal. E grazie mille. Piacere. Yeah, exactly, Dalmatian, exactly. I tried flying the Pitts S2S yesterday. I was all over the place. As soon as I took off, just nosedived into the ground. Ooh, ouch, Augie. Good thing we have Sims to do that stuff in, right? Good thing we have Sims. All right, so basically, this is our trip. Pretty straightforward. That's the one that you can download right here, right? Well, you can get the link to go download it right here. Just do !plan, and that's going to give you a little link. Takes us to our website, and on our website, you can download both this little nav map flight plan as well as the Microsoft Flight Simulator flight plan. JW, what's up, man? How's it going? Hey, Larger. How's it going, guys? Welcome in. Misco. There you go. Did I get that? I don't know, man. Yes, Larger. It is. I just talked about it, but I'll talk about it again. I'll talk about it as many times as I can. So we're starting the flight back that SAS used to do with the DC-6 in 1950. This is the 1950. Yes, 1950 timetable, right? And if we look over here,
for 5 months. Long flight today.
Yes, it is a long flight today. We're doing the original flight is Buenos Aires to Montevideo to Rio to Recife to Dakar to Lisbon to we'll see, somewhere in France, I believe. Eventually ends up in Helsinki, right? It's flight 922, which is the flight back from flight 921, which left Helsinki and went all the way to Buenos Aires in the DC-6. So we're going to do the flight back. We're going to do one leg every stream that we do this on. I skipped Buenos Aires to Montevideo. It's a really short flight, and I wanted a longer flight so we could have actually time. Why? Because we have a Recife to Dakar, which is a huge 7.5 hour oceanic leg on the DC-6, and so we're gonna have to study and know how to do celestial navigation by the time we get there. So we're gonna use the leg from Montevideo to Rio, about 4 hours, to learn some celestial navigation. That's today. Next time we do this, we're gonna do Rio to Recife. That's another 4 hours. We're gonna fine-tune, finish up celestial navigation, and then we're gonna launch from Recife to Dakar, hoping that our celestial navigation knowledge is good enough for us to pull that off. Huh? I say, let's go. I say, let's go. All right. So, let's do what? Let's put this in Sky Vector, right? And start looking at big weather patterns, right? Cloud positions, things like that. Hey, Edo. Hello, sir. How are you? Kilo Zebra's here too. Boulder Evo. Hey, buddy. How are you? 8-Bit Gamer Dad is here too. Old Man Shaggy. Hey, guys. My dad flew in a Now I don't remember if it was the DC-4 or the DC-6. I think it was the DC-6. Oh, well, it was the military version because it was the Brazilian Army, Air Force, really, that he flew in. It was he went to as a civilian to a military college. It's a college, it's a hybrid civilian military college in Brazil, but it was like the Brazilian version of MIT. Super awesome college. And very few people got in, very few people were able to graduate. And him and his class had a trip to Europe for, I don't know, a planned vacation or something to go visit some aviation industry in Europe. And when they came back, it was via the Brazilian Air Force. So that's how the school was able to afford stuff like this, is they got with the Air Force, and the Air Force, that was already flying a transport aircraft to Europe, would put these kids on board and fly them to Europe. So on the way back, it was a DC, I think it was the military version of DC-6C. Is that the C-54? Is that right? C-54. I think it might be. Anyways, it was pretty awesome because they were doing celestial navigation on the way. They were doing basically the opposite, right? They didn't do Dakar. They did, I think, one of the Canary Islands. And then to Recife. But yeah, celestial navigation all the way. Hey, ploteador de Buenos Aires, bienvenido y mucho gusto. Oh, really? That's awesome, Mechanical. All right, cool. So, let's get this route into Sky Vector, right? Right. Okay, so here's our flight. Ooh, interesting. What do you guys think those are? There we go. Yeah, exactly. Kilo Zebra, exactly. I said that before I even saw you. Yes, I'm thinking thunderstorms. By the way, Monkey Work, Vrlps, Jack Robert, Old Man Shaggy, and Pro Shocker. Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm thinking thunderstorms. We can click on them, or we can turn on clouds and see what's happening. I mean, there is a lot of moisture moving into these areas, so maybe later today. But it looks like by the time we get up here, this stuff is going to be hitting already, no? All right, let's see what it is. Oh, severe turbulence. Forecast from flight level 260 to 300. Good. That shouldn't affect us. We're not going to go that high. That was this one. What about this one? Because look, this one reaches a little bit down there. Right, through the route. Severe turbulence, flight level 230 to 330. We're good so far. Ooh, okay. Severe icing. Flight level 120 through 180. Well, that's fun. That's a good way to end the trip, isn't it? Mwah. Perfect. I mean, don't get me wrong. We have de-icing capabilities in this aircraft, but severe icing is not something you play with, right? That and the fact that, look, oof, Rio. Not the usual Rio weather that we're used to, boys. Look at this. Rio currently has winds 130 at 3 knots, visibility 5,000 meters, in mist, broken 700, overcast 2,000, temperature 20, temperature's good. But that dew point 19 is very close, very close. That mist, that fog is about to form. Let's see if it's gonna fog up later on. Let's look at the terminal area forecast. Next line. Okay, so issued at 8:11 Zulu, fine. And it's valid from 12 Zulu until 18 Zulu next day. Wow, that's valid for a long time. 30 hours. Okay. Winds from the northwest. Visibility a little bit better. Broken 1200. Okay. Nothing really. Wind shifts around to the east eventually. Huh. That's actually the weather gets a little bit better. Except for starting at 600 Zulu on the 13th, which is way beyond when we're gonna get there. Okay, so not so bad actually when we get there. The severe icing here, that's a little more concerning. So it's valid. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Valid until 1520. I mean, hopefully it'll be done. It's just that you have severe icing like this, usually it doesn't just disappear, you know? But you never know. Look, there's less moisture behind this moving in. That moisture seems to all be evaporating right there, right? It doesn't continue to move. Look, this moisture here continues to move east, right? And could be still going by the time we cross the route here. But here, this moisture seems to be static, kind of following the terrain here, while this one is moving out a little bit. So maybe there won't be icing later on. Dalmatian. That's awesome. Rodopsin. Be like inviting Thor. Yeah, it will certainly end the trip. Oh yeah, Wage, really? Wage said that a cold front just arrived in Sao Paulo. Well, let's have a look. R for Rio, B for Brasilia, B for Buenos Aires, S for Santiago, L for Lima, B for Bogota, right? K for Kingston, M for Miami. Hey, Cutes, what's up, man? Okay, so that's not the chart I wanted. Well, okay. I guess they don't have it. But nonetheless, there were no, if you look at this chart, right, where you have isolated thunderstorms and stuff like that inside these red areas, there's nothing here for us, right? There is a jet stream, but the jet stream is at flight level 370, so we don't have to worry about that at all. There is some turbulence, but it's not in our route. So, now when is this for? Ah, no, hold on. This is 600 Zulu on the 13th. No, hold on. Hold up. Let's look at 1800 Zulu. Yeah, okay. Same thing. Same thing. And if I go to 12, pretty clear. So, should be good weather for the flight. Should be good weather. What's the weather on departure? All right. So currently, Montevideo is winds from the south, 170 at 7. Visibility greater than 10 kilometers. Broken 2600. Temperature 10. Dew point 3. Pretty good spread there. Look at the QNH, 1030. High pressure. High pressure. Okay. Cool. Look at it later, though. That last line, temporarily, right? On August 13th, at 0 Zulu to 400 Zulu, the visibility comes down to 3,000 meters in mist and broken 1,000. Hello, Mort. How are you, buddy? Guybrush! Bienvenue. Alright, cool. Cool. I don't know that this is the weather I'm getting right now in live weather, right? Right? Let me try something. Let's try Unreal and see what happens. Oh, this is more like it. This is more like it. This is way more like it, no? I think so. I think so. Okay. Let's leave it this way. At least for now. More realistic, I think. Hey, Quashquai. Well, pretty much about now, right? We've looked at the route. You know what we didn't do? So yeah, basically I'm finished, right? We've looked at the weather, we've looked at the route. I don't know that we need a departure out of here. You know what I mean? An instrument departure. We'll look and see what we have. But back then, we probably would have flown just directly to that next VOR, intercept the bearing out from this VOR. But I'm going to do the nav log because I'm going to put an altitude in here, right? And I'm also going to do a little sim briefing with this. So let's copy these guys. Yes. Sumu to Galileo. I don't know about alternating São Paulo, maybe. DC-6. First thing you got to remember if you use a DC-6 is fuel factor P25. This 25% more fuel consumption here is a correction you need for the DC-6 Bravo that we're flying, which is much bigger and heavier than the DC-6. Yeah, maybe more. Maybe, but I mean, I've been sitting here for a while now. Like way longer than in Patagonia. You know? Alright. Yeah, maybe we'll cruise at 1100. We'll see. We'll see what we get. I want the units in pounds. Okay. Don't really need any of this stuff here. Alright. Let's see. It's thinking I'm going to use runway 24 for departure. Kind of makes sense, right? Wind's coming from the south. Oh, look. It did pretty much what we wanted to do. Nice. Nice. So yeah, the alternate is São Paulo, which is pretty far, right? It's over an hour away. But considering at that time what you would have had for alternates, maybe São Paulo is a good alternate. Considering the size of the trip, you know? Okay. I'll leave it as that. I'm excited to see you flying these old routes. I have been doing that with the old official Pan Am routes from 48, 52, and 55. I look forward to parking next to an SAS DC-6 in one of the ramps. Maybe we can get a retro airline service started globally. Oh, that would be amazing. Like a retro virtual airline, Captain Seppi. Yes? Wow. Wow, that would be amazing. Okay, let's see here. Everything here is good. Departure time. Sure, yeah, I think I could get going in half an hour. Hold my beer. Alright, good. Save it. Let's give it a name. 922. It's 922 lag 1, but I don't have a place to put that in, right? Save that again. Generate it. And guys, I haven't touched the DC-6 in over, I think in 3 weeks, really. So here's our fuel. So please, take it easy on me. I'm gonna try and do it all from memory, and we'll see. Airtime, 3 hours, 57 minutes. Okay, cool. Cool. Flight level 130. So, one of the things I wanted to look at was this. Oh, but it doesn't have the rest of the world, does it? It does not. It does not. Okay. I don't have a place to do icing for South America. Ha. Ha. Okay. All right, so let's see here. Well, let's just load up that fuel. Oh, let's also see what it did for packs here. So it did 62 passengers, no cargo. Takeoff weight 86,800. All right. I don't know why it does no cargo when you leave it in auto, but okay. 16,328. Let's try that and see what happens. For life. I'm gonna completely ignore that comment. I've been ignoring them recently. Well, I suppose this is not ignoring it, but you know what I mean. So is it just me, or that guy up top now never disappears anymore? Is that forever there now until we get a mod? Or maybe there is already a mod. Right? Okay, let's load up that fuel. There's a mod to remove it, okay. Nice. Nice. But it, without a mod, it's supposed to always be up there? Like the sim doesn't fade it away? Guys, this is so lucky. So lucky. So look. We today need 16,328 pounds, right? 16,328 pounds. 16,536 is what's already in there. And if we want to load up more, look, you start using the alternates, right? Which I don't want. So, let's see here. I want 16,328. Oh, I can actually go to 0 here, 0 here. Oh, that's too much. Oh, man. Oh, I see. Let's go here. And maybe here. Okay. I'm just trying to... Oh. I'm just trying to even it out. Okay. 16,328. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to even it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's close enough. Whoa, whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! Seriously, seriously. All right, here we go. Let's go to 4. There we go. And now, oh, beauty. Jeez, man. I guess I can't click properly, guys. Guess I can't click properly. 328. All right, let's go a couple more clicks. There we go. Jeez. I don't think so. No. DC, not that I know of. Maybe you can. Not that I know of. For what, Jack? Hey, Jack, what's up, man? Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, what are we modifying the CFG for? Hey, Deadhead, what's up? Hello, sir. Good to see you. Oh, okay. For you, it disappears as normal, Shashki. Okay. All right, cool. All right, so that's it, but not the passengers, right? So we have 62? Yeah, 62 passengers. So let's load that up. 62 passengers. We should have 86,800 pounds for takeoff here. Let's see. We're at 89, which is fine. I'm okay with that. It's still very light for this aircraft. But we should have enough fuel. to get to Rio. Let's see if that fuel prediction is gonna work well. Let's see. To remove the toolbar indicator. Got it. Thanks, man. Appreciate you you guys talking about that. All right, cool. So I guess this is it. I'm a little anxious because I have to remember all this stuff, right? But I'm gonna try. Let me make sure my Microsoft volume. There it is. Yeah. Okay. It just needed a little bit more volume. Okay. So, okay. Let's do this. All right. So, just down here, I'm making sure everything is down or where it should be before I energize the aircraft. I'm gonna come up here, set that to about 70. Okay. All right. I think I'm ready to energize her. So there we go. Do I have a GPU? Yeah. Go to GPU. Perfect. Okay. Being power fed by the GPU now. So one thing I have not done is these guys here. So let's go that way. Oh, yep. Water heaters and 24-volt outlets. Okay. Everything else is up. Okay. Okay, and then over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, all right. So now let's go up here and start sweeping. So it's a flow now, right? I'm not really looking at a checklist. I'm familiar enough with the aircraft and the procedures that I can kind of sweep my eyes through here in a, hopefully, in a logical way, right? And make sure things are the way they are. And if they're not, I stop and I set them to be what they should be, right? Yeah, that's right, Slavinko. At least the 89,000 that I was showing there in the display. Okay, so my emergency props are guarded. My water is off. All the circuit breakers for the pumps are on. My oil dilution is off, as it should be. Okay, very good. Auxiliary oil is off too. Now down here, I'm going to turn on my position lights because the aircraft is energized, right? And I'm going to already turn on the no smoking and seatbelt signs. There we go. All the other lights can stay as they are. Okay, so pumps are all off. Inverters, I'm going to turn on inverter 1, inverter 2, and inverter... Well, it's not one, it's basically pilot side, co-pilot side, and engine instrumentation. Inverters. Let's test the voltage regulator overheats. It's good. This guy is 0. These guys are neutral. This is off. I'm going to turn the generators on now. All these are off and off. That's pretty good. Okay.
Cool Chicks just resubscribed for 8 months.
Hey,
hello, Fabio.
Cool Chicks. What's up, Cool Chicks? Hey, thanks again for that picture, man. That was really, really cool. Really cool. Really cool. Actually, I don't even know if you answered. Hold on. Did you answer? Maybe you did. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. All right. That was a great picture. All right. So, what am I checking here? Well, several things. And I already see that I'm going to have to do a couple of things here, right? So, this is where your fluids are going to be. A lot of your fluids, at least. So, you also have pitot and scoop heaters here, but that's not what we're looking at right now, right? Right now, look, there's anti-icing fluid. This anti-icing fluid used in the carburetor anti-icing, right? It's full, that's great. But then look at the oil, right? We have oil here for engines 1 and 2, and then oil here for engines 3 and 4. You gotta skip the middle is auxiliary oil. That one is full, and it's great because auxiliary oil is a tank that allows us to dump oil into any other tank, into any of the 4 engine tanks. So it's great that we have that and it's full. But the main tanks are not even close to being full, right? So we should service these, fill them up now. So let's do that. Okay. Back to here. We're gonna go to the maintenance manager. Look at the engine health too. Not so good. Let's repair these engines, huh? Probably a good idea to repair these engines before we go. Okay. Now, engine oil, top up the engine oil. See the 4 in here, right? So, top it up, top it up, top it up, and top it up. All right. Let's go back there and see what else we have. Okay, so now the oil is topped up. That's great. Now over here we have hydraulic reservoir, and there's zero pressure right now because there's no pumps on. And so that's indicating full. When we turn everything on, when the plane is ready for taxi, for example, we're going to check this and see that the normal flight here is where this needle is going to be indicating. Even though the level of hydraulics didn't change, well, technically where it's measured, it did change. But this is for everything on normal flight conditions, the needle is going to be here. With everything off, the needle should be here if it's full. And then we have water injection. Water injection is something that we are going to use today because we're above 86,000 pounds. So we're going to use water injection. And that also, not full. Should be enough for one go, but there's no reason not to refill it, right? Yeah, DC, there you go. So let's do that. Let's go back to here and refill our water alcohol quantity. It's at 26, now it's at 40. Go back there once more, check it. It is now full. Okay, very good. How about fuel? Well, remember we have 16,328 pounds, right? So 4, 41, 41, 41. Well, yeah, that sounds about 1630 or 16.3 or so, right? So looks like we have all the fuel that we need. All right, that's good here. Last is here of my flow coming down, right? So I want to make sure my my landing lights are in the off position, or at least in the retract position. I want to open up all my cowl flaps, or at least the cowl flaps controls, because the cowl flaps are open, right? Yeah, and I can turn these guys on already. So let's keep these radios on. We're going to VOR ourselves there today, so no GPS available, which is totally fine. There we go. All right. Let me go back to this, because now we're done with the flow up here, but now we have a flow on the right side and then a flow on the left side of the overhead. Okay. So, first and foremost, make sure we have engine instruments set on the AC voltmeter, and on the DC voltmeter, we have the bus, right? And what we're indicating, so my bus here on the DC side is indicating 26, which is great. And I have about 26 also on the AC here. So, looking good. All right, pressurization is next, right next to it here. So, in here, we have a couple of things to set. We're going to set first our cruise altitude, which is going to be flight level 130 today. And so we're going to move the flight needle to 130. There we go. All right. And then in here, we're going to put our starting altitude in this little white needle here, right? So we need to know what our starting altitude is. Well, for that, we're going to go to our trusty Navigraph charts. Okay, let's load up the flight that we have from SimBrief. There it is. And if we look at charts here, well, it's already here, right? Elevation 105. But we're going to familiarize ourselves with the airport anyway, so I'll bring up this chart. But the first thing we need to know is the elevation, and so elevation is there, 105. So in here, we're going to set 105 feet. This is 0, that's 500. So you have to imagine about where the 105 is going to be. So it's going to be about there, right? All right, let's see. I believe it's 86, Crumb. Yeah, let's look it up, guys, please. Let's look it up. All right, cool. So, that's it. We would also have to set the cabin to 29902, but you always do that. So PMDG basically locked that at 29902, which is something an airline could actually do physically in this altimeter here, because this is the cockpit or the cabin altimeter. That's how high the cabin is going to be, right? We can read that right here on this altimeter. This is the vertical speed for it, the cabin differential pressure. So what is the differential pressure? The difference in pressure between inside the cabin and outside air. And we have a maximum here because outside of that maximum, if you go above that, you start to stress the fuselage too much. Okay, cool. Okay, cooling turbine is in normal. Oh, and superchargers were in low. I didn't say that. I should have said that too, or checked on that. Okay, very good. Now let's go up here on this side. So on this side we have cabin heater. We're gonna turn it on, and because we have the inverters on, remember the inverters up here, we're gonna be able to see these gauges work. Without the inverters set to the engine instrument inverters here, set to what they are right now, which is normal. See there, set to normal. They're using the upper inverter to feed these gauges. So watch, as I turn on the cabin heater, you see fuel pressure building, and then you see the temperature of that heater heating up, right? So mark this, it's 5 psi on the pressure. I'm gonna turn off that inverter. Look, now we have nothing here, but the temperature still works because this is DC and this is AC fed. How cool is that? And I love the detail that, you know, this is still working. There's still fuel pressure, but the measurement isn't working. I love the detail that PMDG puts in these things. And there we go. Nice, nice. Okay, now up here, we're gonna do our fire test. So, first of all, let's make sure all those handles are pushed in, and they are. Great. Let's do this, starting. Oh, it's gotta be loud. Fair warning. Fair warning. If you have headphones, heads up. I should, right? I've done this enough that I should be warning people.
Attention, attention. A loud sound is about to be played. Attention, headphone users, attention.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. I told you, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Next is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Next, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Next, 1, 2, 3. And whoa. Next, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now these 4 are gonna be here. So top, second, high school flashbacks. That's right. Cabin and tail. All right. Now I'm guaranteed that all my fire detection systems are working, right? So if anything catches on fire, I should have a warning about it. Okay, very good. All right, so everything here is set. I'm gonna leave this set up as it is. That's windshield heat and cabin, or sorry, cockpit temperature. Those are good for now. All right, time to sweep down into here, right? So now we have the center pedestal. I did remember that I have to turn the DME on also, so let me do that, and transponder to standby. Okay, so now let's sweep down through here. Actually, why don't I use one of these guys? Is it this? Yeah, I can start with this. Look at this. They provide us some nice cameras. So, top to bottom, left to right. So let's open up our fuel valves to main. Make sure the crossfeed is off. I gotta change my controls. I always remember when I get to the prop, right? It's always when I get to the prop. All right, change this to DC-6. There we go. Apply and save. Go back, resume. And now my prop lever is properly slaved. See there on the bottom right what I use? Hey, LeShark. How about when? Hey, rookie woke up. Perfect. Nice. Oh, really? The props were low health, huh? Well, what do you mean by low health? I mean, I see the hours on the props, right? But I mean, do we know that they break after a certain number of hours? No, looping. In real life, it's too much to handle. Too much to handle, especially because here's the thing. It's not that it's impossible. You might be able to do it if nothing goes wrong. The real reason for compound cruise is not for when things are all working, even though this is a higher task saturation cockpit than, say, a modern airliner, a seasoned pilot could still fly this plane by himself or herself if, if they had a lot of experience and if they were pretty good pilots. It's when things go wrong that you need a crew, because then you need somebody flying the plane, somebody working checklists, somebody doing the radios. That's really when a crew is pretty intense. Yeah, it's hours. But do we know how many hours the props need before they get serviced? The KC is saying it's 50 hours, or 50 hours that my props have. Okay, so we have here our prop sync. Let's use number 2 today. There we go. No lock. And that's really all that we need here. I mean, make sure my throttles are moving, but that's, yep, they are. Very good. Okay, so now we move down to, oh, there's an even higher. Okay, cool. What about, yeah, all right, cool. All right, so let me take the gust lock off before I forget. Parking brakes are on. I had already checked that. So all these guys are down. This guy's down, down. All these guys are down, down. Brakes, up, down. Okay. All right. I think I'm good. Now it's that dreaded feeling of like, okay, what did I forget? Right? You think it's about 100 for the props? Okay. You know, they should say it here, right? Like, you know, propeller, like maybe under here. Or somewhere. Maybe in the service prop button. I don't know. There's ways to do it. To inform people of, you know, how far into it you are. You could have a little clock, right? A little clock that like 360 degrees means it's time to do the maintenance. And so it kind of keeps clicking. Yeah, Mort, don't worry. I'll definitely forget the beacon. Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry. Oh, hello. All right, guys. So we're about to start the engines, right? So after we start the engines, we can look at charts and see which way we're going to taxi because they need some time to warm up. So I say let's just get the engine started and then we can look at how we're going to depart out of here. Yeah? One thing I didn't check was trims. Let me just be sure. Okay, so that looks about close to 0. That's centered and that's centered. Okay, very good. That's important. That's very, very important. Okay. All right, cool. Wait, what's this here? Oh, it's my oxygen flow indicator. Okay. All right. I still feel like I'm forgetting something. Weird. All right, let's start these engines then. Think we're ready. So, we start number 3 first. Parking brake is on. Beacon on. What? 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 All right. All right. Pump to low and crank it.
3, 6, 9,
9,
12.
12. Give it fuel. Let's check that engine. Check those numbers. Oil pressure is good. Okay. She's still building up as she warms up, right? And she lubes up. The friction, the oil starts warming up right away. And so that friction goes down and the RPM goes up for the same amount of power that you had before. Okay, let me turn that pump off, make sure she can still feed herself. Yep. Good, and oil pressure is a little higher now. RPM is rising. Hey, good start. Good start. Okay, let's do this. Hey, look at this. Right as I'm about to start another engine. Shoney Gaming. Hello, Shoney. Great to see you, buddy. Hello, Shoney community. Welcome in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm the Flying Fabio, and welcome to the channel. Whoa, Shoney, 10 months?
Shoney Gaming.
Seriously, it's been that long?
For 10 months.
That's craziness. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Thank you. All right, hold on. Let me get these other engines started here. Engine 4. Pump to low. Crank it.
3,
Hey guys, how's it going?
6,
How's the Red Bull going?
12,
There we go. I heard it. Feed it. Check that oil pressure. Sweetness. Sweetness. Okay. Engine number 3 is at 1,000. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. I wanted it about 1,100 or so. There we go. Engine number 4 will get there as she warms up. Nice. CHTs are looking good already in number 3. All right, sweet. Number 4 is almost there. That's a good start. Let's kill that pump. Fuel pressure stays the same. Nice. All right. All right. Here we go. 2 engines to go. Engine number 2 is next. Pump to low. Crank it.
3, 6,
9, we prime it. Mags to both. Boost it. I hear it cranking. Feed it fuel. Check that oil pressure. Oil pressure is good. Oh, sorry. Oil pressure is good. Whoops. Oil pressure is good. Okay. She's at 750 RPMs, and that's normal. No. Okay. Coming to 1,000 RPMs. And, yep, still good oil pressure. All right. That's a good start. Kill that pump. Let's go. Fuel pressure. Still good. Nice. Okay, last engine. Engine number 1. We're going to go fuel pump to low. Crank it. So we hear the blade counting by the FE, right? 6. At 12, we're going to crank it. At 9, we prime it.
12,
Mags, boost it. I hear her. Feed it fuel. Check that oil pressure. Oil pressure is everything on a radio engine, and it's good. CHT is already good on number 4 too, and number 2. Okay. Let's kill that pump. See if she can feed herself. Yes. Yes, okay. Very nice. Yeah, Knights, there are different ways to start these engines. Basically, these engines are very temperamental, right? And people learn a certain way, and then they keep using that way. Whatever works, whatever was passed down to them, you know? Even in real ops, you see different companies using different procedures. It's about the first E-Championship of flight simming. Really? French initiative from pro, private, and military pilots. Check it out. Wow, Guybrush, that's pretty cool, man. I'll definitely check that out. Thank you, buddy. Definitely check it out. All right. All right. So, we got 4 turning, right? They're all looking pretty good. Actually, 3 and 4 are a little too fast. Bring it back. I want about... There we go. I want about 1,100, which is right there. Not 1150. 1 and 2 need to come up a little bit more still. Okay. But cylinder head temperatures are right where we want them, about 175, right? We have pretty good oil temperatures. I mean, a couple of engines are still coming up, right? But you can see that engine 3, the first engine that we started, is already at normal idle temperature. Number 4 was the second. It's almost there. Number 2 was the third. It just crossed below the minimum. And number 1 just got started, so it's still kind of cold, but they're all getting there, right? And look, as the oil warms up, you see the pressure drop a little bit, which is normal too, and they're all maintaining good fuel pressure. So we have 4 good engines right now. Hey, Andreas, what's up, man? How's it going? How goes it? Okay, cool. Cool. Hey, Flight 787 is here. Hello, sir.
Just resubscribed for 2 months. Hello,
thank
Fabio.
you. 2-month streak already.
Today, but
nice.
love the stream, especially when
Thanks,
you
man.
fly the
Hey,
DC-6.
no worries. I appreciate you stopping by, and of course, thank you so much for the subscription, man. I don't fully understand how the dials are distributed for each engine on the dashboard. If you have 2 seconds to show me the full frame for them. Yeah, Looping, for sure. Check it out. I can actually do it quite quickly. Is it this? Is it this? No, is it this? This. It's the last one you try every time. Confederation with a Prime sub. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome in. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Thor. Nice flight. The weather here in Rio is okay for IFR training. Cloudy and raining. That's what we saw. It might clean up by the time we get there, though. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So, don't be fooled by this line right here. This line makes you think that these three are together and then this guy. No, 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 no. Forget this line. Use the blue line. The blue line means, hey, everything on the left side here has to do with instruments. And then it starts to make sense because here's column for engine 1, column for engine 2, sort of. There are some exceptions. Column for engine 3, column for engine 4. Sort of. Okay. When you're looking at BMEP, which is a way to measure power for the engines, that's true. Engines 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then you go down here. Engines 1 and 2. Oh. Yeah, there's a 1 in there. Watch. Oh, sorry. I can't. I have. So I only have 2 physical throttles. So engines 1 and 2 are together in one throttle, and 3 and 4 together on the other throttle, right? You can see there on the bottom left how, look, I advance my left throttle and engines 1 and 2 move up. I advance my right throttle, engines 3 and 4 move up. But what you can do is this. You can look over here and you can grab this and advance just one engine. And there we go. There's engines 1 pointer. It was just behind engine 2. Look. See? When it's behind engine 2, it's hard to see it. But you got engines 1, 2, and then over here you got engines 3. There it is. And 4. Same over here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm getting to a harmonic here that's not very nice for the aircraft or the engine, so let me bring it back. Alright, so that's what I said. Like, it's kind of 4, but not really, right? Depends on the instrument. Then you have fuel flow, same thing. 1 and 2, and 3 and 4. Then you have flap position, nothing to do with the engines. Free air temperature, nothing to do with the engines. But then you have water pressures, engines 1, 2, 3, and 4. And these are not on this side, right? Because on this side you have cylinder head temperatures 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it can be pretty confusing. Then over here, we have a little bit of consistency. To the right side of the blue, it's all engine instruments again, but it's all left here is going to be engines 1 and 2, and right's going to be engines 3 and 4, right? I know, it's amazing, right, Drunk? It's amazing. So, you have engines 1, 2, 3, and 4 for fuel pressure. Next, you have oil pressure. Same thing, engines 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then you have oil temperature, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and carb air temperature, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's a small little primer, and I hope that helps. Okay, so the engines are still warming up a little bit. I didn't mention the 1 and 2 on the Nito and avoid to see the gray line. Ah, yes. Yes. Exactly. 922. Interesting. So that's a... Yeah, 777, because even Rob teaches 86 in his videos. Again, it depends on the mods that you had, real mods, right? STC kind of mods that you had on the aircraft. For example, cargo aircraft have higher weight certified for the same airframe, right? So, yeah, it depends. It all depends. Hey, Flight 787, just got back from vacation and lots of yard work to do. I was just going to ask where you've been, if you have been flying or not. Well, if you're still here, buddy, enjoy the yard work. It is, I find it, if you approach it the right way, it's very pleasurable. The PMDG one? 777? Yeah? Hey, Butter Snot is here. What's up? So engines are warming up, you say. Do all aircraft need to have engine warm up before going? And how do you know when your engines are warm enough? Yes. You know when your engines are warm enough when you look at the oil temperature. And they're all where they need to be, like they are right now. So, maybe hard to see here, but there's a green area in there, right? And that's where you want them to be before you put full power on them for takeoff. Even jet engines have that, and it's all based on oil temperature. Jet engines will have often a limitation. Hey, below this temperature, this is how much power you can use. Above this temperature, you can use full power, kind of thing. Right? All right. Well, took a little longer, but what I wanted to do is I wanted to go over here and do a little briefing of what we're going to do here, right? So, if you recall, wind was from the south, 170 at 7, now it's 170 at 8. Okay, pretty much the same thing, right? Which means we could use runway 19, and why not, right? It's big enough, 7,382 feet, or 2,250 meters. That's plenty big for us. But let's do a full brief of this airport right here. So this is Carrasco, or Carrasco International. General Cesaero Berisso, maybe. Montevideo, Uruguay. It's chart 10-9, issue 28 December 18. Okay. For SUMU, right? Airport elevation 105. Here's some frequencies. 180-degree turns at runway 6 and an associated turning zone signal for aircraft up to A340-600. 180 turns at runway 24 and not signal. Okay. We won't need that. There's control tower over there. Our runway of interest is here with a taxiway. So there's some backtracking we're going to have to do. There's a closed runway right there. Closed taxiway right there. The big runway here. Right? Okay. We're over here, so it's an easy taxi for us. There's, looks like, one of the terminals here, the other one here. A bunch of hangars behind us. Number 6. Okay. Number 2 here. We're going to go where number 2. Commercial apron 2. Okay, that's fine. There's for parking position C10-9 Bravo. And that's it. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, Pelto. Check it out, buddy. Oh, we got to get that GPU out of here. Get the GPU out of my face. Alright, so let's go from GPU to aircraft where we got the generators going. And if you want to check, look, you can go in here and see that they're producing voltage. All 4. There we go. So let's go boom. And then let's go over here and say, hey, that GPU, yeah, get it out of there. Get it out of there. Alright, cool. Cool. We don't have anything else on. The aircraft's just on parking brakes, so that's good. Won't need this for a while, I believe. So we can turn it off, right? Right, I hope. I hope so. Alright. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. The other thing I was going to look at is departures, right? So if we look at... there's no departure for where we're going to go. So I say we just depart on runway to the south here and then turn left to intercept this airway, Alpha 309. Right? 3,000 feet is the minimum altitude. We should be good. By the time we get there, we should be at 3,000 feet or higher. Intercept that to our next VOR. Okay. No, hello. Thank you very much. Forgot that. Thank you for saying that. Boom. There it is. Let's see here. PMDG tutorial mentioned 87.6. Yeah, okay, 87.6. I thought it was 86. I guess in reality the calculation is more complex in a single way. It depends on weight, temperature. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, cool. Well, I think that's it. I think it's time to taxi that way, and then up for runway 19, which is going to be that runway over there. Okay, cool. Now, let's try something. If we're leveled here, we should be able to reverse back out of here. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, hello, guys. Let's see if we can reverse out of here. So I'm going to take the parking brakes off, put the aircraft into reverse, and we'll see if we can reverse out of here. Alright, so here we go. Parking brake off. Let's go lights on. Extend and on. Okay. I'm going to go reverse. Oh, there we go. And now off we go. She had a little throttle forward, that's what she moved forward. Now watch. She's gonna start moving backwards. Or maybe it's too steep. If there's a little bit of a grading, she won't have enough power to do it. Let me see, I can go up to about 26 inches or so. Nah, it's, believe it or not, it looks completely flat, but it's not. Okay, that's alright. We don't need that. So what we're going to do is the opposite. We're going to power up engines 3 and 4 and do a very tight turn here to the left. There we go. There we go. Nice. Nice. That wasn't bad at all. Look at that beautiful terminal. Look at that. Nice. Okay, so we got a couple of checks to do. I'm trying to remember without looking at the checklist here. Of course, there's instrument checks that you should be doing, right? I'm always checking magnetic compass with cards that move when we're taxiing. I need the altimeter setting to be 1030, right? Oh, gotta change it up. Sorry. Let's go hybrid. Okay. 1030. And about 100 and something feet, so that works. Yep. Taxiway Charlie. Okay, let's go flaps 20 for a takeoff. And we're gonna have to talk ourselves through the takeoff procedure again because I don't recall. So actually we'll look at the manual and do it that way. You know? That'll be the better thing to do. What? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, we're about to cross a runway here, so let's stop. I'm busy opening documents here. And trying to get rid of a... There we go. Okay. Alright, let me see the wind. Yeah, so this agrees with what we expected. Wind from the south. That's clear. Nobody landing there. Okay. Landing lights are on. Let's blink our position lights. That's our way to do strobes. Okay. Does the DC-6 have mag corrections on the compass? So cold. I don't know exactly what you mean by mag corrections on the compass. I mean, this is a magnetic compass, right? It has a little bit of error here and there. Alright, so I'm going to be using water injection, so I got to remember to turn that on when we get up there. Again, trying to do this without checklist is very stupid, but challenging, and I want to challenge myself because I want to get used to this aircraft, and that's how I end up doing it, is by having to fly without using a checklist, right? You end up having to force yourself. You basically, a checklist is kind of like holding your hand the whole time, leading you into where to go next, right? Without a checklist, you have to be thinking about every single thing, like, what, did I forget anything? Is everything good? Is everything okay? Right? Got flaps 20 indicated. Yeah, so are you talking about the little piece of paper, gold, that will tell you, like, hey, if you want to fly 270, it actually is 274 on this compass? Is that what you mean? That is a correction that's individual per aircraft, right? And we don't have one here. Not sure if they didn't use one or what. Oh my god, yeah, Christopher, there's no question about it. No question about it. But you see why in a simulator like this I wouldn't, right? Is because this is going to be the second aircraft that I create training programs for. The first one is going to be this here. Jay, we're going to start recording that as soon as that update is out by Aerosoft, right? This is going to be the second. So by then, I have to be very comfortable flying the aircraft. And one of the ways to do that, I find, at least for me, is to do this. To fly it, once you've used the checklist enough. I've used the checklist quite a few times, right? Once you've used it enough, then I find it very useful to be able to fly without the checklist and have to figure things out yourself. All right, so here we go. Let's put the Carrasco VOR. That's the first VOR that we're going to fly today. Let's, let's put that in. It's 116.9. Okay. 1169. There it is. And it's going to be radio. Look, if we look over here, radio 057 is what we need to fly.
Multimedia will just resubscribe for 9 months.
057. Whoa, 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 Will. Dude, 9 months. It's that Twitch baby. I forgot to say Scooter had a Twitch baby yesterday because he renewed for 9 months. But 9 months, man. Twitch baby. Oh, congrats. And thank you very, very much. Okay, so 057 is what I want to have set as my radio here. So 057 is about there, right? Okay, we got somebody there. Go ahead, whoever's on the runway, you can go ahead and take off. Oh, they are. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, look at this beautiful line. Look at this beautiful line. People waiting. That's amazing. Bom dia, Rafael. Tudo bem, cara? Look at that beautiful thing. Look at that beautiful thing. Guys, I'm sure I'm forgetting something here on this takeoff, but hopefully it won't kill me. Come on, baby, in the air. She looks to be at flying speed right now. Yep, there we go. That little bit of nose up is all it takes, and off she goes. I'm not scared. You're scared. Uruguay have the main radar broken, so ATC is having a bad time. They're using a mobile one. Really? Wow, but it's not the same. By the end of this month, engineers will come from Italy to fix the radar system. Wow, that's crazy. Pitot heat, that's right, Elo. Thank you very much. Here we go. Let's go on with it. Stop short of the hold short here. Hold on, I have to do those checks, but I want to first stop here, put the parking brake on. Alright, parking brake comes on. Now we can go up here and do our checks, right? So, wing scoops to 26 and we're at 23 or so. To 21 we're at 19. 5 to 10 we're at 8. 8. 16. Okay, we're all good here. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, there we go. That's our turn. Let's take to the runway. So, lights are already flashing. We have seatbelts, no smoking. We have lights. Transponder is going to go alt. There we go. We're currently receiving the VOR, which makes sense because it's here at the airfield. Right here, Butters. Right here. All right. A little bit all over the place here with the taxiing. All set, man. All set. Yeah, which fuel quantity are you looking at, Amika? Look, I have 0 on the alternate tanks, but I have 4,000 pounds in each of the main tanks. So I actually have just shy of 6,400 pounds. All right, guys, here we go. Okay, water injection system coming on. There we go. Everything else looks good. I don't think I need the pumps. I'm gonna arm my auto feather system. Okay. Let's bring it to field elevation pressure, which is about 30 inches. Augie, in real life, it was Douglas. For the sim, it was PMDG. There's 30. Everything looking good. Everything looking good. Okay, here we go. Let's go to 59 inches, which is a crazy amount. Water is on. There's 59. And off we go. Cowl flaps are open, yeah? All of them are open. Okay, airspeed is alive. Engine's looking okay. Goodbye, friends. See you in Rio. We did not look at V speeds, forgot it, so I'm going to be conservative here. She's kind of heavy on fuel. I'm going to do about 105 for rotation. There we go. And off we go. Gear up. Okay, gear is moving up. I'm going to climb at 125. Flaps up. Now I'm going to pitch for 140. There's 140. We're going to climb at 140 now. All the way to 500 feet. Let's go 46 inches. That's METO power. There's 500 feet. So I'm going to pitch for 165. Would have prevented what? Did I already screw something up? By the way, look at this. Okay, almost 165. Hold her kind of level, climbing at 500 feet per minute. To get to 165, she's heavy. There's 165. Let's go to climb power. Start a left turn. 40 inches of manifold pressure. Bring the props back to 2400. Pitching for 165. There's 2400. 165. Let's turn on our gyro pilot. She should maintain that bank I had. Or no. No, she shouldn't. Because we told her not to. Slight programming issue. Slight programming issue. Yeah, Steve, I didn't calculate V-speeds. That's right. Speed is good. And so now I'm going to turn. Look, this right here is pointing to my VOR. I need to be on the 057 from the VOR. So I'm going to fly almost towards the VOR, but leave the VOR a little bit to the left. So that single needle here, I'm going to leave just about 20 or so degrees off to my left. Wow, look at Montevideo. There's the airport. There's people taking off. Nice, guys, nice. All right, I'm gonna center my turning here. Turn water off. Auto feather comes off. There we go. I'm gonna keep seatbelt signs as we transition through these clouds here. Look at this. This is amazing. This is amazing. Oh, look at that. Might be the last one of you guys taking off. Or is there? No, there's people there still, right? Oh, yeah. 3 more DC-6s. Let's go, guys. Good job. Remember to turn your lights on so we can see you guys. Alright, so now look. the tail of the needle needs to be a 057 for me to be on the 057. So I'm gonna start turning to help it intercept. Because see how fast that's sweeping through. 070, 060. It's gonna start coming in now. There it is. Oh, I think I needed a little more turning than I thought. It's alright, we'll get there. Just a tad more. Yep. There it is. Alright, hang on guys, I gotta sign something real quick. I had one, I don't know where it went. Weird. Thank you. There you go. Alright, so getting into the clouds, got to worry about icing. What's outside our temperature here? Also my power. There we go, keep it at 40. We're at 0 degrees just about outside. Oh, hello friend. And I'm a little bit off, right? So I can just correct it myself, or I can just turn on, as long as this is centered, turn on localizer, and she's gonna go get that radio now. A little bit slow on the climb, so let me do 3 or 4 clicks forward here. Adjust my speed for 165. Hey babe, how's it going? Hey Chihuahua. That's it, Sappy. You got it. You got it, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna turn on my windshield heat. It's 10 to 0 here. And then the next one is 0 to -40. I'm gonna go straight there because we're already passing through 0. So I'm gonna heat my windshield. That's both to keep ice out, but also in case of a bird strike or any other strike, if this is too cold, it gets too brittle, and then it breaks a little bit easier than if it's warmed up. Cylinder head temperatures are way too low. That's right. That's right. They're way too low because I forgot. Yeah, there we go. I forgot to come over here after, you know, you're reducing power on the climb, right? As a matter of fact, look, let's keep that 40. But as you reduce power from full takeoff power to 40 or whatever you're using for the climb, you're going to have to close. Look, there's a climb indicator there, right? You're going to have to close these cowl flaps to allow less air flow over the engines so that they don't cool as much, right? Because you want to keep that engine at a certain temperature. And now that we've, look, now watch this temperature here rise. It rises slowly, but it's rising. It just passed 150, right? There's less airflow going over that engine. We're warming up the engine then. Yeah, I saw exactly. 170. And it should settle at about 175. So thanks, Mort. Appreciate that, buddy. Okay, I don't see any icing forming. Hey, Silent Hunter, bom dia. Tudo bem? Speed is good. Adding that power. I always forget to keep, or not forget, I don't scan the power often enough, right? I should scan it faster or quicker. Whoa, 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 100 above. What's up, dude? Hello, 100 above, and hello, 100 above viewers. I'm the Flying Fabio, and welcome to my channel. Oh, we're just coming out of the clouds, aren't we? So we're currently flying leg 1 of a many legs flight that SAS flew in 1950 with the DC-6 from Montevideo in Uruguay. It's actually from Buenos Aires, I should say, right? In Argentina, all the way to Helsinki. Oh, that's awesome, 100 above. That's great, dude. Well, thank you very much for the raid, dude. That's awesome. Thanks for being here. Thanks, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm the Flying Fabio, and welcome to the channel. And I hope you learned something. That's usually what happens in this channel. Hey, Stewie. How are you? Welcome to the best community, by the way, on Twitch, guys. The community we have around here is just second to none. So this is really interesting. Look, there's enough sunlight coming through, right, to create shadows and things, but we're still not clear of those clouds. Let's keep that power up. 40 inches. How are the engines doing now? Temperature is pretty good. A little bit on the hot side, but we'll see. As we climb and the temperature outside gets colder too, that'll get better. Carb air temperature is cold enough that it shouldn't be an issue. Oil temperatures are good. Oil pressure is good. Fuel pressure is good. Everything is looking good. Hey, Pete, thanks for the follow. Superman with the follow. Stewie with the follow. Thank you all very, 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 very much. I appreciate it, guys. All right. Hey, there we go. There we go. Look at this. I knew we were going to break out at some point. And we just did. We were on the higher part there, and all of a sudden we break out and clouds are below us. Man, these clouds. Look at these clouds. My God. Yeah, so let me show you guys what we're doing, okay? Because it's going to be an adventure, let me tell you. It's going to be quite the adventure. I know it's really loud. I know it's really loud. Let me fix that. Here we go. Maybe this is a little bit better, yeah? Maybe this is a little bit better. Okay, so what are we doing? Let me put the aircraft off to the left here. Go inside, just check on my power again. I'm still have 4,500 feet to climb. You know what I do need is a little bit of a click up to get to 165. We're 170, going a little too fast. Livery is awesome, isn't it? All right, so what are we doing? Well, hey, hello. Let me show you. This is the 1950 Scandinavian Airlines system, valid from June 1st, 1950, timetable for the DC-6, well, for SAS, which was flying the DC-6 at that time. Here's the map. Let me show you the map. There it is, look, of their entire network. Dashed lines don't count, that's connecting services, right? The solid lines are all SAS services. So today here on stream we're doing leg 1, our first flight of the leg from Buenos Aires all the way back to Helsinki. Now I didn't fly Buenos Aires to Montevideo, I skipped that leg. So we are actually flying Montevideo to Rio. Then next time I do this, it's all going to be on stream, all live. Next time I do this, it's going to be Rio to Recife, another 4-hour leg. Today it's 4 hours. Rio to Recife, 4 hours. Recife to Dakar, 7.5 hours. And because it's over the ocean, there's no VORs, nothing to help with navigation. We're not using GPS. We're going to use what they used back then, which is celestial navigation. We're going to navigate by the stars. It's going to be amazing. Then after Dakar to Lisbon, and we get into Europe and eventually into Helsinki. So that's what we're doing today. The flight that we're doing is this flight over here. There we go. Look at this. It pays to send goods by plane. Nice. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, this is pretty awesome too. Watch this. Hold on. I was looking at this earlier. Maybe it's over here on the South American page. Yes. Yes. Okay, so 1 second. Let me go back here, make sure things are okay. I need to add a little more power. There we go. Just past 10,000. Let's go off with our landing lights. Retract them. How are we doing on the engine temperature? It's pretty good. It's starting to come down from 200. Okay. Everything else looking good. All right. Oh, that's awesome, man. Talk. Yeah, stick around, man. We're going to do it here. We're going to do it here. All right, so this is the flight down, SK921, from Helsinki through all these cities, and these are the times, right? And then it splits into, there's two different, basically dates. from dates, certain dates to certain dates. It's these. From certain dates, they skip those cities and go straight to Geneva. Anyways, on the way down to Buenos Aires, and now we're flying back. We're flying this flight here from Montevideo to Rio. It's flight SK922, so it's going up because it's coming back from Buenos Aires all the way to Helsinki. We're going to fly all of these flights here on stream. Pretty amazing, right? But check this out. Documents required by passengers, right? There's a bunch, but here's the interesting part. Valid passport, valid visa for country of destination. Okay, that makes sense. Documents needed for obtaining visas vary according to the type of visa and the country concerned. That's the same today. The following will, however, always be needed for South American countries: a certificate of good health, certificate of inoculation against smallpox, makes sense, police certificate of good conduct. Huh? How about that? Who has their police certificate of good conduct ready to go? Yeah, that's right. Kind of disturbing to read this here. Passengers with physical defects will not be permitted to enter the Argentina unless they present a special permit from an Argentine consulate. Okay. Okay. Yeah, right, 777? Never. Never. All right, guys. Oh, whoa. I gotta level off. We're at 13. We're at 13, boys. Look at this. That took a little longer than I thought showing you the timetable. My bad. My bad. Okay, let's continue that climb. Not that fast. Not that fast, baby. Yes, that's more like it. So, if it's cloudy, you don't do celestial navigation. You're screwed. So you have to find an altitude or a route where that can work. Okay, and clamp it. There we go. Alright, so I know I have actually less than 40 because I didn't adjust the power in the last 2,000 or 3,000 feet, but that's okay because we're about close to our cruise airspeed anyways, right? Which we need to find. And then we can set just straight to whatever the BMEP is going to be for today's flights. So let's look at it. Here we go. Right? It's going to be 1100 torque meter or the one after, because this one here, actually no, this one is the one with the BMEP. So let me do this, this, and this. Okay, move it down a little bit. Move it down a little bit. There we go. That's more like it, right? Let's get that commenting going. Alright, so we are at 13,000 feet. So we're going to be looking at this over here. I know, looks weird. Stand by. And how about we open it up a little bit so we can see those numbers a little bit better, right? Alright, cool. So RPM is going to be 2150, but before that, BMEP is going to be 145. So first and foremost, let me go to auto lean. There we go. Now we're using last fuel per engine, right? And my BMEP, I wanted it to be 145. That's right here. It is already 140, but as I bring the propeller back, because the propeller has to be 2150, much lower than now. Watch what happens as I bring the propeller back. My BMEP is going to go up higher. So as I bring the propeller back, I'm also going to have to bring the throttle back to keep my BMEP at 145 as it is right now. So watch. It's bringing my manifold pressure back and my propeller back at the same time until I get to 2150 on the propeller and 145 BMEP. There's 2250. Keep on coming. Keep on coming. There's 2150. And 145 BMEP. Alright, so look at this. 2150 or just about, hold on. Oh, there we go. That's 2150 now. And here we go, 145. There we go, 145 and 145. Alright, cool. Cool. Now, look at this. She didn't level at 13,000 at all. It's 13,600. Why? Because of this altimeter setting here, right? So I bring this down to 13, and now we're at 13,000. Or close enough. So she actually always, when you use that altitude control, right, the altitude control switch right here, the one I have on right now, that's keeping our altitude. It's an altitude leveler, if you will. It always looks at your standard pressure altitude. It doesn't matter what you have set in here. So if you forget to set it, right, or if you are not in a flight level, if you're lower than a flight level, you are using an altitude, so you have local altimeter setting, and you want to lock an altitude down, it's not going to do it precisely because it's always going to do it based on standard pressure. It's a bug right now. They know about it, but they haven't fixed it yet. Okay, so let's see if everything else is making sense. Fuel-wise, look, it looks like we're using about 500, 490, 510, 520 pounds per hour per engine. So around 500 to 520, right? Is that what the book predicted? Well, yeah, look, 520 is what should be happening. Okay. For the gross weight that we had, 89,000 or something, that's this right here. We should have 196 knots, which is a true airspeed of 244 miles per hour. So let's see if we have 196 knots. You think we do? Oh yeah, right, almost right on the money. Look at this, I have 195. Man, it's pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Now, I need to start worrying about my VOR. I'm still only 58 miles out, right? And look at my ground speed, 243. That's pretty sweet. Okay, that's pretty cool. But what about my next VOR, right? I need to start worrying about that. So, look. We're somewhere on this airway here, because we are on the 057, right? We're 50 odd miles out. But eventually we're going to have to switch to Pelotas, which is already in Brazil. Here's the frontier between Brazil and Uruguay. So, let's put this in nav2 and see when we can pick it up. 113.3. 113 is already there. Let me just change the decimal to 3. Alright, swap it up. And now, look, right now, that double needle here, right? That double needle, if it's off, if it's not receiving anything, it's always going to show 90 degrees to the right. So right now, it's indicating off. It's not receiving anything. When I start to pick up Pelotas, the one we just dialed up as 113.3, it will swing, and I expect that it's going to be close to my nose, right? So when I see this swinging forward, that means I'm receiving Pelotas, and I can start thinking about switching from the VOR that we're flying from, right, which is Montevideo, to Pelotas. Oh, nice, 777. Let me take a look, dude. Let me take a look. Hold on. In stream links, huh? Oh. Dude. This looks awesome, man. Alright, check it out, guys. First of all, we have two. We have two to look at. CTLM Airlines. Actually, I don't even know CTLM. Looks like a cargo operator. Look at this, brief history. Oh, what a nice document this is, dude. Nice. Yeah, that looks beautiful. Is this Miami? I think it is. So it's a Caribbean cargo airline. Very cool. San Juan, right? Is this San Juan? I think so. And then the other one, look at this one. ALM Cargo. Dutch Antillean Airlines, also cargo operator, right? The Great Caribbean Connection for your cargo. Look at this. This is amazing. This is awesome, man. Nicely done, 777. So there you go, guys. If you want to go grab this, go grab it at flightsim.to. The first one here, CTLM, is here on chat. The second one, ALM, is here. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. Okay. All right, 71 miles out. Should I be receiving pelotas already? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look. So remember, this first leg is 263 nautical miles. Okay, so this is a high VOR, this is a high VOR, but they're only going to reach 130 nautical miles in flight sim. So 260 nautical miles total, 130 until you lose connection from this, and 130 before you can receive this. 260. We have just over 260, 263. So remember, we talked about this for 3 miles, only 3 miles. But for those 3 miles, we're not going to have reception of either VOR. So no, we don't expect to be receiving pelotas right now. As a matter of fact, while we're still receiving, I always forget the name, Carrasco. While we're still receiving that, I should not receive pelotas, right? Because pelotas is only 3 miles after this one ends. So I expect this is going to go all the way to 130. Then I'm going to fly for 3 miles, which is going to take about, well, less than a minute. And then I'm going to receive pelotas. And then I'm going to see this swing. Then I can set a radio that I'm going to fly 2 pelotas. So then I can transfer pelotas. Right now it's using this needle because it's in nav 2, right? Nav 2 being, look, this is COM 1, nav 1, skip the middle. Then this is COM 2, nav 2. There's a bunch of frequencies because either of these radios, or any of them, be it COM 1 or COM 2 or nav 1 or nav 2, they have an active and a standby frequency, right? Okay, cool. So what's active is on the left. So this is what's in nav 1. It's Carrasco, the VOR behind us. I have whatever else in standby. Doesn't matter. I don't have it set. But what I should have set is the next one. It's pelotas, right? Which I have inactive on nav 2. But there's no way to copy and paste. So I'm gonna have to go over here and change this to 113.3. And now it's ready for when I do receive pelotas and I want to switch. My autopilot, my gyro pilot, can only follow what's in nav 1, not what's in nav 2. So for me to follow pelotas next, I have to have it here on standby, ready to go into the active when it's time to switch. But because I want to read the DME right now of VOR2, or because I want to look at that needle, the double needle, and see when I start receiving it, I put it as the active in nav 2. Did that confuse you guys, or did that make sense? Oh, let's see, Sawyer. Where at, buddy? Stream links, yes? I wonder. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Whoa. This is awesome. Hold on a sec. Guys, this is awesome. Oh, looping. Sense is being made. Perfectly clear. Nice. Nice. Ah, looping. Come on, man. Totally understood, Scrivey. Okay, good. Can you still listen to a nav frequency to hear the Morse code to verify the correct waypoint? So, Two-Tone, remember we've had issues with that? I don't know how that's working nowadays. Let's try. Let's try. So, we're receiving VOR1 right now, right? So let's go over here, and we're going to turn on nav1 to listen to it, to listen to identifier code. The volume is all the way up. I can't hear anything. Let's see who it is. Shag. CAJGUE is who made this tool that I'm looking at. I'm going to show it to you guys, but it looks like it's not working. Looks like it's not working, unfortunately. Huh, okay. Alright, how we doing? How we doing? Doing pretty good here. Slightly cold, slightly cold. Again, I'm flying faster now, so I can close it even more. Let's try maybe 3 degrees. See what kind of temperature we get for the... this can go into off, by the way. There is a... if you leave it in retract or leave it in extend, the engine or the motor, it's an electric motor, it doesn't keep running. It has a switch at the end of travel both ways for the landing light that just switches the motor off. But it's not good practice to keep it in retract or extend. So once you remember, once you see it, put it back into off. Okay. Alright, so yeah, look, now it's a little closer, 175. We like that better. Okay, everything looking good, looking good. 145 on the BMEPs. Everything else matching. Sweetness. And it looks like it's about minus 15 or 16 outside. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Hey, Limelight, thanks for the follow. Mudslope for the follow. Mr. Jess, Cutors, Arrow, and Royals. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very, 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 very much for the follows. Okay, so what tool are we talking about? Well, we're talking about this right here. Look at this. Look at this. PMDG DC-6 flight planning tools. See all these tables? These are tables we're going to use in celestial navigation. Yes. Look, flight planning tools, the C118, which was, okay, that's the military version of the DC-6. Fuel planning, electronic E6B, flight planning log, takeoff and landing speeds, cruise performance data, blank chart for LOPS. Nice. Cell precomputation, Coriolis refraction, motion of the body. Wow. Wow. Here's the chart that you fill out, right? Navigation log for each of the waypoints. Okay. Dr. Strangelove. Hey, Mountain Man. Hello, sir. Gorlo, should, if I had aux fuel. I don't. My aux tanks were all empty on takeoff. I was actually about 200 pounds below what weight I should be to require the auxiliary tanks. Oh, sorry. Nice, there's a little electronic E6B. E6B is a flight computer, basically, that calculates, it does a lot of conversions for you in calculations. Okay. Nice, look at this. Places to write down your celestial navigation computations, because we're going to have to write it all down. Man, this looks amazing. This looks incredible. I know it looks really complicated, guys. And look, I'm not going to tell you it's simple, but I'm going to tell you, every one of you can learn to do celestial navigation. You'll see. This spreadsheet includes fuel planning, flight planning, navigation log, navigation log, an electronic E6B, takeoff and landing speeds, cruise performance data, and celestial navigation precomputation sheets for Electron Volt's amazing MSFS cell nav add-on. Electron Volt, he's the guy that has been here in chat as Celestial Navigator. He's awesome. Hey, Navy Land, what's up, buddy? How's it going, man? Oh, interesting, 777. That's okay. Let's see. There's also Coriolis and refraction tables along with motion of the observer and motion of the body correction tables from publication 249. Publication 249 is a very famous publication in celestial navigation. It's one of the military, U.S. military publications that is used heavily for celestial navigation. I had a flight that went on way too long last night. Oh, so those happen sometimes, don't they? Did you make it to the destination okay? Joey Bolo, let's go, man, to Hunk Yaz. Look at Hunk Yaz, man. Getting that free sub from Joey Bolo. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate that so much, man. Getting ready to subscribe. If I need to unsubscribe, how is that done? I'm completely new to Twitch. Thanks for your help. Hey, Hunk Yaz, thank you. Welcome in. You didn't even have to sub. The community is so amazing. You got a sub for free. That means now, next time you watch me, you don't have to watch ads, right? You have access to emotes now, which are pretty cool. We have some pretty cool emotes. So, yeah, there you go, buddy. Welcome. Welcome in. All right, PMDG, sorry, the performance data is from 201C1188-1 C1188 flight manual. Wow. PMDG modeled their aircraft so well that the real tech data generally works. The spreadsheet is designed to offer period correct planning tools. Nice. In other words, you have to think and plan your route and performance factors. The hard computations of the flight plan log are automated, but you still have to enter basic data like TC, wind, stay. Okay, right, that's fine. Okay. He's just being specific about how to use stuff. Okay. Wow. This is pretty amazing, man. Pretty amazing. So, celestial navigation, right? Limelight, what's up, buddy? Thanks for that Prime subscription, man. I appreciate it and welcome in. I think that's your first, right? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. All right. Time for us to talk celestial navigation. We got time. We got time. Look. We are going to switch sometime soon here, right? In about 18 miles. We're going 248 miles an hour, so we're going about 4 miles a minute, right? So 18 miles is going to be about 4 minutes. So in about 4 minutes, we should be picking up Pelotas VOR. Aerosoft said they fixed the new problems with the CRJ yesterday and now just waiting for Microsoft to test the new update and release so they can release it on the updater. That's awesome. That's awesome because we plan on start recording. Guys, I'm creating an entire course for the CRJ and it's all going to be recorded live here on stream in a bunch of different small little nuggets, little pieces. But if you watch it on stream, you get the training for free.
In V4 Celestial Nav description.
Hey, Nick Uno. There we go. We're about to start Celestial Nav, man. So yeah. Good time to get in. Hey Nick, what's up, man? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And you kicked off a hype train. Look at that, which has level 1 almost complete. Hey guys, yeah, since we have a hype train, good time to mention, right? This is how I make my living, is just streaming on Twitch. So if you think I do a good job, consider subscribing to the channel. It really helps me out, especially now that Abby's switching careers. So thank you. Appreciate the consideration. The Pixie, Moi. Boy. On the VFR map, what are the triangle symbols and the circle symbols and also the lines on the map mean? So the... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just like that, Blue Money with 5 tier 1 subs. Crushing that level 1 hype train to begin with, right? Did you actually crush the level 2 also? Hold on, what happened? It takes too long for me to find out what happened to the hype train. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god, Crom gifting 2 tier subs. Jesus, Mountain Man with 10 tier 1 subs. Navy Land with 5. Oh my god, Jesus. Thank you, guys. That's crazy. Pilot Elite, Kenny, thanks for the follows, guys. Night Phantom, thanks for the follows. The generosity is insane. Thank you so much, guys. My gosh. I don't even know what level we're in the hype train now. Hold on. I was also answering a question. Ah, yes. Yes, the triangle. So, are you talking about the VFR map, Augie? Are you talking about the VFR map in the sim?
Just resubscribed
in the
for
sim.
2 months. Blue Mana Battery gifted a tier
level
1 sub
5 complete. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's insanity, guys. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you all very much. Jeez. Jeez. You guys are crazy, man. I love you, but you're crazy.
489 just resubscribed for 2 months. From 0025.
Yeah, Augie. Okay, so
_89.
Triangles are what's called. Oh my God, Citizen with a tier 1 sub to DC Surge. Thank you, Citizen. You put in the work and it shows. Oh, Blue Mana, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do put in the work. I'll be honest. But it's pleasurable work. You know what I mean? I'm so privileged to be able to do this. And to have such a supportive, look at this, such a supportive community. 173% of a level 5 hype train. Let's go. Hey, Xbox Gamer, what's up, man? How are you? How are you? Okay, so triangles are what's called intersections. Those are waypoints that are latitude, longitude positions, right? So they're fixed positions on the Earth. But they go anywhere in the atmosphere. The altitude doesn't matter. That waypoint exists at any altitude. It's just over that one point on the ground, right? When you see a triangle, that's what that is. A circle is an airport.
Mountain Man
right?
B gifted a
That's
tier
obviously
1
on the
sub to
ground.
DOOOOON.
Hopefully it's on the ground. But that's what a circle means in that map. Oh, do go. Thanks, man. I appreciate dishing out the detail. Thank you, man. Choo choo, mother Fabios. Hype train destroyed. That sounds like a, right? It sounds like a Mortal Kombat. Like after you finish him or something, right? Or at least in that same voice. I don't know if he talks after he says finish him. No, because then you just do the finish move and that's it. But I just feel like saying it in that voice, right?
Hype train destroyed.
Fatality. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Okay. So, are we there yet? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at this. Pelotas on the nose. So, I'm not even going to switch to nav 2 here. I'm just going to go from standby to active, put Pelotas in active. Boom, there it is. And my active went to standby. They just swapped. And now I have Pelotas on the nose. So now both needles are showing Pelotas because both nav 1 is set to 1133 and nav 2 is set to 1133. There we go. So now I'm 127 miles from it. I am pretty much on that same exact radio. So I have to reset my gyro pilot though. You have to go back to gyro pilot and then back to localizer, otherwise it won't follow the new radio. It is slightly to the left and it's going to go hunt for that, and that's about it. And now I have at least about 31 minutes to go before we get over Pelotas. So we have time for some celestial navigation. Yeah, Sinbad. Hello, sir. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okie dokies. Okie dokies,
Information
shinokis.
Yankee just resubscribed for 3 months. Navy Land sub gifted a tier 1 sub to Information Yankee.
Okay, so we're going to start with a awesome military 14-minute video on celestial navigation. You're not going to understand every single thing. That's fine. That's fine. It's just a kind of a primer. All right? Marius, what's up, dude? 2 months, 1 month streak already, right? Yeah. With a prime sub. Thank you very much, Marius. I appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for being here. Okay, so let's kill the music and cue the video. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Are you guys ready? Yeah, so celestial navigation, by the way, is going to be a topic exactly like that. You have to sometimes like hit it multiple times before it makes sense, before you can actually like, oh, I get it, right? That eureka moment. You have to wait. It's normal, okay? It's normal. A concept like this takes sometimes several goes at it before it starts to make sense to you. Fair? Just approach it with that attitude. Approach it with that attitude and you're going to be successful. 22 subs in the level 5 hype train. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate that. All right. Choo choo indeed, Blue Mana. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Mountain Man. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. We'll put down the aircraft sound a bit too. I'm gonna try and do the volume to be about the same volume as my voice, okay? Yeah, of course, Arrow. Of course.
To be useful to the aerial navigator, positions located on the celestial sphere must
Can
be
you guys hear that?
transferred to the Earth.
Okay. Oh yeah, Cold. We're gonna use the real thing. Sound is perfect. Okay.
The relationship between the observer's position on the Earth and his zenith on the celestial sphere has already been demonstrated.
Well, not for us, but don't worry.
Similarly, a relationship exists between a body on the celestial sphere
Nice to
and
go.
the point on the Earth directly beneath it. This point is called the geographical position, or GP, of the particular celestial body.
Okay, so basically, it's a simple concept, right? But again, it's not sometimes easy to grasp it the first time you hear it. imagine, just imagine, and by the way, for a while, a lot of humans actually thought this was reality, that we here on Earth are sitting on this sphere, and all of the stars that you see, everything you see out in the sky, is basically all painted on a big sphere like this, right? A glass sphere, if you will, that exists bigger than the Earth, and it rotates around the Earth, and that's how we see stars moving. Yeah, I saw that, pilot. Yeah, some still believe it, that's right. Right? So, but you have to imagine it that way to make the concept click. Because once you do, once you imagine that every single star, everything, all galaxies, everything you see, the moon, everything you see, is painted on this glass sphere around the Earth, then it means that the zenith of any of those stars is basically a straight line from that star to the center of the Earth. And wherever that crosses on the surface, that is called the zenith of that celestial body. Right? Obviously, we know this isn't reality, but it doesn't matter. Because you can pick a body that's outside of the sphere and still do a straight line between that and the center of the Earth, and that's going to be the zenith. It just makes it easier to understand if you think about a sphere like this. Right?
It is the point which, at a given instant, has that body at its zenith.
Zenith, by the way, is a term for 90 degrees straight up. So if you're sitting on the ground right here, and you look 90 degrees straight up, you're going to see that body. That body is on your zenith.
If a body's geographical position is known, its meridian on the Earth is also known.
And by the way, meridian here means longitude, right? Here's England. So what he's going to explain this. He's going to talk about it. But when you see meridian like this, when you see a line like this, it's a line of longitude. They just want to know how many degrees off that is from the center, which is Greenwich, right?
Using this meridian and the Greenwich meridian, which is the zero meridian for longitude, the Greenwich hour angle, or GHA for the particular body, can be measured. It is the angle at the pole between the meridian of a celestial body and the Greenwich meridian. It is measured to the west through 360 degrees.
Okay.
Another type of hour angle, which was discussed in connection with the celestial sphere, can also be represented on the Earth.
They get a little ahead of themselves here.
Between the observer's meridian and the meridian of the celestial body.
Also, one of the things that they do wrong here is they're giving you examples, right? But when they give you a different example like this, they've moved the GP, the geographical position of that original example. Look, the original example had the geographical position over here off the coast of Brazil, right? Then, now they're talking about a different concept. But they could have easily used that same GP down here for this example, and they didn't, which starts to make things confusing. So, first of all, get that through your head, right? Right? Hey, Dazzle, what's up, man? How's it going? Okay. So, remember that the difference in angle between Greenwich is always going to be 0, right? Even to this day, in every map, Greenwich is 0. And the geographical position, the meridian, the longitude over which that point is at, is called GHA, Greenwich, because it's a reference to Greenwich, hour angle. Okay?
Ulander just resubscribed for
Ooh,
9
Andre.
months. Have a
Whoa.
great flight.
Thanks, buddy. 9 months. Let's go. Another Twitch baby. People are having Twitch babies all over. I know, right, Scrivey? Where's the sound?
Hour angle,
There we go.
which was discussed in connection with the celestial sphere, can also be represented on the Earth. It is the angle at the pole between the observer's meridian and the meridian of the celestial body.
So same thing, right? It's just a difference in angles between where you are and where the body... So remember, that star that's on that sphere, its line between it and the center of the Earth crosses the surface right there, right? It's the line at which that body happens to be 90 degrees over, or exactly overhead. Okay? And you'll see why we need to figure out that. But that's just another called another hour angle.
To distinguish it from other types of hour angles, it is called local hour angle, or LHA.
This we're going to use a lot in celestial navigation, right? Because often, if you're here, look, the observer's meridian, it's because I'm somewhere on this line. Let's say that I'm over here in California somewhere, right? Or in Baja, whatever. Okay. Well, most of the time, when you're going to observe a celestial body, be it the moon, be it the sun, be it a planet or a star, they're not going to be exactly above you, right? They're not. They're going to be somewhere off 90 degrees up. Okay. So that means that that celestial body, though, is exactly overhead somewhere else on the Earth. Does that make sense, guys? Stop and make sure that that makes sense. Right? Think about that. If Mars happens to be exactly over Florida right now, let's just say that it is, people in Florida are going to look 90 degrees straight up, and they're going to see Mars straight above their heads. Okay. But if you're not in Florida, if you're in California, and you look up and you see Mars, it's not going to be 90 degrees up, right? Because you are on a sphere and you've rotated your way around to be in California. So straight up for you is now different than straight up for people in Florida, right? Think about a beach ball. Think about you standing on that beach ball over here at the top, where let's call it Florida is. Straight up is that way. As you move along the ball, straight up becomes something else, right? So whatever is straight up above Florida, if you're over here, is going to be at an angle, not straight up. Does that make sense? Let's take a break there and make sure that makes sense. In the meantime, we'll have a quick gander, see how things are going here. We got 22 minutes to go. We got some pretty good looking engines so far. Yeah, everything is looking pretty good. Hey, Nicky, what's up, man? Or Nick. Maybe it's just Nicky95. Yeah. What's up, Nick? How's it going, buddy? This is flat earth logic. Yes, Defiance. That is all based on zenith. That's the straight up. Straight up, zenith is 90 degrees above your head, wherever you are. So, zenith on a sphere, right? If you're up here, zenith is that way. If you're over here, zenith is that way. If you're over here, zenith is that way. Right? Okay, it's Nick. Perfect. Got it. Thanks, man. Big guy. Oh, boy. All right. Are you guys with me? All makes sense. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Christopher. Right. So, by the way, thanks for the follows there, Gabe. And Jungly Sim. Appreciate that. And UFO. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Okay, so all that this means here, guys, when you have a local hour angle, right, it means that whatever you're observing isn't exactly above your head. Because if it is, your local hour angle is 0. There is no difference between where you are and where that body is, right? But like I said, 99.9% of the time, that's not going to be the case. You're going to be somewhere, like here in California. The body is going to be over somewhere else on the Earth, in this case here over Florida. And so for you, the body's not straight up, right? You've moved along from Florida along to California on that sphere. So for you, the body up here is going to be at an angle. Okay. Okay. Sawyer, I'll take any link you can, buddy. If you can drop that stuff in stream links, I'd eat it up. All right, let's keep going and see how this goes.
It is found by combining Greenwich hour angle and the navigator's longitude. The Air Almanac is consulted to get the Greenwich hour angle of the observed celestial body.
Ah, so very important thing here that they simplified a lot, but that's good. This almanac, right? Because then you say, okay, cool, I understand the concept, Fabio, I understand the concept. But when you talk about, you know, where I am versus where the body is, whatever that body is, Mars, a star, doesn't matter, right? How am I going to know where that point is? Because if I look in the sky, I can find the moon, I can find Mars, I may even be able to find some stars. Right, but how do, you know, if they're not straight up, that's easy to see if they're not at my zenith, how do I know where they're going to be over? You use the almanac. This almanac right here has all the celestial bodies you want and their Greenwich hour angle, their GHA, right? The Greenwich, basically where on the Earth they are for every date, every hour, minute, and second of many, many decades. Starting to make sense, right?
The observed celestial body.
Thank you, Sor. Oh, I have that one too. I haven't watched that one yet, but I have that one in my celestial navigation queue.
Reckoning, the navigator determines his longitude fairly accurately. The Greenwich hour angle of a celestial body represents the longitude of its geographical position, and the observer's longitude represents his angular distance from the Greenwich meridian.
Now they put the observer east of where the body was. Remember, before we were in California. No reason to confuse people with different examples like this. This should all follow the same example. Just saying.
Local hour angle is obtained when Greenwich hour angle and longitude are added or subtracted.
Right, so basically they're saying this. Hey, you're flying along. You should know your longitude. Should, because of that dead reckoning that we just did here, right? And basically that's just, hey man, I departed from Dakar here and I flew west at, you know, estimated 243 knots and I flew for 2 hours. Therefore, I'm at this far, so I'm at this longitude. Okay, great. And you look at the table and you say, where's Mars right now? And it's going to say, well, the GP for Mars, or the Greenwich hour angle for Mars, is this much. And so what they're saying here is, hey, you look at the table to get this. Your dead reckoning gives you this. The difference between these two is the LAJ. That's what they're saying, right? Yes, exactly. Pedro is saying that Shackleton, who went to Antarctica, right, and Georgia, in a dinghy to save his crew. It was an amazing story. South is the name of the book. It's an amazing story. But one of the most important things for them is not to lose the almanac, that book, because if you lose that book, you can't do celestial navigation. Right? Okay, cool. Let's keep going.
In the example, the navigator's longitude is subtracted from the body's Greenwich hour angle.
And again, you might be thinking like, okay, dude, I understand these lines and concepts, but what does that mean? Don't worry. This will become useful later. Just make sure you're getting these concepts.
In this example, the navigator's longitude is added to the Greenwich hour angle. Local hour angle shows, in terms of longitude, the relation between the navigator and the body he is observing.
Again, they don't do a good job explaining why are we adding now instead of subtracting. Well, because the longitude of the observer now is past Greenwich, right? Remember, Greenwich is 0, and you've heard it in the beginning that we count 360 degrees going that way, going west, right? So if you are over here and you want to find out how many degrees between your line and the line of the body, well then yeah, you have to take your longitude, which is say whatever, 10 degrees, plus the 12 degrees on this side. You know, now you have to start imagining spatially how this whole thing works to know what you're going to add and subtract.
Zenith distance shows the same relation, but differently. It is the great circle distance from a body's geographical position to the observer's position.
This is a bit different.
It is an angular distance on the celestial sphere having a corresponding linear value
Exactly,
on the Earth,
cold.
and is computed from the altitude. The angle between the
Yes,
horizon
friend
and
to
the
all. Sorry, but yes, friend to all. It's just, sorry to interrupt, but it's a fascinating thing. Is there an automated tool that has a star camera and almanac built in? This would be a backup GPS. Yes. You know who uses it? Well, started with the SR-71. They had an automatic star tracker. Yeah, started with the SR-71. You know who uses it today? Who uses it today? No, not the ISS. I mean, they do. They do. I won't be. But that's a completely different type of navigation. They're not flying from A to B. That's right, 777, the B2. The B2 has an auto star tracker. It is, by the way, the same star tracker as the SR-71, just a more evolved version of it. Yep. All right, let me go back a couple here.
The angle between the horizon and the line from the center of the Earth to the observer's zenith is always 90 degrees.
Right? We talked about this. This is your zenith.
Since light from a star at an infinite distance always strikes the Earth with parallel rays, its altitude or angle with respect to the observer is always the same, whether he is above the Earth, on its surface, or theoretically at its center.
What that means is that in flight, we can use the same tables as we do on the surface in ships.
In this particular case, the altitude is 60
The B-52
degrees.
also. Nice.
Therefore, the angular value of the zenith distance is 30 degrees, or the complement of the altitude. 90 degrees minus the altitude always equals the zenith distance.
Not something we're going to use very much, zenith
minutes in
distance,
30
I believe.
degrees, and each minute equals a mile. The linear value of the zenith distance in this example is 1,800 miles.
Okay, so they're doing some quick calculations here to say that, look, if the body that you're observing is 30 degrees offset from your vertical, right? You look and it's coming from over there. So you measure and say, okay, that's 30 degrees. Okay, then they can estimate how many miles the point over the Earth that gives you the zenith of that body is from where you are right now. Again, I don't know that we're going to use this a lot in celestial navigation, but there's a little formula to do that. Yeah, Marcus, as a matter of fact, yes, with an original timetable from 1950. Look at that. They went all over the world, man, including South America. Yep. Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. All right. Yeah, don't worry too much about this part right here, Cold, or anybody else.
An important conception for the navigator is the circle of position.
There we go.
It is still another way of showing the relationship between the observer's position and the geographical position of the celestial body being observed. Zenith distance is the radius of this circle.
Okay, so here I think we have to use the concept that Electron Volt, the guy that created the tool that we're going to use for celestial navigation in the sim, he's awesome. It was him and some other folks too, right? But let me show you this. Let me show you this. He does an amazing job introducing a concept that they're about to talk about in this video, right? And so I want to use his video instead for that concept. I think he does a really, really good job. All right, so here we go. Okay, here we go.
Now, how does it work? A sextant basically measures an angle between the horizontal plane and a body in the sky, in this case the sun. That's all it does. It measures an angle, in this case 53 degrees and a bit, how high the sun is.
Watch
up.
what's coming up.
To understand this,
Right here.
picture yourself standing near a light bulb. And if you measure the angle to the light bulb and you know where it is directly, overhead, you can figure out that you're in a circle around it. A lower angle means you're farther away.
Okay, so
Now
think about that again. Right? If you're in a infinite plane, right? And you have a way to measure the angle that that light bulb is from your horizontal. That's what you're doing, right? Then you can use trigonometry to determine how far you are from the lamp. Everybody with me? We don't have to do the trig, Chris. The trig is already done for us in those almanacs, right? Augie, come on, dude. Okay. Okay. Right? If I'm closer to the light, the angle is higher. All the way until I get under the light, what's the angle? What's the angle to the light if I'm under the light? Yep. That's right, Cold. Exactly. 90, right? The light is 90 degrees above me. Okay. And if I were to go infinitely far, to the point where the light and the ground almost look the same to me, because I'm so far, then the angle is pretty much 0. Right? Yeah, exactly. Under the light is 90. So, look, this right here looks like, I don't know, maybe 45. You get closer, this looks like 60. Right? Closer and closer and closer, all of a sudden, 90. Okay, cool. Cool. But knowing the angle doesn't tell you where you are. The only thing that you know by knowing the angle is how far you're going to be by, yes, doing trigonometry, but we don't have to do it. That's already been done for us in those tables. But by doing this, by solving this right here, this triangle, we can find out this distance, right? But knowing the distance doesn't tell you where you are. It tells you that you are on a circle, because anywhere around this circle will give you the same angle up to the light. See what I'm saying? Or see what electron volt is saying. Here's the other one, right? The 45 degree, whatever. Anywhere around the red circle, you're going to have 45 degrees to the light. Right? Augie. Right? So, finding the angle is only one of the things that we need to do in celestial navigation. There is more stuff to do for us to determine where we are. Because the angle will not tell us where we are. The angle will tell us we are along a circle over the surface of wherever we are. The Earth, in a room, whatever it is. So now, let's watch what he says.
A lower angle means you're farther away. Now, on a 3D Earth, things are different. The Earth is curved. The sun moves, the Earth rotates, and the airplane flies. And this makes it all so much more difficult in the number crunching part.
Than being in a room, right?
But
okay, so we'll get back to this video. Let's go and continue watching this. But now you know what this circle means. The circle means that I got an altitude, an angle, to whatever I was measuring. But all that's good for is to tell me that, hey, if you know where that is on the Earth, and I do because I have that almanac, the almanac tells me for this day and time, right? The star that you're looking at is over this part of the Earth, this geographical point. Then I say, okay, if I know that point and then I measure my angle, I know I'm somewhere on the circle. So now it's getting better. I'm starting to figure out where I am on the Earth, but I'm not there just yet, right? Hey, let's check where we are. Probably a good idea. All right, it's still 5 minutes. So let's load up. Let's look at what the next leg is going to be. Next leg after Pelotas is not an airway. It's a direct leg to Florianopolis. So first of all, let's load Florianopolis on. 113.4. Only one decimal off. 113.4. So I'm going to do this. Go 4. Put it back. Over here, I have to change it to 113.4. Get it ready. Okay, cool. And the other thing I need to do is I need to figure out what radio that's going to be, right? So I don't have that here because it's not an airway, and unfortunately, Navigraph doesn't tell you bearings as far as I know. Nope, it tells you distance, but not a bearing. Okay, so what we do instead is we go to SkyVector, because we have this in SkyVector too, don't we? And there we go. Between this VOR and that VOR, it's going to be 054. Okay, so 054 is going to be the radio that we're going to put in right over here after we fly through Pilotas. Augie. Actually, it's funny. I watched From Dusk Till Dawn with Abby the other day. She had never seen it, right? And it's such an odd movie because it starts one way and, you know, then takes a big twist. And we didn't finish because she's not into gory stuff. And I mean, it gets very, very gory, right? But it was really interesting to see her reactions to everything. Yeah, that's right, Gold. Correct. We're going to continue here in a second. Continue talking about celestial navigation and how you do it, right? I just want to make sure I get the crossover done properly. By the way, hey, hello, Brazil. Hello, Brazil. We're coming from Uruguay. Lot of good farmland down there. Lot of good farmland. Let's see here. Okay. So I think the coast, yeah, I was going to say, I think the coast is coming in from over there to here. Pretty closed up, though. A lot of clouds. Can't see much. Used to be rainforest. That's right. Excellent barbecue. Excellent barbecue. Pretty good looking women. That is true. That is true. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch to gyro pilot. And she's going to keep on flying straight, right? But she's not going to hunt as we get closer and closer and more sensitive area of the VOR. She's not going to hunt. We're going to set 054 as my next one. There it is, right? And as I get close to the VOR, I'm manually going to steer myself over the VOR. And then on the other side, I can switch back to localizer and she's going to pick up the 054 just fine. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. 2 minutes to go, 6 miles. Because it's slant range, because it's not just horizontal range, it's actually how quickly we're approaching the station. When we're far away, the altitude doesn't matter that much, right? We're coming in at the station. But as we get closer, the relative velocity gets slower and slower. When we're over the VOR, there's basically our velocity is going to fall down to 0, right? Because there's no change of distance. That's how this DME is figuring out our ground speed, is it's measuring our distance and the change of that distance over time. For a fraction of a second as we fly over the VOR, there's no change of distance. We're just over the VOR. And so that distance or that ground speed will go back to 0. Yeah, that's right, looping. So at 13,000 feet, this should go back to just over 2 miles. It depends on the altitude of the VOR down there too. It could be on a mountain or something like that. So we'll see, but should be just under 2. Sorry, over 2. It's still very much on the nose, so it looks like we are going to fly right over it. We're going to watch the needle here. There it is. Getting more and more sensitive. Speed is down to 114. 2.4. It doesn't update like super high frequency or high rate, so it could be that it misses. There we go. Over the VOR. 2.2. I'm going to do a slight turn. 2054 with the wind, and that's good. VOR is back on. She's coming in nicely, and now we're going to start getting ground speed once again. So now I'm going to go to localizer. She's going to hunt because it is a little bit to the right, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, really, Blue Mana? To my west, huh? I don't see you, buddy. I don't see you. Okay, cool. So that was successful. We have the next VOR. Now, one of the things we have to remember is this next leg is a little longer, 313. So we're going to lose one VOR at 130 miles out, right? That's going to leave us with 183 miles to go. So for 53 miles, we're not going to have VORs. I mean, we could tune other VORs, but I'm not concerned about it. I'm just going to keep on flying whatever heading we have then. And then we're going to pick up the next VOR here, Florianopolis. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Oh, somebody right ahead of me. Nice. Noise. Oh, weird, Blue. Yeah. It is funny that way. Augie, that's funny. How to determine which star you're looking at? They may not have labels like MSFS. That's right. You're correct about that. So how do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do it? I'm gonna try and show you a couple of charts here that I have. Okay. Here we go. All right. So, first off, by the way, this is all from the Army Air Forces Training Command Air Navigation book. This is the book that every navigator in World War II had to study to become a navigator before going to the war. Right? So, comes with star maps. So it tells you the constellations, right? Some of the major stars, the ones you're going to be using. You don't use every single star out there. You use the ones that are more easy to see, right? Hello. And here's another one. This one actually has, hold on a second. There we go. And I think it has a few pages. And look, they're kind of telling you, I actually don't know what these arrows are, so stand fast. We'll learn what these are. Yeah, cool. We're going to learn all this, man. We're going to learn all of this. All of this. All right, cool. Let's keep watching our video, shall we? All right, here we go.
This navigational aid can be illustrated easily. The top of the pole represents a star under observation. The base of the pole represents the geographical position of that star. The length of tape along the ground represents the zenith distance. To see the top of the pole or the star always at the same angle or altitude, the observer must stay on a circle.
Right? All the same angle. Right?
If the radius is lengthened, the altitude or angle of observation is decreased.
He's got a smaller angle now to that star. Okay, making sense, making sense.
The altitude is increased.
It's pretty awesome, right, Cold?
The navigator's circle of position, however, is on a much larger scale. To repeat, its center is the observed celestial body's geographical position, and its radius is the zenith distance between the geographical position and the observer's position.
Right. It was the bottom tape.
Obviously, an observer at any point on the circle will observe the same celestial body at the same altitude.
So, measuring your angle to the star isn't sufficient. It's just the beginning. It gives you a circle. But where on that circle are you? You could be anywhere. That too, Flying Waffle. But the tables do all that for us. Remember, guys, this had to be done by thousands and thousands and thousands of brand new young kids that became navigators during the war. So they had to dumb it down, right? You didn't have to have a PhD in physics or mathematics to be able to do this.
Therefore, an altitude, say, of 62 degrees and 33 minutes for a particular celestial body must be secured from any point on a definite circle.
Sorry, this is as loud as it gets.
But the question that confronts the navigator is, at what particular point am I?
Right. Right? So now let's figure out how to do that.
To answer this, he constructs another circle of position for another body observed at the same time.
Oh.
He can be on both circles at only 2 points.
Oh. Brilliant. Brilliant, right? Hey, hello, kitty. Hello. I look at a different star, different body. It's going to be a different angle. It's going to give me a different circle. Because its GP, its geographical position, is also different. So that circle is going to be somewhere else. Where the circles intersect are the only possible positions I can be. right? I can be at either of these, but I mean, by then I should know, like, hey, dude, did you take off from Florida and fly southwest? Because then you're over here, not up here. So then my dead reckoning is going to come in and I can say, ah, okay, there's no way I'm up in Canada. I took off from Florida and went southwest, so I'm down here. Okay.
The two intersections of the circles are normally so far apart that one may be disregarded because it is obviously incorrect according to his dead reckoning.
Haha. Yes,
If
correct,
globes of
friend.
suitable size and accuracy could be carried in airplanes, celestial navigation could be simplified by drawing circles of position directly on the globe. But this is out of the question because the navigator must work with maps which represent only a fraction of the Earth's surface.
Right. Hey, baby. Hello.
Instead of unwieldy circles of position, he uses minute parts of circles of position. So minute that they are assumed to be straight, without appreciable error. Each of these is called a line of position, or LP.
Very, very critical and very used term and item, thing, object in celestial navigation, line of position. Every time that you take what's called a sextant shot, when you measure the altitude of a star, of a body, right? The end result is going to be a line of position. Once you're all done with everything that we're going to learn how to do, you're going to end up with a line of position, right? Now, you can be anywhere on that line because that line is not really a line. That line is a segment of that big circle, right? But again, because of dead reckoning, you know that, hey, man, I'm going to be somewhere over Pennsylvania. So you don't draw the rest of the circle, right? You just draw that little piece. And because it's such a minute piece, you draw it as a straight line. Nice, Limelight. That's awesome, man. Hey, Toaster. That's great, dude. Appreciate that. Yeah, she likes it. She likes when I talk, I think. So, then what's this other one? Well, it's another circle, right? Remember, we saw two circles, and that's where they intersect. So you get a line of position from one, get a line of position from the other. Where they cross, that's where you are. Now, obviously, we're going to have a little bit of error here and there. But again, you know that you're not over Western Pennsylvania. As a matter of fact, you can be accurate within like 5 or 10 miles, which sounds like a lot for us that fly GPS and we're so used to like, you know, you're not even 100 meters off. But using the stars and being 5 to 10 miles off, man, that's great. And flying to an island, you know, as long as you get there with daylight, you're going to be able to see it, right? There you go, Sinbad. 5 to 10 miles is pretty much guaranteed, right? But you can get better if you're lucky, if you make good shots, right? And depending on the geometry of where you are, the bodies that you're using, you can get much better accuracy than that. All right, let's keep going.
And the intersection of two of them gives the navigator a fixed or definite position on a map. A third line of position, based on a third celestial body, may be added to get an additional check.
Okay, so now, if you get a third line of position, which is common, if you can, you always do 3 like this. Where do you think you are? We have one line of position here, we have another line of position here, and then we have a third line of position here. Where can we possibly be? Yeah, Sower, we're gonna learn the landfall procedure too for islands. I assume you're invading Germany. Yes, in the triangle, somewhere inside that triangle. That's right.
Formerly, the plotting of lines of position depended upon Bowditch's fairly lengthy mathematical solution of the astronomical triangle.
So, somebody said, how did Colombo do this? Because they used stars, right? They didn't have almanacs. I mean, they were starting to work on those, to be honest, back then already. Because they realized, they're like, man, we can do all this math ahead of time. Just give them tables, and then anyone can do this. But the navigators back then had to know how to do
Bowditch's fairly
what he
lengthy
just said.
mathematical
Listen.
solution of the astronomical triangle.
Astronomical triangles. You had to know how to do all the math yourself to figure this out. Pretty amazing stuff.
The vertices of this triangle are at the nearer pole, the observed body's geographical position, and the observer's position.
That's what these tables are actually doing.
It was solved by substituting assumed values for any 3 of the 5 values involved in the triangle.
Good thing we have tables. Good thing we have tables.
Today, however,
Hey, Teddy.
the labor required to solve this triangle
Yes.
has been tremendously reduced.
See?
It is now largely a routine procedure involving several index tables of pre-computed data from which values are entered on a standardized form.
I love how long these breaks are in between the guy talking. You can't do that with movies nowadays. People's attention span isn't long enough. Oh my god, Toaster, doesn't it? Doesn't it? This is remarkable how long they're showing him doing the math.
In actual practice, the navigator
Yeah,
begins
Blue.
with an assumed position. This may be the dead reckoning position, at which he would be if all factors influencing the flight of his airplane have been compensated for, or it may be a position close to and on either side of the dead reckoning position.
Puggles, what's up, man? Thanks for the follow.
Using the Greenwich hour angle of the observed body and the longitude of the assumed position, the navigator determines local hour angle.
So, this is very, very important concept. I think they're going to talk a lot more about it. But the way that you do this, celestial navigation, right? You don't have a way that just spits out your answer. Here's what I'm trying to explain. The only way to do celestial navigation is not by saying, oh, let's just measure some stuff, and then I put it in a table and it spits out my answer. That's not how it works. Not how it works, all right? Here's how it works. You start with what's called an assumed position. You guess a latitude and longitude of where you are, all right? And it is a guess. It's an educated guess, because you have dead reckoning, you know when you took off, how far you were flying, so you know, your flight planning normally will give you all these things, right? But you're going to have this estimated position. Assumed position is the term. Assumed position. Okay? Then you do the calculations. And what the return is going to be is, hey, you dummy, you're not at that assumed position. As a matter of fact, you are off this many miles, right, in this direction. See what I'm saying? But the only way to get the math to work is to input an assumed position. You can't start with no position. You have to say, I think I'm here. Now let's run the numbers. And now let's see what kind of difference I get from where I actually am to where I thought I was. Pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting. Okay, that's why in his longitude here, he's inputting his assumed position longitude. He's not at 90 degrees and 0 minutes exactly. He's not. Nobody is. Or if you are, you're there for only a fraction of a second, right? Because you're moving in an aircraft. But he needs to input something, an assumed position to make the calculation work. And in that case, because you're going to be subtracting from a broken number, not a broken, but not a whole like in tens numbers, right? Because typically the Greenwich hour angle of whatever you're observing is going to be a broken whatever it is, broken number, broken into like 1, 4, 9, 6, something. Then you input a whole number here to make the math, because you have to subtract or add, you're going to have to do some math here, make the math easier. So that's why you see for his assumed position a longitude of 90 exactly, perfectly. Because he's just being a lazy human and making his mathematics a little easier, considering he can pick whatever he wants for his assumed position with some reasonable common sense in there. Yes, exactly, Mr. 90. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. No, it's the same. He's not using the correct syntax here, right? This should have been 06. He just missed the 0 here.
With this value, he enters a set of logarithmic tables and computes what the azimuth and altitude of the observed celestial body would be had it been observed from the assumed position.
And that right there is celestial navigation. That's it. That's it. So, you're like, come on, dude. No, that's really it. So here's what you do. You say, hey, I think I'm at 90 degrees west longitude, right? And the book says, okay, what body are you looking at? Ah, I'm looking at Mars. Okay. So, for the time and date that you are at, if you were at longitude 90 exactly, here is the height of Mars. Here is the height of Mars. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, man, hold on. I got that freeze again. I know the stream is still going. I know the stream is still going. Oh, getting it back? No, maybe not. Hold on. And wage, yes, I will repeat as soon as I gain control back of my computer. This is a Windows 11 thing. Apparently Alt-Tab helps it, but I did an Alt-Tab. Got it back for a second. Now it's gone again. Hang on a second. We'll get it back. We got it back before. We'll get it back again. Hang on a second. I'm going on my phone to make sure stream is still going for you guys in on chat. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so we don't see Edge, just the sim. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you see me. Okay, cool. Alright, so it probably is just Edge. So I'm trying to Alt-Tab into something else. Hey, Fabio, my phone. Hey, Peter, what's up, man? Hold up. Yay. Nothing yet. I'm Alt-Tabbing like a maniac. Oh, blue. Yes, believe it or not, I find it better than Chrome nowadays. Believe it or not. The phoning, Fabio. Maybe Control-Shift-Escape for process management? Maybe. And don't say Alt-F4. Come on, guys. I'm a fool, but I wasn't born last night. That's not the phrase. You know what I mean. It's I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. Okay. No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. De noche, pero no anoche. Okay. Yeah, let me try that. Control-Alt-Delete. Let's see. Task Manager. So once I go back to Task Manager, it freezes again. Okay, hold on. Task Manager again. Nope. Yeah, so when I go Control-Alt-Delete, the screen goes black and I get 5 options, right? Lock, switch user, sign out, change a password, Task Manager. And you can cancel out of that. So if I go, I have mouse control, I have a cursor, everything. When I click Task Manager, it goes back into my desktop. I have Task Manager open, but everything is frozen once again, including my cursor. Right? No, so cold. Edge is Chromium. It's the same base code as Chrome because that's open source. It's just a Microsoft flavor of Chromium. Can you Alt-Tab to use another desktop and pull the task manager into a second desktop window? So, 10-10, how do I Alt-Tab to use a new desktop? I don't know how to do that. Should I try switch user? Is that gonna end my tasks? No, right? No, right? By the way, is the sim still updating for you guys? Yeah, I think so, Cyberdemi. I hear the sim running. Yes is the answer. Switch user. Maybe that will do it. I don't know. Just trying something. On the Windows 11 taskbar, there's an icon of 2 squares. So I can't get to the taskbar, though. Yeah, no, I'm just in frozen. And I think it's Edge that's probably frozen. Okay. So, let me try switch user. Don't switch user, okay? Don't do it, okay? Okay? Alright. Will kill flight sim. Okay, cool. I'm assuming signing out is going to do the same. What about locking? Locking is going to do the same? No, Control Shift Escape isn't doing anything. It's still a frozen screen for me. Oh, left window key and tab will let you add a new desktop. Let's try that. Okay, left window and tab working. Let me do something here. I'm killing Edge. And we're back in business. We're back in business. Back in business. All right. All right. Hey, hey, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Arrow 141, left Windows key and tab. Nice, nice. I didn't even have to add a new desktop. It just opened up all the windows side by side and then everything was working. No, I don't think, well, I don't know if it was Edge. I mean, I killed Edge, but the other day this cleared. Remember this happened already once? And it cleared. Hey, Slarty, what's up, buddy? And thank you very much for gifting that one sub to Arrow. That's awesome. It cleared just on an Alt-Tab the other day. So I don't think it was any, you know, I didn't close any programs the other day. Let me run Edge again and see what happens. Arrow, that was awesome. Thanks, man. All right, all right, all right. So far, so good. So far, so good. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, back from vacation. That's right, Slarty. How did vacation go, man? Welcome back. Left window tab I saved a few times. That's awesome, Arrow. Thank you very much for that, man. Yeah, nice, Peter. I wouldn't have known. That's awesome. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. We gotta educate OBS once again for the MS Edge window. There it is. Come on, I already closed you. There's some pop-up windows they use in different apps. Like for example, changing. It's oh, okay. Odd. That's so odd. That's so odd. There it is, and okay. Hold on a second. Oh, man. My OBS isn't showing now. I hope the stream is going. I hope the stream is going. There it is. There it is. It's back. Yeah, it's just Windows 11 being Windows 11. Alright. Vacation was great. Nearby Hamburg. 2 hours drive on an island in the Baltic Sea. Not flying this year. Oh, I hear you, man. That's great, dude. Great that you had that vacation. And welcome back, sir. Oh, Bryce Allen, that sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Okay, cool. So, stream is 5x5. Woohoo! Let's go. We are enduring, aren't we? Okay, we're about 20 miles or about 5 minutes from losing Nav 1, and we're not expecting Nav 2. Remember, for a good 53 miles, so about 15 minutes or so, right? We're just gonna fly this heading, because look, this heading is actually a little to the right than what we need to be. 054 is the radio that we're on. The heading is 059. We have 5 degrees of right correction because of wind. Well, we're gonna keep that correction as we fly along because the wind's not gonna change drastically over 50 miles. Does that make sense? Oh, interesting, Kilo. Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know there was a 555. You know, because in aviation we say 5x5. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slarty with 20
There's
subs.
Navy just resubscribed for 2 months. Slarty
You guys are
underscore Bart
insane,
gifted
man.
a tier
The
1
support
sub to
is
There's Navy.
insane. Thanks, Slarty. Thank you very, very, very much, buddy. Unbelievable. 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 That's awesome. Peter Eats Pizza got one. There you go, buddy. Congrats, man.
Crompton 33 just
Yeah, me too,
resubscribed
Slarty.
for 2
Me
months.
too,
Slarty
buddy.
underscore Bart gifted
You know,
a tier
that-
1 sub to Crompton
The world
33.
keeps throwing curveballs. I keep hitting them. I keep hitting them. All right. Okay, so shall we attempt and continue this? We probably need to silence these alerts. There's quite a few of them. Quite a few of them. Peter, thanks for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Oh, Yaris, thank you very, very much for saying that.
Siegel
That's super
just
nice.
resubscribed for 2
Thank you.
months.
Thank
Slarty
you.
underscore Bart gifted a tier 1 sub to
Oh,
CDL.
CDL is here. Hey, CD, how's it going? You got a sub too, man. Let's go. All right. Let me mute these because it's going to be too many. Slarty, 20. Come on. All right, let's go. Celestial navigation. So, assumed position here was, yeah, sure. I'm around 90 degrees west. Okay.
With this value, he enters a set of logarithmic tables and computes what the azimuth and altitude of the observed celestial body would be had it been observed from the assumed position.
Okay, so that's it, right? You say, I think I'm at 90. You go in the book and you say, okay, if you were at 90, this is how high up it would be. You've measured it, and you say, oh, wait, that's not what I measured. I mean, it's close, but it's a little bit off. Well, yeah, because that's an assumed position. You weren't really at that position. So that little bit off on the measurement is what's going to tell you based on your assumed position being the anchor. That's why it's so important, because you're going to know from the assumed position how off are you in which direction. And that's how you find your position. Stop. Think. Let me know. Did that make sense? You pick a position that you're not really at, but you're close. You look up on the table, what would be the height of, say, Mars for that position, right? And then you measure your position. And if you got exactly that same, guess what? You were so lucky, you guessed your assumed position perfectly, right? But if it's not the same measurement, that means, well, you're not exactly at that assumed position. And with the difference in what it should have been and what it really was for you, you can then determine your distance from that assumed position. Breathe. Let's breathe. Let's think about this. As a matter of fact, quick intermission. I need a bathroom break. Quick intermission. Think about it. When I come back, I want to hear some questions. All right? Let's fly along for a little bit while I take a short, and I mean short, bathroom break. Set up a better camera though. Man, a lot of clouds, huh? It's that cold front that just moved through São Paulo. Behind it, there's a bunch of clouds. Rob Dobson. Alright guys, so I will be right back. Think about what we just learned, and when I get back, let's talk about it. Let's have some questions, some answers, and then we'll keep on going. This video is almost over, then we got another one to watch. Alright? See you in a little bit. Hey everybody, welcome back. Chair stream, best stream. Hey David, how are you, man?
We're in an argument, and I need a poll.
We have an argument going on, and Abby wants me to run a poll and see what you guys think. There we go. We're gonna stay on this heading. And let me switch here to Florianopolis. There we go. And of course, we're not receiving it yet, but we should be very close to this when we start receiving it. That's Quidipus says Abby wins. That's the answer to the poll. Abby wins.
Oh.
So
There we go. It's an interesting poll. We can give you the details, or we can just say Abby's choice or Fabio's choice. It's a personal poll. It's a very personal poll. But at this point, I don't want to... I want my answer so badly that I'm willing to let it rest in your hands, and I hope... Let me talk to them, please.
they can hear you. You want to sit here?
Nope, not anymore. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes, they need my charm so they can vote for me.
You don't need this.
Maybe I want this. He said I don't need this. Maybe I want this, okay? Okay, that was the chair, not a fart, but it sounded like a fart. I don't like these, they're so heavy. Okay. I mean, everyone is... Yes, have a baby. Don't put that on me. Hi, everyone. So... Ming, I've already gotten a couple of votes. I don't know why we have to even do this. Here's the thing.
Well, yeah, if you want to just go with that, that's fine.
I have to go meet with someone that I don't want to meet with. At 4:30, 4:15. Hi guys. Blue Mana Battery. I am not single. I actually am Fabio's part. I don't know if you're new here or if that was a joke, 'cause I really can't tell, but either way. I don't know who that is. And I have to go meet someone. I don't want to. I've already had to reschedule once. I can meet them tomorrow as well in the afternoon instead.
Or today.
Oh, I can't tomorrow afternoon. I have an eye appointment. I can reschedule to next week with this person. Shoot. So... Should we run a poll? Like, Fabio was telling me to keep my appointment and to just go. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. It hasn't been a fantastic morning. And I just don't want to. Get it over with. Is the person gonna even... If it's essential, go. If not, don't go. Ugh. Let's hear the issue. Oh, wait. Like, eyelash appointment, getting LASIK. No, I'm getting my prescription adjusted. Like an ophthalmology appointment. Meet with him when you feel ready. He knows what he's talking about, yeah. Get it over with, get it over with. You guys are really not on my side. Let's add in another little piece of information. It's my ex-husband. So... that throws in another wrench.
But that's why you should just get it done.
It's not a discomfort thing necessarily. I would see him frequently. But... don't go. That changes things, right? Are we doing a poll? We're gonna do a poll. Do you have that weird keyboard on? Do you mind typing it, please?
I can type.
Thank you. I'd prefer that. I don't like his mechanical keyboard. My nails are too long for it. They're not very long, but they're long enough to where I'm a slide typer. Get it over with. No, it's not on my mind. It's really not. We have to meet for 15 minutes for something, and that's it. And it's gonna be super easy. Actually, it'd be longer. It'd be like an hour and a half. That's a waste of... And I haven't spent time with Fabio today. That's why I want to stay home. Is so I can spend time with Fabio.
I still have quite a bit of flight to do.
Right, but I'm gonna go do school while you do this, and then when your stream's over, instead of me leaving to go meet my ex-husband, I can stay and hang out with you. Okay, let's start the poll. Let's go. Guys. And also, he did say, I will text to confirm. So when he texts to confirm, I can just say, no. Don't look at me with that disappointed face. I've had to deal with his ex all week already. Why do I want to go deal with mine? You know? Being honest. It's just not comfortable situations. Take Fabio with me, they said. Where are the results?
Hold on, people are still voting.
Vote, put your votes in. I'm not stressed about it. I'm not stressed at all about it. It's been put off for a while. I'm not stressed.
Divorce attorneys love this.
I know, right? I was thinking that too. No, see, we didn't have to use attorneys, so it didn't even matter. Like, it's nothing like that.
80% go.
You guys are so disrespectful and rude. The audacity of this community. Oh, I've already been so responsible today. Fine. Fine. Okay, Dustin just said I voted cancel just to make that clear. Okay. Alright, here we go. Well, I guess I'll be drinking a lot tonight, so. Thanks, guys. Have fun with Fabio, who I will get to see.
All right, I'll let her know when she's about to be out the door. All right, so how are we doing over here? Still no VOR? Okay. I didn't actually see what time it was that we lost contact. I could have estimated that because remember, 53 miles at about what are we doing? 4 miles a minute? Yeah. Right? So you calculate that, you get about 14, 13 minutes. So yeah, pretty soon we should be receiving Florianopolis. Bring back the babe. Yeah, Dalmatian, exactly. I wish I could, man. Wish I could, but hey, she's gotta go. She's gotta go meet. She's gotta go meet the ex. Oh, Joey. We've been talking. We have talked about it, right? We have talked about her learning to fly here on the sim. In the sim. Hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened yet. We've had a lot of change in our lives recently. For the last year and a half. Lots of different changes, but constantly just dealing with change. So we're slowly adding things back into our lives. Little turbulent, huh? Little turbulent. Look at that drop. Whoa, look at that. Pretty mountainous down there, huh? Pretty mountainous. Man, such a beautiful aircraft. Such a beautiful aircraft. Thanks, Colonel Jakes. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Ciao, Nemec. Come stai? Hey, thanks, 777. Yeah, we support each other a lot, man. We're a good team. We're a great team, actually. We talk about that all the time. Joey. I mean, I'm laughing because, hey, man, only you know the answer to that, right? Only you know the answer to that. All right, let's have a check. Let's have a check. So I already checked BMEP, so all pretty good. I checked fuel flow as soon as I got back here. That's giving us, 2150, yeah, which is what we want in RPMs. Stable at 31.5 inches. Beautiful temperatures on the cylinder heads. Carb is very cold because we're up high. Beautiful oil temperature, good oil pressure, good fuel pressure. Everything's looking great. You know, one thing we never checked was pressurization on the way up, right? So the cabin is currently at 2,900 feet, not even 3,000 feet. And that's as expected, right? The expected cabin here, look, pointing at 3,000 feet, so it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. That gives us a delta way below the maximum delta, so this plane can fly way higher and still hold a very, very decent cabin, because we're only at 4.2 right there, and we can go up to 5.8, 5.7, and both supercharger airflow rates in the green, both superchargers doing quite well. Okay, fuel is looking pretty good, somewhat even compared to what we left with. Everything else looking good. There's the hydraulic that in flight, you know, normal is there. We used some water for takeoff, so this is below full, which is again to be expected. Still got good temperature happening here from our cabin heater. Yeah, looking very good. What's the outside air temperature? Minus 15 still. Yeah, got a little warmer. It's minus 12. Yeah, Natalia, something like that. Something like that. More DCS, babe. She probably would have more fun in DCS, to be honest. Alright. So, we got Florianopolis, right? And we've had it for about 11 miles. We just weren't looking. And we're slightly off, but that's okay. She'll go grab it. So, just turn it on. Right? From gyropilot to localizer. And off we go. Who's going to capture it? Yeah, you know what? We can do this too. Turn off the hydraulic systems in flight. So our gear, our wipers, our flaps, because we don't need to use that stuff at cruise. And this right here is a bypass valve, and you open that valve and the pumps, they keep on pumping, but I'll show you. There we go. Hydraulic system. Okay, so I think there's another. Oh no, it's in another POH that I have. So it's not linked here, which makes it a little harder to see. That's what I was actually looking for, right? But what it is look. These are the, okay, so first of all, here's the reservoir, right? This yellow here is hydraulic fluid that's in a big hydraulic reservoir, and it's the fluid that's going to be pumped to power the hydraulic systems of the aircraft, right? Like any hydraulic system, it has a return, right? And so you see the return here at the top, because it's a closed system. It circulates hydraulic fluid, but the hydraulic fluid goes through the systems that it needs to go through and then gets returned to the reservoir, right? Cool. So in yellow here, you have the hydraulic fluid leaving the hydraulic reservoir. Why? Well, because of these guys right here. Look, this is an engine-driven hydraulic pump, and this is the other engine-driven hydraulic pump. Engines 2 and 3, the inboard engines, have hydraulic pumps mechanically connected to the engine. So if those engines are spinning, these hydraulic pumps are pumping, right? There's an emergency shutoff here. That's just a valve. Don't worry about this. To imagine how this system works, skip this in your mind. Don't worry about it. It's just a connection. There's check valves here to ensure that there's no hydraulic fluid coming back this way towards the pump, right? Kind of like a diode would be in an electrical circuit. All right, cool. And then it goes through a system bypass valve. This is the valve that I'm talking about when I look down over here. This right here is the hydraulic system bypass, right? This is this valve right here. That's why you see the drawing. When you turn this valve, I say turn it on, but in here it's labeled off. When you move it up, you open this valve. I guess it says off because you're turning hydraulic systems off. Because you open this valve, and all of that hydraulic fluid that was pumped by both engines flows back through this green line. That's the line I said that's not represented here, unfortunately. But you can see how it's broken up here and broken up there because really they're connected. And it returns all of that hydraulic fluid under pressure to the reservoir. And from here, it gets sucked out by the pumps again and goes through the check valves. It goes through this valve and comes back once again. And it just keeps circulating that way. You can't turn these pumps off. These pumps are mechanically connected to the engine. Can't turn them off, right? So there's always going to be hydraulic fluid circulating. But if the hydraulic fluid is going to be allowed to go beyond this valve or not is up to you in here. And in cruise, we turn it to the off position to turn hydraulic systems off. But really, it's to open this valve to allow all that to return. If you do this, right, nothing explodes, nothing, it's fine. But what's happening now is hydraulic fluid is passing this valve and going through the rest of this diagram here. And unfortunately, this is over 2 pages. That's why you see these 2 dashed red lines going off to the right, is because if I go to the next page, look, those are these lines over here. See that? If you see this line over here, it's going into here. So, what is this? This is simply a continuation of the hydraulic fluid going through another check valve. Okay, great. And it keeps going through, goes through, fills up 2 main pressure accumulators. Don't have to worry about those. We're just understanding how this powers systems. These aren't systems, so forget about them. So the pressure just keeps on coming. Another check valve. There's a bunch of check valves. Then here it hits a system pressure gauge. That system pressure gauge is this pressure gauge right there. That pressure right there is this gauge right here. So there's a pipe right behind here that's connected to the main hydraulic system. And this is going to then, in the next page, power the windshield wipers, right? And notice that it's red until it goes through the actuators, the hydraulic, however you want to call them, engines, motors, whatever, right? Kirk, dude, I missed that. 6 months, buddy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Kirk. I appreciate that very much, man. Thanks. Okay, red is hydraulic fluid going to power a system. It powers the system, in this case, the wipers. Once it comes out on the other side, it's green because it's going to be a return line to come back to the reservoir. That's how a hydraulic system works, right? A closed hydraulic system works that way. It pumps high pressure hydraulic fluid through some sort of hydraulic mechanism, right? That's going to turn something, move something, do whatever. And after it goes through, it returns into the reservoir that's going to feed the pump. And so the pump has basically an infinite amount of hydraulic fluid to go through. It can run forever. That's not really true because there's always tiny leaks and stuff like that, but the concept is that, right? Kirk, very true, and will do, hey Rock, what's up, dude? So, windshield wipers, which interesting, right, that they're hydraulics, but they are. Wing flaps, landing gear, nose wheel steering, yeah, and brakes, all controlled with hydraulics. All of these having return lines after they run through their systems. They come back into the reservoir, so the pumps keep on pumping. So right now, that's what's happening, right? Right now, I have the systems turned on by having this down. So hydraulic fluid is going through these systems. Now, is it actually traveling through? No. It only travels through when you move these actuators. I'm not using any of them. That's why they want you to turn it off, is because there's no reason to keep pressure in these lines that are not doing anything right now, because every time you apply pressure to something, well, first of all, when you turn pressure on and off, you're going to fatigue it, right? But second, under high pressure, you're more likely to have a leak. So why not turn off the high pressure for all these systems that you're not going to use in flight? You're not using the brakes, you're not using the nose wheel steering, you're not using the landing gear or the flaps. You may be using the windshield wipers, then you got to remember to turn the system back on, or systems in this case, because it's one valve that controls it all, right? One valve to rule them all. So if you need windshield wipers, you got to remember to turn it back on. But other than that, you open this valve by doing this, and now there's no pressure anymore. I mean, there is latent remaining pressure in those systems that's going to slowly bleed out, right? Because no system is perfect. And now it's being returned directly to the reservoir. As a matter of fact, let's see. Yeah, look, the pressure already bled off completely. Hold on, there. The pressure bled off completely, very quickly. All right, let's see what's happening here. 80 miles to go, 20 minutes. Okay, cool. How is the, oh, nice. Nice, we're going inland a little bit. A little more than I thought, actually. Let's have a look at the, have a look at our navigation. Okay, so Florianopolis is where we're going to. But look, yeah, it cuts inland. Right here, next to, Porto Alegre. Really? I guess so. No. Yeah, Porto Alegre, Canoas. You go inland a bit, and then you stay inland until you get to Florianopolis. Florianopolis should be on the nose by the water, so way up there. Do you guys see the blinking? My sim is blinking. Do you guys see that at all? Yeah, the wipers are hydraulic, Blue. Amazing, right? Wall of mod. No blinking. Okay. Must be, again, a Windows 11 thing. Whoa. Nice. Nice. Guys, I have the engines turned a bit down, right? I know they're beautiful, but I know it's also, they get, you know, it gets to be a lot. Look at the beach down there. Straight as an arrow. And don't forget, this is a new adventure that we just started, right? But we're gonna finish last leg, leg 8. Took 8 legs of our ferry flight, taking a Piper Turbo Arrow from, remember, from Florida all the way to Austria. We're currently in Rotterdam, and there's gonna be a giveaway. So this coming Monday at 1300 Zulu, we're gonna start leg 8, the last leg of the flight, from Rotterdam to Zam Al Zee, which is a beautiful place in real life and a beautiful place in the sim because there's a beautiful scenery for it, which we're going to use and give away to a lucky viewer this Monday. So, be sure to tune in. Ooh, Augie. So, this right here is a plane by PMDG. I would say they're up there, for sure. PMDG. I would say Just Flight makes a lot of good stuff. Now, when you buy stuff at Just Flight, understand Just Flight has two different types of products. They have products that they develop themselves, like the Turbo Arrow that we're using in our crossings. Those tend to be phenomenal, right? Everything they've released so far for Microsoft Flight Sim, which is 3 aircraft, has been phenomenal. And they have quite a few things coming up too. Then they're also a publisher for other developers. So for example, DC Designs, they do military aircraft, right? They have an F-15, now they have an F-14, the one that we previewed here. That's not Just Flight making those aircraft. Just Flight just sells those aircraft through their page, right? You can see that information when you look at the product information page. But what I mean is planes made by Just Flight, developed by Just Flight, like the Arrow, like a few aircraft that are coming up, I would say are a good bet to be at least worth having a very serious look at. PMDG, always worth having a look at. Then there's a few that I would say were, I would say would be worth it, but they're not here yet. They're not in Flight Sim just yet. They're still doing stuff for P3D. They're still doing stuff for X-Plane. We may or may not see them here. Who knows? We'll see. But when they arrive, then I would say, yeah, then consider these people too. But for now, I would say those are your sure bets. There's a bunch of others that are good, very good. But some don't have a reputation yet, so it's hard to recommend, right? Because maybe they have one great product and the second not so good. You know what I mean? They don't have a history of consistency. Others, I don't know, so I can't recommend. So yeah, I'm not saying don't only buy from the ones I'm saying, but I'm saying those are the ones I can recommend. Yeah, PMDG has an amazing support system. Scooter, do you mean like any from real life, or do you mean like from another sim that we want to see here? Yes, I am, friend. I've tested some of their planes here. Ah, Captain Crawley. FS Labs, that's a heavyweight developer right there too. Ah, you're on Xbox, yep. I watch F14, they come to Xbox. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Real life, like something that is not in it. Okay, Scooter, so good question. There's a lot of planes I'd like to see in here. Man, the blinking is getting pretty crazy here. I hope it's not blinking for you guys. So, and when I say I'd like to see it in here, I mean like a full-blown simulation, like a DC-6, like a Piper Arrow, right? Don't know yet. I mean, I've seen the videos, I've seen people talking about it. I haven't tested it yet, but from what I've seen, from what I've heard, the Phoenix Airbus is going to be very realistic. So when I say these are the aircraft I'd like to see, I'd like to see those aircraft in that kind of level, right? Because there's other aircraft maybe I want to see for the sim, and I wouldn't mind if they were much simpler, much less simulated, because it's more for this type of use or this type, you know what I mean? And then it doesn't matter as much. But for a plane that's going to be really well simulated, I would say any of the Boeing series, right, are just awesome, different aircraft. And that's one of the things you get with Boeing that you don't have with Airbus. Airbus, from the very beginning, had one instrument panel, and every single Airbus since, with, yeah, the A380 is a slight exception, but even then, all the way they show the information is the same. Was all one panel, all the same. Boeing never had that between different models, right? Boeing had one instrument panel for the 707, a different one for the 727, a different one for the 737, 100, 200, a different one for the 737, 300, 400, 500, 600, no, 500, a different one for the 600, 700, 800, 900, right, for the NG, then a different one for the MAX, then you have the 777, then you have the 767, 757, 747, all with different, all kinds of different interesting panels. So I'd love to see any of those, right? I'd love to see an amazing Airbus. I think Phoenix is, you know, perhaps delivering on that. I hope so. I would love to see more regional jets, right? I think having the excuse me, the CRJ is a great regional jet to have, but there are a lot of CRJs with more modern avionics that I think would be amazing for the sim. Stuff like the Embraer E series, right? The 170, 175, 190, 195. The E2s, the new ones that have modern panels. The C series that is now the Airbus 220, right? Which is a Bombardier sort of version of an Embraer 190. Those I think would be amazing to have, right? I'd love to have, and by the way, some of these we're gonna see. Some of these I know are in development, and we're gonna see in the sim. Not necessarily what I'm about to talk about. I've already talked about some, right? But I just remember that, like, I gotta remember that, hey, this is not just like, oh man, pie in the sky. No, some of the stuff is actually gonna happen. But some of the stuff that I'd love to see, because the sim caters so well to low and slow VFR flying, is some really historic aircraft, right? Some World War I airplanes, some between World War I, World War II planes. You know, that, because I mean, keep in mind, people at that time, right, in the 20s, were already trying to fly around the world. We're already trying to get to the North Pole, right? So having a sim where you can try that, you can do that with real weather, with you know, basically terrain where you can go anywhere that you could on the Earth, I think would be amazing, right? So look, at the end of the day, what do I want? I want everything, right? I want it all. But okay, so see, I can't stop, because I'm like, yeah, but you know what I want? I also want a Concorde, because I want to be able to fly from New York to Paris or New York to London real time on VATSIM with the Concorde, right? Oh, that would be amazing to imagine the Concorde with shared cockpit, right? Yeah, but Blue, imagine the Concorde with shared cockpit and you and another pilot and a flight engineer. Come on, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. So that's what I mean. What do I want, Scooter? Sorry, dude. I want everything, man. I want everything. Right? I'm sorry. It's my best go at answering that. Yeah, Colonel. Might as well throw the Millennium Falcon in there. Why not? Why not? All right, so we're back over a hard deck of clouds here. It's about to close up for good. So, last time we're going to see the ground for a while. All right. What are we, 10 minutes out? 8 minutes out. All right. So let's prepare again for the next leg, right? Here we go. So we're approaching Florianopolis. And remember, this was the 054. But then after, look, it looks like we're on an airway. Not really, though, because that airway, that airway is a GPS, RNAV, sorry, airway, right? It doesn't go to the VOR that we have here. So again, we're going to have to look at Sky Factor. All right, so here's Florianopolis. We're approaching. We're about 30 miles out. Next one is 050, and it's 322 nautical miles. So, again, this is a high VOR, that's a high VOR, that only gives us 260. So this time we have 62 miles that we're going to be outside of VOR coverage, doing 4 miles per hour. That's just over 15 minutes, right? Is that right? Yeah. So, okay, that's how long we expect to be out of coverage. We're going to be flying through some weather. I mean, that's the weather we're flying over right now, right? But what I mean is, look, the airports under us here, we're pretty much VFR. Now, airports that are close to us are starting to get closed up. Overcast 1500, scattered 2000, gets lower here. Overcast 1100 and 2000 visibility in Santos. This is where my dad was born, in the coastal city of Santos, right next to São Paulo in Brazil. Okay, looks like we have a new SIGMAT here, or AirMat. And it's for surface visibility and clouds from 10,000 to 900 feet. Okay. Okay. But then, let's see. Oh, here we go. So the weather now much more closed up. Look at this. So visibility, wind is 150 F4, not much wind, right? And we have runway 15, runway 15, Galileo, so perfect wind. But the visibility is 6,000, scattered clouds 900, overcast 3,000, temperature 21, QNH, or sorry, dew point 18, and QNH 1021. Okay, okay. This was from 1 hour and 1 minute ago, so pretty soon it's going to update, so we'll come back and look. We'll come back and look. Okay, so, all right, 5 minutes to go, 20 miles. And so remember, that's going to be the 050. 050. You have ice. Right now? Do I have ice? No. Huh. Huh. Okay. Everything looking pretty good. Edged. What does that mean? Blue. What does that mean? Okay, shall we attempt to finish the video? I think we should. Let me do the transition over the VOR here. And then we should continue the video, yeah? Or, hold on a second. Oh, no, it'll be done before I even fly over the VOR. So let's finish it real quick. Let's try that again.
Let us say that the results of this computation show the navigator that from the assumed position, the azimuth of the observed body is 130 degrees, and the altitude 30 degrees.
Okay, so azimuth is just that. It's how many degrees from north. Right, so you're flying along or you're in a boat, it doesn't matter. You're floating, doesn't matter. You spot a star and it's in that way, is the way you looked, right? So you say, okay, that's the azimuth is 130 degrees from north.
This information enables him to draw a line of position. However, by actual observation, he has found the altitude of the same celestial body to be 29 degrees and 54 minutes. Since the smaller the altitude, farther an observer is from the geographical position, the observer in this case is farther from the geographical position of the body than his assumed position is.
Okay. Interesting, Blue. Okay, thank you, man. And let's just quickly have a look. Yeah, I'm above the clouds for now, so I think I'm okay, but you never know. Look, by the way, there's Florianopolis down, well, should be down under my nose, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna go to gyro. There we go. All right, so real quick. Yeah, I guess it's gonna take longer because I'm stopping to talk about it, right? But still. Okay, so There we go. So this is the assumed position, right? You say, hey, I think I'm here. Whatever the longitude you guessed that was, or your dead reckoning, you took off from the United States, you started flying along after 3 hours, you say, I think I'm here. Great. That's your assumed position. Hello. All right. At this position that you think you are, you make a measurement and you say, hey, the star I'm looking at, the azimuth, the degrees from north was 130, and the altitude above the horizon was 30. Cool. All right. Well, then remember, you go into the tables, right? What do you look for in the table? The first thing you look for is you say, hey, if I was really at this position, so you look at this exact latitude and longitude, and you say, and I looked for this star, how high would the star be? And you think it's going to be 30 because you think you're in this position. But then the table says, nope, it should be, or sorry, in this case, it's the observed. So in this case, it's, sorry, they did the opposite. It should have been 30, but your observation was 29.54, right? Okay, so your observation wasn't perfect, wasn't 30. Why? Because it means you're not exactly at the assumed position. Then, this is the important part to understand. How do you know where you are from that assumed position when you're looking at a map like this? Well, if it's smaller than what you expected it was 30 degrees, right? If it's smaller than 30, would you have to be further back or closer to that star to make it smaller than you expected? Rock. Think about the geometry. Further away. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Now, later, you're going to learn how to find out how much further away. But for now, that's all you need to know is you need to be further away from where you thought you were in relation to the star. Because you're looking that way towards the star, that's the further away that you do from, right? Nothing else here. You look at that line, that arrow that pointed to the star you looked at, and the position that you thought you are now further away along that same direction but opposite, right? And now later we're going to learn to find out how much further away. That's how you determine where on the map you are with celestial navigation. Remember, I said all you do is you lie or you guess. You say, I think I'm here, and you say, I'm going to look at this star, I'm going to make a measurement, and before you make the measurement, or after, it doesn't really matter, you look at the tables, and the tables say, hey, if you were here, the star would have these numbers. And then you make your measurement and you find out, oh, whoa, it's different. Well, yeah, it's expected to be different because again, this was a guess, right? And this difference versus that is going to tell you which way to go and how far to go to put your position, your line of position. Guys, you just learned celestial navigation. We're now on the other side of the VOR for sure. Yes, 5.5 miles on the other side. So let me just do this. Let me just dial up 050. There it is. And I'll just turn the localizer on and let her go find it. Look, it's not that far from here, so it's not going to wave that much around, right? Okay. Another good chance to look at the engines. 145. 145. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Still about minus 16 outside. Oh, no, sorry. No, it's minus 12 or minus 13, but that's good. Okay, still 2150. Still about 31 and a half. Fuel flow about 500. Very good. Very, very good. All right, since we're doing this, we might as well just put the next VOR up there, right? So, looking at the next VOR, which is going to be this here. Taubaté. Interesting. I didn't know that this was going to be a high VOR, but I believe, look, I believe that's what, yeah, it says high. Okay. 112.6. 112.6. So let's put that in the standby here. 1126. And put it in the active over here. So I'm just going to do this because it's easier to get there, and boom, 112.6. Obviously, we're not going to be receiving it right now, so the two-pronged arrow here for nav2 parks itself at 90 degrees. Nice. I love it when a plan comes together. Hey, Filgueira, could you please give us a link? I'm CFI in Brazil, and this will give me some huge acknowledgement to teach the others. Have a great flight. One day I'll be like you. Hey, e aí, mano? Tudo em cima? Cara, link do quê? Que você quer um link do quê, exatamente? The challenge in navigation for ships back then was always the longitudes, not the latitudes, right? Primarily due to not having accurate clocks, exactly. Ah, do vídeo de navegação celestial? So, let's finish the video, and then I'll do the link, okay? Yeah, no worries, mano. No worries. Alright, here we go. So, again, we have an assumed position. We look at tables and we say, hey, if we were at this position, what would this star look like? And the books say, the altitude should be 30 and the azimuth should be 130. And you say, great. Then you measure the star yourself and you got the same azimuth, 130, but the altitude was 2954. And that means that you're not exactly at the assumed position, you're somewhere far or off from it, offset from it, right? The fact that it's a smaller number than what the book thought was means that you have to be further away for that angle to be smaller when you're looking at something up in the sky, right? So you're going to be farther back here. How much? We're going to find out.
In this case, is farther from the geographical position of the body than his assumed position is. This distance is 6 minutes or 6 nautical miles and is called the intercept.
For those smart as a wit people be amongst you, right? Did you see how they just figured that 6 miles? Anybody catch that? I'll do it again.
This information enables him to draw a line of position. However, by actual observation, he has found the altitude of the same celestial body to be 29 degrees and 54 minutes. Since the smaller the altitude, farther an observer is from the geographical position. The observer in this case is farther from the geographical position of the body than his assumed position is. This distance is 6 minutes or 6 nautical miles and is called the intercept.
That's right. 29 degrees 54 minutes. That was what you measured, right? Should have been 30. Well, the difference between what you measured and what it should have been is 6 minutes, right? 54 minutes plus 6 minutes is 60. That would make this 30 degrees. Every degree is 60 minutes. So it's 6 minutes, and 6 minutes means 6 miles. A minute is a mile.
The new line of position, indicating the navigator's position, is now drawn parallel to the assumed line of position and 6 miles from it.
So now, by watching one star, right, measuring it, having the tables, having an assumed position, you figured out that you were not there, you were offset this much, and you know it's in that direction, opposite to the direction of the star, because it's smaller, and so it's the opposite direction. You figured it's 6 miles because you calculated the 30 minus 2954. And now you can draw a line here and say this right here, guys, forget all the other white lines that are on screen right now. I don't know if they're going to delete it or not. I don't remember. Forget it. Just in your head, have just this line right here. This line of position is that segment from the big circle that's going to be all around the Earth where you can be. That, finally, is the answer we were looking for from one star. Did that make sense? Crum, in a boat, you would use the horizon because it's fairly easy to find the horizon in a boat most of the time. In a plane, you find the horizon, but not visually. There's a bubble. There's a literally an air bubble. It's called a bubble sextant that floats, and it simulates the horizon. I mean, it aligns itself with the horizon because of gravity. It's a bubble like a bubble in a level that you use for construction, right? So you align this bubble with the star or whatever body you're measuring, and that is basically a fake horizon, but a realistic one, right? An accurate one, to line up the star and do the measurement against the bubble instead of having to look at a horizon. Why? Because when you fly, often you can have terrain hiding the horizon, the exact line of the horizon, because you need to be precise, right? So you can have mountains or whatever, or you can have weather obscuring the horizon. You know, you may even be above the weather, but the weather is obscuring the horizon, like it is for me right now. Look, right now, I mean, it's not that bad, right? Not that bad, but that's not the horizon. The horizon is slightly below here somewhere because these clouds are above the horizon. So I don't know for sure where the horizon is. So you have to use a bubble sextant that can then give you a simulated horizon, if that makes sense. I know, right? That's been pretty awesome. All right, so let's finish this up. That's your line of position
If
now.
the observed altitude should be greater than the calculated altitude, the navigator is closer to the body's geographical position than his assumed position is.
Right? So again, back to the assumed position that we originally had, which was 30 degrees. But in this case, when you measured a higher number, 38. 30 degrees and 8 minutes. Okay, higher degrees means you're closer to being under it, right? So you're closer to it. So that means 8 minutes, so 8 miles in the direction of the star, because you're closer to it.
We have seen how the position of a celestial body is transferred to the Earth, how Greenwich hour angle and local hour angle are found, and how zenith distance is related to the geographical position of a celestial body and an observer. We also know that zenith distance is the complement of the altitude. From this information, the circle of position and its minute part, the line of position, are constructed. This knowledge, coupled with the help of time-saving tables, highly developed instruments, and well-planned navigator's compartments, makes position finding on the Earth a rapid, routine procedure whose chief requirement is constant practice.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta do this constantly so you stay sharp. Yeah, Scrivey, so, good question. Good question. Whoa, look at this. By the way, we're about to get into some weather. Look at how fast it's growing. Do you see that? Look at this. Oh, it's unreal weather. Can we try live weather? Can we try live and see what happens? And yeah, we're out over the water now. Oh, hello. I guess it worked. I guess it worked. Okay. How's my BMEP? Fell a little bit. Gotta bring it back up a tad. Come on, baby. There we go. Huh. Yeah, we could see icing. We could see icing at the top of these clouds here. That could be why. Who was getting icing before? Blue, it was you, right? Blue Mana. Because I think maybe you had live weather and I didn't. Yeah, exactly, Vogrex. I always use live weather. I didn't use it today because it didn't seem to be working on the way out. Yeah, that was it then, Blue. That's probably it. So, yes. Sorry, Scrivey. Yes. Yes. We have fully accurate skies in the sim. Not only accurate in that you can look at them and find all the constellations where they should be in relation to each other, but accurate in the sense that all the stars, everything in the sky is at the correct position at any specific date and time. So it's a full simulation of the night sky, which allows then programs to use that. And I'll be 100% honest here in a couple minutes, to simulate the use of a sextant, because that's what you do with a sextant, a bubble sextant or an octant. There's octants also, right? That's what you do, is you're measuring the position of bodies in the sky and using that to determine your position. That's what celestial navigation is. We just saw that, right? You're literally just measuring angles, looking at some tables, finding out your position. So Tech, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. And you reminded me that I can unmute that. Pedire? I don't know. Is that right? Hey, Dreas and Filgueira, Vote, Held Pilot, and Stormmaker, Junior 926, Space Void, and Pam Breezy. Thank you all very much for the follows, guys. Appreciate that. Hey, Tech, what's up? Back to the glacier, didn't explore some more, but live weather was full of rain, fog, and zero visibility. Had a beautiful broken clouds with snow preset though. Oh, that's... Yeah, man, the weather was pretty bad, wasn't it? Casey, so cool, what's up? Thanks again for the raid yesterday, man. You helped me out a lot. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, thanks for stopping by the way. Hello. Hello. Alright, so far, I think no icing. Yeah, it looks like no icing. Look at these clouds, man. That's amazing. That is just amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Wasn't that a cool flight, dude? That area? So beautiful. So beautiful. Alright, so let's see. Man, talking about so many different things. What were we talking about? Yeah, celestial navigation. So, but what about celestial navigation? Yeah, more. They're amazing, right? Yeah, Blue, it's amazing how accurate it is. Ah, right. So, okay. So the sextant mod allows you to do celestial navigation. Why do I say it that way? Because here's the deal. You should be measuring the altitude of the stars or planets, whatever it is you're using, right? By standing, as a matter of fact, look, I'll show you. Right here. Look, see that window right there? Now, it's not a dome, but this window is here so that you can stand on a stool and take your measurements for celestial navigation. Okay? That's why this is here. Right? Hey Tub, thanks for the follow, man. Thing is, in this sim, there's no way to have an instrument that you can carry to, because look, the camera right here that I'm moving around, it's not a character. I'm moving a camera, right? This is a camera that I can move around anywhere I want in the cockpit. It's pretty cool. Hey, Cubeka, what's up, man? Thanks for the follow. But it's not a character, so there's nothing I can attach to the character's face. Like, for example, in, I don't know, Call of Duty, when you put on a gas mask, and then that gas mask moves with you, right? We don't have that here. So, there's no way, right now, at least... Hey, Les Cartridge, what's up, man? Thanks for the follow. There's no way right now that we can figure out to create an instrument that allows you to stand here. And I mean, think about it, guys. Look, you can move up and down, right? Up and down, left and right. For you to be able to grab a accurate measurement, there's no way that the sim allows you to do that today and grab the measurement yourself by looking at the sky here out of the window at night like you could in the real world. Not yet, at least. Maybe there will never be, but right now there isn't. Right? Maybe they'll add some in the future. Who knows? In the clouds, so I want to come back here, kind of take a look at the icing situation. So let me do something here. Let me center my view. Oh, look how beautiful this looks. So, what does the app do? The app then doesn't require you to measure the star yourself. What you do is you select from a drop down what star you want to measure, and then you hit go, and the app takes 2 minutes because that's how long you can take in real life to take a star shot, and because you have to average things out because it's bumpy usually and you may be in and out of clouds, right? So it takes 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, it will give you the result. It will give you not your position, not at all. You have to do all the work. It will give you just the elevation of that star, right? That's what you needed to know to start this whole process. The video we just watched, right? You say, I think I'm here. Look in the tables. It says, okay, the star should be this height. The app will give you the actual height of the star that you measured without you having to look at the star. So the app knows where you are in the sim, latitude and longitude. You can get that information from the sim because it's talking to the sim, right? And it knows where that star is in real life, where it would be in the sky for that latitude and longitude that the sim gave it. And so it can very accurately give you the altitude of the star that you're shooting. Furthermore, which I think is awesome, right? Hold on 1 second. What's our distance here? Are we zeroed out already? No, not yet, not even close. Okay, we're halfway there. Furthermore, and this I think is really truly awesome, is that look at this. This is amazing. Yes, it has its own tables. It has its own tables code. And it will give you an accurate result then, right? But still require you to do all the calculations that you have to do now. Because remember, all that you found by doing the process we just learned from the video is you find one line of position, right? You need to learn how to integrate that with the dead reckoning that you have so far, how to do multiple star shots, right? So there's a lot to learn still. But this is a very, very sort of, hey, let's just dip our little toes in the water, in the baby bathtub. We'll just dip our toes in the baby bathtub of celestial navigation. Just, right? Just to have a little fun, just to start the idea of celestial navigation. And then we can start learning more concepts, more complex celestial navigation, and how we can actually determine our position well enough to find a tiny, tiny island in the middle of the Pacific, which is, by the way, the second adventure we're going to take with the DC-6. The first one is doing celestial navigation to find Dakar, right? But Dakar is on the coast of Africa, so even if we get it wrong, unless we get it wrong to the left a lot, and we just fly past Africa and continue over the ocean, we should easily be able to find ourselves somewhere in Africa, right? But then we're gonna start a Philippine Airlines flight that's gonna fly all over the Pacific, all with celestial navigation to tiny islands. And so we're gonna have to be very confident of our celestial navigation prowess at that point to be able to embark in such a trip. But I can't wait. Hey, Misco. Yeah, exactly, Vograx, exactly. No, this first trip to Europe is going to be the perfect first trip for us. That Pacific trip is going to be a good challenge for our second trip. This is amazing, by the way. Look at this. Look at this. Wait, did I just see lightning down there? Did I just see lightning down here? Or was it just the rendering engine having a little hiccup? This looks so good. So good. Man, it's looking pretty heavy down there. Look at that, guys. It's not looking good down there, is it? Hey, Filgueira with a Prime subscription. Filgueira, thanks, man. You make me feel like I earned that. Right? I think you just found the channel. I hope you just found the channel. Otherwise, you have been a lurker, and that's okay too. I love those guys too. But thanks, man. Really appreciate that. Hey, old school is here. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Les Cartridge. Thanks for the follow there, man. Appreciate that. I've posted all my celestial plots on my Discord. Would you like me to drop the images on your Discord so you guys can see what it looks like on a 12? Yes, please, Seppi. Please. Haha, Filgueira, that's awesome, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Ah, so Mr. 90, good question. The guys behind the app, well, some guys, because this was a community effort for sure. It was a beautiful effort. A lot of different people came together to make this happen and make it happen fast, including Working Title. That's right. Working Title had a little hand at the end in making this, let's call it more portable. Okay? So, well, it wasn't Working Title. It was Rob. But Rob is one of the lead guys at Working Title. So there you go. Right? Yeah, I know. These clouds are looking interesting, aren't they? Okay, sounds good, Seppi. Hello, kitty. Sounds good. So, in the P3D version, or FSX version of this sextant, not this exact sextant, but a sextant that some of the people behind this one worked on, yes, it knew when you were in clouds and it would not give you a reading, right? I think they've mentioned that the one that they're using now doesn't have that feature, not because they didn't want to put it in, they wanted to put it in, but because the sim doesn't provide that weather information out. At least not yet. And that kind of makes sense. I know that Asobo has shown to be pretty protective of their weather code and weather data, right? And that's probably because of some of the agreements they had to sign with the providers. And I mean, it's working beautifully for live weather. I gotta say, it works really well. So whatever you did, Asobo, nicely done. But it means that the weather information is limited, and so I think they can't get that little flag that says if the plane is inside a cloud or not. All right, let's have a look at what's happening here. Okay, so everything looking pretty decent here. No drop of manifold pressure, which means no icing in the carbs. Okay. All right, everything looking okay. What are we? 108. Okay, so we're about 20 miles, right? 21 miles. So about 4.5 minutes? No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes from losing reception of that VOR. Okay, which is fine, right? That's cool. That's cool. Oh, look at this. This is just dreamy stuff. This is awesome. Oh, Mr. Yota. That's awesome, man. Or Mr. Jota. I don't know. Mickey Mo, what's up? Thank you for the quality content, buddy. You're very, very welcome. Guys, for the new people here, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. My name is Fabio, or the Flying Fabio, right? And if you like what I do, consider subscribing to the channel. Really helps me out. This is my full-time job. And my partner is in between jobs now, so it really does help. So, thank you. You don't have to contribute. Your presence here is more than enough contribution for me, especially if you're in chat talking. But if you feel like contributing, it does help out a lot. So thank you for considering. Oh man, seriously, these clouds, just the in and out, like we're at the perfect altitude. We're not getting any icing, right? Oh, look how beautiful this looks, guys. Seriously. Oh man. We're gonna fly through this guy. This could be some icing right here. In real life, I probably would do a deviation, so why not do it here, right? Why not do it here? Let's not take our chance. Mr. Jazz, thank you very much for that tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Very much so. Appreciate it. Alright, here we go. Just playing along the clouds here. Look at how beautiful this is. Look at how beautiful this is. Alright, let's take some of that out. Nice. Let's start a little straight flying here before we start turning back in. Just leaving that monster. Not a monster, but I mean, it's a big one. It's a big one, right? Alright, we can start our little turn to the right. And how cool, huh? How cool, hand gyro pilot flying a DC-6 through the clouds like this. Look at this kitty. Look at this. Alright, looks like we're gonna have to blow through some of these. Let me center it up. See if there's anything that looks better. I don't think so. I still have to turn about 25 degrees to the right, so might as well do it now. So let's go localizer. Let her go capture again. And we'll just keep our eye out for icing. Yeah, good fixings. Exactly right. Oh, here we go. That wasn't bad at all. Here we go. Nice. Nice. And let's see here where we end up. We're going to end up facing those guys over there. Maybe just to the left. Maybe not. No, I think we're going to punch right through this guy right here. She's getting back on, which means she's going to start turning left. Have you ever had the localizer mode just stop working while flying? I have not. Well, okay, hold on. Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. But I know the reason. Oh, by the way, much slower speed than expected. Should be 195. Remember that? Hold on a second, Dread. Hold on a second. Remember this? Yeah. 196, as a matter of fact. Okay, so something's up. Okay, so we're doing 186, so we're 10 knots slower. I don't see ice accumulating anywhere, so I don't think it's icing. Could be carburetor icing, but I really haven't seen a drop at all in manifold pressure, and typically you see that. But let's see. Let's open up a little bit of carb heat. See the temperatures rising here. Let me bring that temperature above, about 20 degrees. And see, leave it there for a little bit, and then see, whoops. No aileron trim, no aileron trim. Over here, as a matter of fact, why don't I do this? Look, that's much easier. And hold on, is this zeroed? Almost. Now it is. Okay, that's not enough yet. A little more. Okay, BMEP is down a little bit because manifold pressure is down. Manifold pressure is down because it's hot air, right? So that makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, Stooner, what's up, man? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we are still. Look. Look at that. But sorry, we're trying to troubleshoot a little problem right now. All right, still not warm enough. Let's go. You don't want to make it too hot, but hot enough that it's going to melt any of the ice that's in there. Okay. And power's down, which is fine. So she's slowing a bit, which is fine. Yeah, Volgrex, could do that. Could do that. Not a bad idea at all. Now watch it here. You don't want it to be too hot because then you can have, you know, air that's too hot going into the engine, which is also not good. That's a... Me too, man. Me too. It sounds like cold also. All right. Interesting. Look, the speed went up a little bit, which interesting, right? Because when I open, now it's going back down to 185. Because when I feed it hot air, we're gonna lose some power, like we have, right? I mean, we lost half an inch of manifold pressure in either their engine, or 5 BMEPs. But I was gonna say she's flying faster, but nah, it was one of the yeah, it was one of the updrafts or downdrafts. Yes, yes, Bear, but I don't know that it would do it by that much. You know? I don't know that it would do it by that much. I can also try the carburetor de-ice here, which is alcohol. But first I wanted to try the heat, because I have a limited amount of alcohol. Alright, so, cool. Let's put these carbs all in cold. Okay, we should get back to, yep, there we go. 31.5. Let's see what kind of speed I get at this power setting. I'm back to 145, right? So still doing 145 BMEPs. Pelicita. 2150, Dread. And that's what we're doing. 2150. And we're matching everything else. We're matching fuel consumption, you know? We were matching airspeed. Look, it is coming back slowly. 187, 188. Let's see. Let's see if we pick up some ice again. Perhaps carb ice. On this cloud. Look. Yeah, because we're definitely speeding up. Outside of the cloud, we're definitely speeding up. We're back to 190. So I think it was a little bit of carb icing. Ah, right. Thanks, Dredd. Appreciate that. Hang on, Captain Seppi. So, when you go over a VOR. So, when you go over a VOR, even if you're transitioning to the opposite heading or the opposite bearing, same heading, right? You could leave it, theoretically, you could leave this set for the same course, right? Which is now is a course before, well, it was a course 2 before, now it's a bearing from. But if you leave the autopilot in localizer, she will basically not follow that radio anymore. So you have to go back to gyro and back to localizer, and that's it. That's all you need to do. Cycle it to gyro and back to localizer. That's the only time I've seen localizer stop work. No ice yet, guys. No ice just yet. Speed is down again. Carburetor icing. Yep. Sure is. Sure is. Watch those temps. But I get to the point where localizer never works again, and I have to fly the remaining of my flight in gyro pilot mode. Not hard, just a pain. Wow, Dread, no, I have not had that happen. At all. Ah! Price come, I'm glad you asked. Check it out, buddy. Check it out. This is the 1950 timetable that we're flying today. Here's the flight that we're going Montevideo to Rio. And then in subsequent streams, we're going to do all these other legs. Rio to Recife, Recife to Dakar to Lisbon. Then after here, it goes into Europe. It's hard to see here because it has no names. But that's okay, because we'll go to the table. Here we go. So we start here, right down here. Buenos Aires to Montevideo, Montevideo to Rio, Recife, Dakar, Lisbon, Lisbon, Geneva. It depends on the flight here, right? You can go to either this way or this way. Depends on the time of the year, on the dates. Because you see how one flight goes, then it splits into 3 different flights. One flight, for example, from Lisbon goes all the way to Berlin. The other flight from Lisbon goes all the way to Zurich. The other flight from Lisbon goes to Geneva. And then to London, and then to Tehran, and then to Damascus, and then to Rome. Wow. The other one here goes to Zurich, then goes to Belgrade, Prague, Brussels, Amsterdam, London. Then Zurich, Frankfurt, then Berlin, then Munich, Düsseldorf, Bremen, Hamburg, Frankfurt, Copenhagen, Warsaw, Oslo, Malmo, Gothenburg, Copenhagen, Stockholm, and to answer your question, Helsinki. Helsinki is our final destination. Hey, Peliceta, really? That's awesome. All right, guys, look at this. Temperatures are getting too high. Temperatures getting too high. No. No. What's the speed? What's the speed? Oh, look at the speed. No. Now, the speed could also be because of regular icing. So let's see if we are accreting regular ice. And it looks like no. Looks like no. All right, look, speed is going back up. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep some of the heat on. Not all of it, because I need more power than that. But I'm going to keep some heat on. Maybe down here. Okay, maybe like that. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Well, speed's definitely better. Definitely better. Almost 180 again. Or sorry, 180? Yeah, almost 180. Temperatures are now above the yellow. Just above, but they are above for now. Hey, Jamie, what's up, man? How's it going? Yes, it's good to be back. Dude, it's going... Look at this. I mean, come on. Look at this, buddy. It's going astoundingly well. We're flying from Uruguay to Brazil. Jamie, I think you missed it, man. I'll show it again because I think it's really cool. I think it's worth it. Here, you know what? I'll put the plane on this side. There we go. Check this out, man. This is the 1950 timetable for SAS. Flying all over the world. And we just started an adventure in the DC-6 where we're going to fly from South America, from Argentina, really, to Uruguay, to Brazil, a couple places in Brazil, to Senegal, then to Portugal, and then into Europe in a bunch of different stops, all the way to Helsinki, which was flight 922. There we go. From Buenos Aires. Today we're doing Montevideo to Rio. And then we're going to, in subsequent streams, right, we'll do all the other legs. And, by the way, when we're doing Recife to Dakar, we're going to do celestial navigation. We're going to navigate by the stars, which is now something we can do here in the sim. So, amazing flight, amazing adventure. Can't wait. Just awesome. Just awesome. Rastafari, it's actually available on flightsim.to. There's a bunch of timetables available at flightsim.to. Credit where credit is due. All these timetables came from timetableimages.com, an amazing website where collectors post their timetables going all the way back to the 20s. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, Rastafari, for sure. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah, Seth. Thanks, man. I forget. Thank you. Okay. All right, let me see here. I'm trying to remember where you posted. Hold on. Damn it. Not the first place. What, Classroom? Was it Classroom? I think it was Classroom. Yes, it was. Haha. Got it. All right, thanks. Okay, cool. So, first let me make sure we're not icing up here. Look, speed's good. It's not great. But it's definitely staying up there. Still not icing. Right? What about the other side? Okay, no ice either. How's everything else? Ooh, BMEP is down. But that's because I have some, it's because I have some carb heat. I'm gonna actually add some power here. Whoa. So I'm gonna get 145 with the carb heat on and see what kind of speed I can get that way. And look, he gave us the same, pretty much the same 31.5 inches of manifold. Okay, nice, I like it. Oh, also, how are we doing over here? Yeah, okay. Not yet. Did I swap these already? No, I gotta swap these. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so check this out. So here's Captain Seppi's. I'm gonna blow these pictures up so we can see, right? Yeah, speed is falling off. I see that too. But I think it's when I'm in the clouds, maybe? No, I don't know. Hold on. I'm watching my speed now. Oh, yeah, Peter, you're right. You're definitely right. No, wind wouldn't do that. Ice would do that. You know, it's easy to find out. Look, guys, we can just turn our icing protection on and go from there, right? So here we go. Airfoil heater master. There we go. Left wing, right wing, tail. They're all being heated now, right? Hey, Sundog. Hey, Mark 315. Hey, guys, how's it going? Thanks for the follows. Yes, Crimson. Yes, you would. And yes, that is 33. My bad. Still low speed. I'm staying in here for a second to see what's happening. Hey, Mr. Tracy.
M_Tracy83 just resubscribed for 3 months. Keep up the great work.
Why, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Captain Seppi. We'll get to it, man, as soon as I can. Let's think here. What else could this be? So we have the same manifold pressure, the same RPM, and the same BMEP as before. So this all makes sense, right? There's no additional drag hanging out there. We have definitely carb heat on. But man, that's a lot of speed. 165 as opposed to 195. 30 knots because of carb heat. That's a lot of speed to lose, isn't it? We do have anti-ice on. But that didn't make a difference. And we weren't seeing any icing happening out there anyways, right? Not prop. I can turn on prop de-icer. There we go. But I have wing, right? cold because I suspect I was getting carb icing before, right? So I can take them off and see what happens, right? But I suspected I was getting carb icing. That's why they're on. I'm just surprised that if that's what's doing this, that I'd lose 30 knots based on just carb icing. Or sorry, carb heat. Not carb icing, carb heat, right? But because nothing's changing, even with the prop de-icer, right? Just making sure nothing's changing. Because sometimes it takes a little, you know, takes a few seconds, a minute or two.
That's loud. Okay.
Hold on. Let's see. I think that, well, they can hear when I'm talking, but that's it. Yeah, I think so. Guys, sorry about the microwave in the background. Abby is just completely inconsiderate about you guys, so she said, listen.
I'm actually just eating breakfast, guys, after a long day of being productive. Should we begin? Not right now. I have to go. They voted against me, so.
They voted against you, that's right. So yeah, I would say there's very little difference here happening to the speed. I could attribute these variations of 4 knots to just the turbulence that we're going through, right? So, I don't know, is it slowly creeping up? What does it look like outside? Yeah, we're still in it. Still 33, still 2150, still 145. Okay. Slowly moving up. But now let me see what happens. Let's see what happens if we take off the carb heat. Now I'm gonna have to bring back some of the power because now my BMEP went up by 5, so there we go. So bring it back. There we go. Oh, I'm also out of the clouds. Okay, but I'm gonna be back in the clouds soon. So let's see. Okay, she's speeding up a little bit. I still have anti-icing on. But she's speeding up a little bit. Are you talking about pitot heat? Because we do have pitot heat on. Yeah, they're both being heated. No worries there. Okay, let's see. We went into the clouds with 177. Let's see what happens. Alright, I was ordering lunch. It's some leftover pizza that we have. Yeah, I'll hook the trailer, right? So look, 173 is my speed right now. So it seems to be related to flying through these clouds. I don't know that I'm accumulating ice or not. This is reflections over here. I don't think I am. I have anti-ice on. Oh, yes. That too. Yeah. Here's another thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn on all main fuel tank pumps because I'm above 10,000 feet. Ooh, look at this. This is beautiful. Wait, did you really? Felicita, was it that obvious? Baby, when I looked at you, I went, oh, shh.
Yeah.
I was in mute, but they read my lips. They're like, oh, no, we got it. What did you say? Oh. Yeah, she goes, you weren't streaming that, were you? I goes, no, we're muted. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, cool. Cool. Speed is back to 185. Interesting. Interesting. I don't think it was the fuel pumps. Don't think it was the fuel pumps, but who knows? Yeah, clouds adding drag, right? Somehow. Somehow. Yeah, I don't see icing anywhere. Yeah, let's see, Crumb. We're at 187, 188. No, more. Not regular clouds now. You wouldn't see any difference. You wouldn't see any difference. Taveras, Sumpy, Roberts, and Sundog. Thanks for the follows, guys. Okay, 187, 188 when we entered. It's maintaining. It wasn't that long. Wasn't that long. I mean, not that I'm complaining, but it wasn't that long. Hey, there's that VOR. We're slightly off. We're slightly off. Okay. Let's go. It was, well, it was still the 050. So let's just go look. Oh, sorry. Here's where we go back to gyro pilot and then go to localizer. And now she's going to go after it. Angry One Horn. What's up, buddy? You got a raid from Angry One Horn, guys. Hey, Angry One Horn. Hey, Angry One Horn viewers. I'm the Flying Fabio. And good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to the channel where we're flying this beautiful DC-6 over southern Brazil, but coming into Rio pretty soon here. PTM Pinden, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Hey, Angry One Horn, how are you, buddy? Yeah, no, you don't really slow down in clouds. Nope. So, that was inconclusive. So let's go, while we can, look at, finally, right? Look at this. So look, here are pictures of my plots for my celestial navigation 11.5-hour trip from LAX to Hawaii using no other method of flight tracking or navigation. Over 2,200 nautical miles. Remember, with only one shot, you get an MPP. With 2 or 3, you get a fix. Right. So, check this out. Alright. That's LAX there. That's Hawaii there. Each of these sets of numbers, I know it's a lot of numbers, but look, they're all together. Like when you see a magnetic to magnetic, there's going to be something underneath that, and then a distance. So they're overlapping, right? But these are all the different shots. Maybe it looks like one every hour, perhaps, or one every half an hour. That Captain Seppi took all the way there. This is just one of them. Okay. Hey, Angry One Horn. There we go. Oh, nice, man. Had amazing support from a fellow streamer, and then we migrated here to catch up with your stream. That's awesome, dude. Thank you very much, man. We're doing an amazing DC-6 flight today. By the way, look at the speed, guys. Look at the speed. Back to 194 or 93. Go figure, right? Yeah, and we're looking at celestial navigation because we're going to be doing... Look at this, Angry One Horn. We're going to be flying the SAS922 timetable flight all the way from Montevideo to Helsinki with a bunch of different stops and different streams. Today is Montevideo to Rio, right? But from Recife to Dakar, we're going to have to do celestial navigation. Yes. So, we're looking at celestial navigation, and Captain Seppi here on chat has been doing a bunch, one every hour. Okay, cool. Has been doing a bunch of it, so he was sharing with us how that looks. So here's the 1600 plot. Most probable position. Yellow dot is actual position. Imported after the end of the flight from the CSV file saved during the shot by SoundNav program. That's pretty awesome that you can do that, Captain Seppi. So look at that. Oh, okay, so I see. If I'm reading this correctly, so he left from here, right? Started flying. Did a shot over here. So the red circle is how far off he thought he might be from this point based on that reckoning. He thought he could be anywhere inside the circle, including at that point, but could also be a little bit off here, here, there, anywhere inside the circle, and he would consider it to be okay for dead reckoning. Then he did his star shot, right? Yep, exactly, Seppi. Then he did his star shot, and to me, it looks like he shot a star. Oh, the assumed position is up here. That was the assumed position, which again, doesn't have to be on your route, right? You can pick any point, and you're gonna get a distance from it, right? So assumed position was over here. Okay, cool. Then he figured out that he was 44 nautical miles off from the assumed position in the direction of the shot, which was that way, right? So he must have measured, if he was actually ahead, he must have measured a higher number than the assumed position number. Moved him here 44 miles towards the star. Then this is the line of position, right? You can be anywhere on that line. So what you do with dead reckoning is you extend that line until the closest point of approach to the circle, and you consider that to be your position, the intersection of a line from the center of the circle to perpendicular to the line of position, right? Seppi, did I explain that correctly? Or do you say most probable position is here? Is that what that means? $1,700 plot. Okay, so same thing. So, from the assumed position, this time he's shooting a star. I guess that's the other way. I guess. And again, he measured it higher than it should be, so he moved it this way. Line of position this way. And then most probable position. After you draw the line from the DR point on the same compass heading, the MPP is in the middle of both. Oh, in the middle of both. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. All right, so there you go. That's a little celestial navigation. Now, I understand. You look at this and you go, wait, what are you talking about? Right? These look like, what do you... I don't even know what you're doing. Don't worry. This is gonna become clear after we do some explanations. Seppi, thank you so much for posting all that, dude. How far were you when you finally found the island? Oh, look at that.
Oh, hold on, I'll wait.
Oh, it's okay. It's a good time.
That's the question.
Yeah, I know. It might take him a little bit to respond. He's also working.
This looks great,
Yeah.
but it's good. Just trying to speak. It's a compliment. I have
Oh.
and it just looked. I couldn't. This kind of started to press. It's just thick, but you can let it sit.
We like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No.
Plus, because it's green, it shows up weird on the camera anyways. Oh, hello. She intercepted the radio, so now back to the VOR. As a matter of fact, if you guys want to see what happened, look. Right there. We drifted off, right? Doing that 50-something miles. Then we picked up the VOR and back to it. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, are you serious, Crawley? I didn't know that. Pedro. Yeah, speed is up again. I don't know. I don't know. Go, Chris Co. Hey, man, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, Sinbad, thanks for noticing that. It's a metal straw? And where it first went in, it built like a little layer of ice around it. I don't know why I'm explaining myself. Captain Seppi, buddy, watch. We're gonna get a bunch of people doing this. Yeah, the straw needs some pitot heat. That's right. We're gonna get a bunch of people doing this. It's gonna be amazing. Because come on, how can you not be excited about being able to navigate anywhere in the world by using stars and knowing where you are and finding a place just on your own, without radios, without anything, right? Well, with the help of some tables. Let's be honest. Greenson, we will, buddy. Right here. We're gonna learn how to do this. Yeah, some tables, right. Whoa, Captain Seppi with 5 subscriptions. Jeez. Captain Seppi, thank you, buddy. Let's go. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Oh, Arrow, you actually covered a little bit of it, huh? You know, Wawa, I love clouds. Look at this. That just looks so cool, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Pedro,
Maddie
thank you for the follow.
just resubscribed for 4 months. Cap Seppi gifted a tier 1 sub
Seppi,
to Maddie
let's
GG.
go, buddy. Thank you. Oh, Thor got one. Nice. That's awesome, dude. Been doing it since 2019 in the previous software. I love it. What? Celestial navigation triple? Yeah, right? It's so awesome. So awesome. Some, nothing too much, but some clouds starting to connect to the top, which could be a lot of could mean convective activity. We gotta be ready for something like that.
C_Axo just resubscribed for 3 months.
Oh, Axo. Buddy, thank you very much, man. Let's go. Thank you. Oh, Seppi. Buddy. It's my true pleasure, man, to do this. True pleasure. Yeah, Pedro. That's what we saw. As a matter of fact, let's get a weather update, guys. Remember, it was already an hour old. Oh boy. Ooh, okay. So, from 13 minutes ago, winds 140 at 8. Again, not bad. We have a runway 15. Excuse me. Visibility 6,000. Broken 800. Wow. Overcast 2,000. Oh, this is gonna be good. Look at this. Temperature 20. Dew point 19. They're getting closer. A lot of humidity in the air. QNH still 1020. Wow. Wow. This is looking pretty awesome. This is looking pretty awesome. Yes, it is, Vogrex. Wait, are you talking about the server? Yeah. Yeah, Pedro, exactly. Hey, Black Diamond, hello, sir. But not too late, because look. We're just, well, how many miles out are we? That's 126. How many are we to the VOR? So we're 180 miles from our destination. So under an hour. We're 40 minutes or so from Rio. Okay, thank you very, very much.
I think so.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Guys, some in-flight catering has been accomplished. We have a little thank you so much, baby. We have a little leftover pizza action going on. Not a cruise in Awawa. At cruise, we're free to talk. So, I think I know what we should watch. I need to watch this. Kiwi. Kiwi. Hold on, hold on. All right, here we go.
Well, hello everyone and welcome aboard. It's Rob from PMDG back with another DC-6 tutorial. This time we're going to be covering the descent. This is an area of flight that should seem pretty straightforward to most, but it's a little bit different when you do it in a DC-6.
Rock.
I'll demystify it for you.
Second time today I hear that phrase.
Succeed at it. So let's get started. So let's just deal with the elephant in the room right off the bat. Most simulator pilots jump right into a modern airliner with lateral nav, vertical nav, auto throttles, descent planning, and FMS, and all the other tools that make modern airliners just blindingly easy to fly. But most other types of airplanes don't have all these fancy tools, and that's when our modern simulator jet jockeys get themselves into trouble. So I'm here to keep you out of trouble. I'm going to give you a talk through here on how to plan out the descent in the Douglas DC-6. And with all the array of dials and knobs and switches and levers in this cockpit, you can be forgiven for being a little intimidated and thinking, wow, this is going to be difficult. How
cool is this?
It's not. This is actually really, really easy. And I'm going to walk you through that right now. Now, to start with, let's just set the base parameters. We're in cruise flight. The automated flight engineer is managing cruise power for us. We're going to let him continue to do that, and we're at 19,000 feet. And we've already got a GPS
IRL?
fix in for the SIMU-ATTACK NDB, which is about 45 miles south of our destination on the southwest coast of Greenland. We're a little bit more than 100 miles from the SIMU-ATTACK NDB right now, and we're trying to figure out when are we going to start our descent. Okay, here's the whiteboard. Gentle reminder that you're not allowed to make fun of my artwork. I'm a pilot, not an artist. Okay, here's our DC-6. It actually looks like a DC-6. Not really. All right. This is our descent profile. We're going to come down from cruise, and we're going to level out at 3,000 feet. And I promise, there's a little bit of math here, but this is going to be easy. If I can do it, you can do it. All right. We're at 19,000 feet at the top, 3,000 feet at the bottom. A DC-6 in the descent does it only one way. And get this into your descent program, you'll succeed all the time. Here's your descent plan. You're going to enter the descent profile at cruise power. You're going to leave them right where they are, and you're just going to come downhill at 1,000 feet a minute, and that means you're going to cross the ground at 300 knots. Now, okay, stop. This is important, so let me rephrase this. You're going to cross the ground at 300 knots of ground speed. So let me accent this. For those who haven't spent much time in aviation, there's one grounding principle, and that is that 60 knots equals 1 nautical mile per minute. Keep this in mind, because 300 knots is 5 nautical miles per minute. 300 divided by 60 equals 5. Pretty straightforward. All right. So a DC-6 in the descent, 1,000 feet a minute at 300 knots equals, you're going to do 5 nautical miles per 1,000 feet while you descend. 5 nautical miles per 1,000 feet while you descend. Doesn't get much easier than that. All right. So what does this mean for our descent profile here? I'm switching to purple just because we haven't used that color yet. All right, we're at 19,000 feet. We're going to go down to 3,000 feet. That means we're going to descend 16,000 feet. This is starting to sound like Khan Academy, but sorry, it's just a little bit of math, but it makes sense here. All right. Now, 16,000 feet at 1,000 feet per minute means we're going to be descending for 16 minutes. 16 minutes at 5 nautical miles per minute, we're going to cover 80 nautical miles during our descent. That's it. Really straightforward. So all you got to do is figure out how many feet are you going to descend, come down at 1,000 feet a minute, multiply that by 5. That's how many miles out you want to start down. All right, so let's go ahead and get the descent initiated, and we do that by turning the altitude hold off on the gyro pilot. Then we use the glide wheel to just start rolling the nose down trim into it. And if you watch the vertical speed on the very left side of your screen there, you'll see that the vertical speed now is starting to increase. We're just going about it really gently. There's no need to shove the nose over. Negative G's is always a bad thing for the coffee service and back. Just a nice, gentle descent entry. And we just keep rolling the nose down trim in there until we get to about 1,000 feet per minute downhill. At this point, we're going to let the gyro pilot manage pitch, and it will keep it more or less at about 1,000 feet per minute rate of descent. At this point, the name of the game is just simply managing the descent. That's what we're going to be doing. So let's skip over some of the dull parts. I want to take you right to the key pieces that you need to know to do this well.
Hello.
So here we are, we're descending through 16,000 feet. You can see we've increased our airspeed a little bit because we're descending into denser air.
That's still higher than we are right now.
What I recommend you do in order to manage the descent profile process and to kind of keep your head in the loop of checking to see if you're on profile or not, as you watch the altimeter, as the 10's hand reaches the bottom of the arc and crosses the 5, this is a good time to glance down at your vertical speed indicator and make sure you're still at 1,000 feet per minute coming down. If you're not, just reach down to the gyro pilot and use the glide and pitch wheel in order to adjust your rate of descent as you need it. Now, as you come through the even 1,000 feet, so you can see we're about to go through 15,000 feet, at this point what I like to do is look up at the GPS unit, look at our distance from the fix, and do a quick mental math calculation to make sure we're still on the profile.
Right.
Now,
Always
remember
a good
our little
idea.
Khan Academy segment there? It's pretty straightforward. 5 nautical miles per 1,000 feet. So we've descended 4,000 feet. We should have covered about 20 nautical miles. You can see right there, we're just past 60 miles. So we're right on the profile. Things are working out just
That's how
fine.
you check as you go along.
Okay, I've skipped us forward again. We're now descending through 13,000 feet. That means we've descended 6,000 feet. 6 times 5 miles per 1,000 feet means we should have covered about 30 miles. We have. We're on the profile. Things are going great. Now, it's worth mentioning here, if you're falling behind the profile, then maybe you need to descend a little faster because you've got a tailwind behind you. Or
Right.
if
You have
you're
to
getting
be able
ahead
to
of the
adapt
profile, you might have a
this
headwind in front of
rule
you.
of thumb
So
to
you
your
just want to
situation.
pitch up a little bit.
That's
Those
why
are
you
little
keep checking
adjustments
as
you'll
you
kind
go
of get a
down.
feel for them the more you fly the airplane. All right, let's switch topics and start talking about engines. You'll notice that we always put all the jet pilots up in the front of the classroom because this is the part they have the most difficult time understanding. In radial engine airplanes, you do not pull the power to idle. Repeat after me. Do not pull the power to idle. So why is that? Well, in a radial engine, you don't want to do that because when you do it, two things are going to happen. One, you're going to see a slight decrease in oil pressure on the inside of the engine. When that happens, the oil film that is providing a barrier between all the metal parts inside that engine is going to go away. Those metal parts are going to start to rub against one another.
There's always one.
You're just going to have to trust me that that's really, really bad. All right. The second thing that's going to happen if you pull the power to idle is that instead of the propeller pulling the airplane through the airplane is going to be shoving the propeller into a wall of air and putting a whole lot of force on the front side of that propeller. When that happens, you're going to get just a tiny little bit of twisting motion and torque on the main bearing of the engine. Remember what I said about that oil film? Put a reduction in oil film and torque on the main bearing together, you're guaranteed that you're going to have metal on metal contact inside the interior of the engine. Might not sound like much, but it does matter. Eventually you'll get spalling on the metal. Eventually the spalling becomes wear. Eventually that wear turns into a failed main bearing. And when that happens, the entire interior of the engine fills up with metal parts, and I still carry a clear envelope full of them inside my wallet because it happened to me on my first flight in the DC-3. So don't abuse your engines, because we did model this type of damage for those who use realistic engine damage in the PMDG DC-6. For now, let's talk about reducing power. The automated flight engineer is managing power for us, so let's just stick with that approach to things. Reach over here,
exactly.
click on the descent button.
26 inches, please.
So that goes to 26
You'll notice
inches.
the flight engineer is now pulling the power back. He's setting 26 inches of manifold pressure and slowly reducing the RPMs in order to reduce the potential for front loading on the propellers, as we were talking about.
Altimeters and flight instruments. Cross-checked.
Not reducing.
You'll notice that the
increasing
airspeed is going to start to back off a little bit because we've reduced power. It makes sense.
Low is low. Low. Descent checks are complete.
With that,
Yeah,
our descent
Mark,
check is
exactly.
complete. You're going to notice the airplane's going to slow from 300 knots to about 240 knots, but don't change anything about the way you do the mental math. The goal here is to keep things simple. It will really work to your advantage in the long run. Keep coming downhill at 1,000 feet a minute. Keep planning it as 5 miles per 1,000
So
feet.
we're at
We're gonna wind up
13,000, right? So we'll start our descent with cruise power, and then at about 10,000 we'll transition to 26 inches and let her slow
hitting
down
our
from there.
fix probably about 4 miles early, which is just great. It gives us an opportunity to get leveled off smoothly and begin to start planning the next phase of the flight.
Nice.
Jumping us ahead, we're now approaching 5,000 feet. This is 2,000 feet from our level off. 2 times 5. Expect to be about 10 miles from the Simuattack NDB. If you look here, we're 11.9 miles from Simuattack. We're crossing the ground at 4 miles a minute. And that's going to put us level at 3,000 feet with just a couple miles to spare, which is exactly what we want. Skipping ahead now, we've just descended through 4,000 feet. And what I want to direct your attention to is that the speed is starting to fall off a little bit. And we're running over the ground at about 240 knots. Everything is pretty much as we planned it from all the way back there 80 miles ago. Now you'll notice we're still running at 26 inches of manifold pressure. The automatic flight engineer has kept it there for us. That's his job. Keep that until you're ready to start configuring the airplane to land. Alright, so now you'll notice I'm just moving the glide wheel back a little bit here. You can see on the left side of your screen that the vertical speed is starting to decrease. Again, this is a very gentle exercise. If you can do this without anyone in the back of the airplane noticing it, you're doing it right. There's no reason to pin the flight attendants to the floor. There's no reason for the passengers to have to do G crunches to stay conscious. Just make it nice, gentle, and slow. So we got about 20 feet to go here. Still rolling that wheel back, and alright, now I can turn it over to the gyro pilot's altitude hold, pop that on there. Now let's come up here and take a look.
1 second, guys.
At the GPS and see how we did.
Some
2.5
navigating
miles
to
from our
be done.
fix, 220 knots. We nailed it. This is exactly how the profile should be flown. And, well, look at that. Alright, so the GPS has picked up on the change of course and it's rolled the airplane right into it for us. We look like professionals, and after all, that's really what we're after. So the profile, again, just to review. Come over your top of descent, pitch the
I'm making
airplane
a turn over the
leave it
VOR
in
that we
cruise
had.
power, descend at 1,000 feet per minute, You'll get about 300 knots, which is 5 miles a minute going over the ground. Use that to plan your descent profile. It'll all work out like gold. Okay, I think that's about enough for today. Thanks for flying PMDG. Fly safely.
All right.
Be well.
All right. And I'm just about to capture, look, right there. Just about to capture what? Well, this. Our new radio from over Taubaté all the way to Rio. So now let's look at how we're going to land in Rio. What altitudes we need to have on the approach, which is going to tell us how many feet we have to lose, which tells us where the top of descent's going to be. Sounds good? Sounds good. And this pizza, it tastes good. Oh, Misco, really? Well, the pizza I'm having, if you are a pizza purist, you might not enjoy. Because it's a pizza that has chicken, it has ham, it has pineapple, and it has barbecue on it.
Traffic.
Oh my god. There we go. Clear takeoff. Dude. Sorry, man. I was halfway through a bite of pizza. Hey, man. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Hello, clear takeoff viewers. I'm the Flying Fabio. Sorry, man. I want to make sure I'm not spitting anything out. Thanks, man. Really appreciate the raid. Hello, clear takeoff viewers. I'm the Flying Fabio. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the channel. We're flying this beautiful, beautiful SAS. Look at this. DC-6. Over Brazil. We're coming from Uruguay. Flying into Brazil. Into Rio, actually. And it's an amazing flight. It's a flight that SAS used to do in 1950. All the way from Buenos Aires in Argentina to Helsinki in Finland. Stopping at a bunch of places. Oh, look at this. Stopping at a bunch of places, right? Places like... What? Look, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, Rio, Recife, Dakar, Lisbon, and then it goes into a bunch of different places. So we're using the original timetable here to look at the South American flight 922 back from Buenos Aires all the way to Helsinki. So we're going to be doing this over many, many streams. Great manner, says Clear Takeoff. So, thanks for being here, and thanks for the follows already from Camp Root, from Goose. I appreciate that. But now we have to figure out our top of descent. So, let's look at where we're going to land. There we go. Little navigraph action, right? Galileo is our airport of destination today. Let me show you what it looks like. So, remember I said we have a runway 15. The wind has been consistently coming from that direction. So, we're going to plan on runway 15, right? There's some notes here for us to read. But for now, let me just say, okay, it's 15, so approaches. Runway 15, we have an ILS. Okay, we're coming in from the west, so maybe these waypoints are going to work. There's another ILS here. What's this one about? Oh, this is a DMER, which maybe we need to use this too. We'll see. Depends on how we're arriving, I believe. This here does not require... Oh, it does require GNSS. Okay, so we can't do this. So we can do this. We can do this ILS. Okay. All right. That's cool. So, 3,300 at Agbat. So here's what we're going to do. Let's select the approach. It's the ILS. Here we go. Romeo, runway 15 with the egg dot. Yeah, there we go, with the DME arc and everything. Alright, perfect. So now we need to figure out how to identify egg dot, right? Is it just an, oh, it's not an RNAV. Look, it's a triangle, so we should be able to identify it based on some ground. Let me see if there's a high en route. No, low en route. So let's look at the chart. I'm trying to determine how we're gonna know when we are at egg dot, and I think it's just on, yeah, it's just on a radio and a DME. Okay. Okay. So we want to be flying towards the Caxias VOR, right? Mm-hmm. Sorry, Goose. Sorry, man. Once again, oh, such bad manners. Yes, I did. We are already flying to 112.3 Caxias. We just need to make sure that we're going to be on the right. Here we go. The 302, which would be the 122, right? The 122. And instead of 122, right now, we are doing the 106. Okay, so the 122 is up here somewhere. So we would have to, when we get close to here, we'd have to turn left to intercept the 122 because it's going to be over here like this. You guys know what I'm saying? Look, watch. I put a, let's put one there, and then we'll take, whoops. Take this and bring it up here. Okay, here we go, 121. So yeah, 122 is like here. Yeah, something like that, right? Close enough. Oh, geez, come on. There we go. We're approaching from here. We're going to have to swap to the left here and intercept the 122. Why? Well, because of this. Because then we're going to be already on the 122 to Caxias to then arrive at Agdud, which is our initial approach fix, and do the DME arc to intercept the localizer down into runway 15. And we're going to need it because look at the weather, right? Okay, cool. So Egbat, which is, oh, sorry, Egbat down here is at 3,300, but we can't be at 3,300 back here. Look, there's much higher altitudes here. So 6,300 Agduts, that's where we need to arrive at our bottom of descent, right? So we're at 13,000 and we're going down to 6,300. So how many feet is that we need to lose? Well, it's 6,700 feet, right? 6,700 feet is going to take 6.7 minutes. 6.7 minutes going 5 miles per minute is going to be 33.5 miles. So 33.5 miles before Egdut, we need to start descending. But Egdut is already 16.8 miles from Caxias. So we got to add that 16 to 33.5, which is going to be 49. Oh yeah, 50.3. 50.3 because it was 33.5, right? Yeah, 50.3. Okay, so at 50.3 from Caxias, we start our descent. All right, and it's 1123. Did that make sense, guys? I hope it made sense. There it is. It's being received. I'm going to go to 2. We're 85 miles, so we're 35 miles before our top of descent. And let's just start flying towards it now, right? So let's go gyro pilot. Let's swap it around. There it is. I do this. It will stay on the same. Okay, just about. Localizer. Yeah, almost 200 knots. Almost. We're doing like 260 ground speed. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, let's see. What are we talking about extending the arc to your inbound radio? What's that, 777? Yeah, Andres. Yeah, of course, man. We're arriving in Rio. Of course I'm online. Even with Windows 11 trying to sabotage the stream, nothing is gonna stop it today, man. Nothing. Got it, Slavinko. Got it. Slavinko. Because I'm not that far above 10, meaning I'm going to start the descent with cruise power, right? By the time I get to 10, I don't know that I'll be doing 300 knots. I know ground speed, but maybe. We'll see. But I'll start slowing down right away at 10, because that goes to 26 inches of manifold, right? And, look, I arrive here at 6,300, and I have to stay at 6,300 all the way there, right? So I still have a bunch of time to slow down here, too. You know what I mean? So I think I have enough. I'm going to try and do the calculation I just did and start at 50 and see where that gets me. You know, let's just test it. Identifying the waypoint. You can intercept the radio from early or start the DME arc on the radio. You are inbound now. Oh, I see. Actually, I don't know if you can do that, 777, because you are not guaranteed obstacle protection over here where there is no arc. I mean, of course, there's a hole here, so there's some obstacle protection. But how far south could you start? You see what I'm saying? So I don't know about that. That's an interesting topic. Right. Crowley is correct. Yep. 777, that's it. I didn't think about the MSA, but you're right. You're totally right. As long as you're above MSA, sure. Why not? Great thinking, guys. Great thinking. Mwah. All right. Let me clean up. All right, let's check our distance. About 10 miles to go. And yeah, it's all sucked in, isn't it? Okay, let's brief that approach real quick, shall we? Let's do this, guys. This is the ILS Romeo or Localizer Romeo into runway 15 for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It's chart 11-8, issued 11 June 21, effective 17 June 21 for Galileo Antonio Carlos Jobim International SBGL. Altitude setting is hectopascals. Runway elevation is 1 hectopascal or 17 feet. Excuse me. Transition level by ATC, transition altitude 7,000. We'll make our transition level 080. Here's some MSAs from Caxias. We're coming in currently on the 105. So we're over here. That's why there's 6,300 as a minimum for us, right? Okay. Let's see. So we're going to be south of this here, but I agree with the assessment of Chad, Captain Crawley, and 777. We can intercept this DME arc further down here with whatever we are at, and what we are at right now is, by the way, 6 miles to go. Right here. 27285. The 285. The 285 radio. Okay. So this is a 302. The 285 is down here, but that's okay. We're going to intercept the 16.8 DME arc and fly that arc at 6,300, which, by the way, down here, even if we were past the 090, we're not, but even if we were, it's even lower, so don't have to worry about that. So 6,300 will be safe. And we're going to fly that arc all the way in until we get to the localizer, 110.5 here. So we're gonna have 2 frequencies to watch, right? 6,300 all the way here until we intercept the localizer. Then we drop down to 5,400 by this DME. The egg bat is going to be 3,300. Although interestingly, there's nothing here. So I think after this, I can descend to 3,300. And at egg bat, I descend to 1710. It's a lot of descending, actually, in 5 miles. And that's my intercept for the ILS. I think it's time to start our descent. Okay, 1 mile to go. Just real quick then. This is a 3-degree descent once we get to Robol. 200 feet is our decision height, so 217. Okay, and the go around is, well, a bit. Climb to 5,000, maintain course 149 until 500, turn left for Caxias VOR, radio 115. Okay, so you intercept the 115 and then climb to 5,000 and hold that sizer. Okay, let's start this descent. So here we go, off on that altitude. Hold, and down we go. And we're gonna go for 1,000 feet per minute with this cruise power setting, right? And let her pick up the speed. Totally fine. We do we have seatbelts off? No, seatbelts are on. Good. How I like it. Hey, like to program. What's up, man? How's it going? That is one empty plate, isn't it, 777? Especially for Rio. A place like Rio, right? Okay, watch this. As she gains airspeed, she gains lift. So we have to continuously work this to get that 1,000 feet per minute, otherwise we won't get it. She passed it a little too much now, but that's because she's also picking up speed. So as she does, here comes that vertical speed back to about 1,000. And let's see if she stabilizes there. No, not yet. Okay. A little more here. Couple clicks. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, indicating 210, 220, 230 almost. Am I going through clouds? Not yet. Not yet. You know what? I forgot this on. Yeah, look, I forgot this on. Don't need that on right now, and I don't think we're going to have icing issues. Nah, shouldn't have any issues on the way down past these clouds. Yeah, man, absolutely. Like to program. Glad to have you here, man. Thank you. All right, look, we're doing about 1,000, just over it. And I'm going to bring it back to maintain the same BMEP I had before, the 145. You see anything through there? No. You know what we do need, though? There we go. second. Hold on. There. That's more like it. I think this is better, huh? I think this is better. Okay, 260. Ground speed 297. Yeah, so almost at 300. But now it's 10,000 feet, so we need to go back to 26 inches. Immersion. Alright, so here we go. Bringing the power back to 26. There's 26. Okay. Keep the 1,000 feet per minute, right? And so remember, at 16.8, make it 17. Make it 17 miles. We need to be at 6,300, right? So let's work it backwards. So let's say that we're doing what? 5 nautical miles per minute, right? Okay, so 7,300, 1,000 feet higher, that's 5 miles per hour. So that's 22 miles. Okay. How many miles do we have right now? 31. Okay, so another 10 would be now, right? So another 5 and 5, another 2,000 feet. Okay, so yeah, right about 9,300. So we're actually a little bit steep. So I'm going to correct that slightly here. But we're due to arrive at 16.8 miles, right at 6,300 if we continue down this this path that we're at right now. Yeah, larger. Hey, it's a long flight. First we had to talk about a lot of stuff, but then it's a 4-hour flight. So here we are, Betty. Here we are. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. I want to be your co-pilot, Misko. I'll tell you what, man. If we get shared cockpit, oh, we're gonna have so much fun doing stuff like that, dude. It's gonna be so awesome. You know? So awesome. Alright, just past 6,300. 2,000 feet to go. That should be 10 miles. Yeah, it was 16 point something. Wow. Yeah. We are spot on. So when we get there, remember, it's a DME arc, so I have to turn actually before I get there, right? So I'm going to start the turn about, I'm going to do half a mile. Might be a little too much, but I'll do half a mile. Maybe 0.4. I'll do 0.4 of a mile. So at 17.2, I'll start the turn. And my turn is going to be 90 degrees from here, which is going to be, and look, you just have to read it here, right? Which is 017. See, there's 0, there's 10, there's 15, 16, 17. So 017 at 17.2 miles. Whoa, she's shallowing out. Don't let that happen. Okay, that's a little better. Look, 7,300. I should be 5 miles. There it is. I'm a little less than 5 miles, so I gotta go a little steeper if I want to get there exactly at 6,300, right? All right, at 17.2, I start a turn to the left for 017. There's 20 miles. Oh, help pilot from South. Hey, qué bueno, del sur del Chile, ¿eh? Qué bueno, qué buenísimo. Del sur del Chile. Esto es dificilísimo para yo que soy brasileño. Pero hablo un poquito de español, un poquito. No soy muy bueno, pero hablo un poquito. Entonces, muy bienvenido y mucho gusto. Oh, hello, a little too steep there. And, whoa, 6,300. I should have just done this. Hello. I went down by 200 feet because I wasn't paying attention. My bad, guys. My bad. Actually, let me leave that 26 in there. All right, here we go. 17.7. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do the turn. I feel like... Oh, come on. No. No, I screwed it up. Hold on. Let's go this way and full turn. Come on, baby. And of course, I need this now too. Yeah, T3. Yeah, because I said flight level 080, right? So here we go. 0 or 1020. There we go. Now as we turn, oh man, yeah, definitely. I think I had actually quite a bit of wind, tailwind. So 16.8 is what we need to be at. So I'm gonna continue the turn way past this. Good thing we joined early. And I'm gonna set the radio now to 302 so I know where that is for that waypoint. Remember? Okay, here we go. And I think this heading right here might work out just fine. We'll try this. Altitude somehow worked out because of that altimeter setting, right? Okay, so now we're gonna see this go up again. 15.6, there we go. We're gonna get to 16.8. Out there, just nothing. No icing? Nope. Okay. I'm gonna go to auto rich. Okay. Everything here is set. 16.2. I'm approaching. What am I approaching? This guy right here, the 302 Agdut is what I'm approaching right now. When this is centered, I'm gonna be there. 16.6. Gotta start that turn again. 16.7. 16.8. So a little bit past, but not too much. And right as we get there, my speed is actually pretty decent right now. I don't mind that speed at all. And here. Okay, 17.1. So we're almost on the 16.8 DME. And we're at Agdut right now. Okay, cool. So now we're gonna fly until looks like the 149, so it's gonna be the opposite of that from Caxias, right? So it's gonna be the 329. 329 is my next one where I'm gonna turn in. I'm gonna turn in a little before that. So 325 is what I want to find. So 325. In the meantime, 17, and that's good. I'm gonna start a slightly little turn here. Okay, 325 is going to be when I start my turn inbound for the localizer. And in the meantime, I'm going to use this guy and this guy to stay at the 16.8 DME. Hello, Airbus. What's up, man? Ooh, yes, like this one here. Like this here. So, go to flightsim.to. 16.9. This is working out, this slight little turn that I have. Go to flightsim.to. There's a bunch of routes there. Or, oh, 17. Gotta go a little steeper there. Or you can go to timetableimages.com. Timetableimages.com. And they're gonna have that in there for you. Here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna put Caxias, or sorry, the ILS 110.5. I'm gonna put that up here. 1105. Okay, we're coming up on this 16.9. This is working out really well. I'm flying that DME arc just nicely now. Here we go. All right, now I'm gonna turn. Well, as soon as this centers, I'm gonna turn right a little steeper than this to 149 to intercept the localizer. As I'm turning, look at this, 16.8, right on the money, right on the money. Let's go. Turn. I'm gonna flip this here. I now still have DME and 2 here from that VOR, but now I have the localizer here. And look, there's the localizer blowing through. So I needed to have turned even sooner than this, but now I can go down to 5,000. Let's see, 5,900. So I'm gonna start descending too. Pretty busy, isn't it? Pretty busy. Oh, you know what? I should have configured my flaps, because now I'm a little too fast. I'm a little too fast. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna level off here for now. I need more drag. There we go. There we go. Now I can go flaps 20. And now I can descend. Put the gear down. Okay. Now we're good. Whoa, and I turned too much. So now let's turn the other way. There's the localizer. Just blew through the localizer again. Gosh. I'm still 14 miles out, so it's not a huge deal, but it's not great either. I should have done this a little smoother than this, but what are you gonna do? Okay, speed still checks. That's pretty good for now. Yeah, Crawley, I could. But it's okay. I'm still quite further out, or quite high too. I can correct all this. Famous last words, right? Alright, there we go. I passed it. I'm gonna keep this heading now. And I am above the glide slope, so I'm trying to descend as fast as I can, but not too fast. I am gonna go flaps 30 though. There we go. Localizer coming back in. Sweetness. Come on, baby. Oh, you know what? I have no flaps because we forgot these guys. That's right. That's right. That's why I had no flaps. That makes perfect sense. Jeez. What a thing to forget, huh? What a thing to forget. Okay, let's do this and put the gear down again. There we go. Now we got some serious drag. Now we're on the localizer, so I can flip this to the localizer. She's gonna follow that. But I still need this guy coming down. Okay, 10 miles out. At roll ball, 7 miles, I should be at 1,700 feet. Oh my god! There is no way I can do this approach. I'm way too high, guys. I'm way too high. Way too high. I mean, this is madness coming down this fast. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I know, Kilo. I know. I should. I really should. Now it's almost like a challenge to me. Like, I'm in a simulator. Can I actually pull this off? It's still 9 miles. 2 miles until I have to be at 1,700 feet. Oh, man. I could do this. I could do this. Let's go flaps 50. Let's go flaps 50. Speed's okay. Here we go. So, Robot DME 6.9. Oh, but it's from the ILS, the DME, so let me do that. There we go. So, we have a little bit more to go. But at 6.9, I need to be at 1,710 feet to be on the glide. At 6.9. Augie, that's a question that has a lot of different answers, buddy. Depends a lot. Depends a lot. We're going to see the glide slope start to move pretty soon here. So it depends a lot on what, where you're coming from, what you're doing. The best thing to do is to watch me shoot approaches, and as I explain the approaches, you get to see, look at the glide slope. Then you get to see that. I'm going to go slightly below the glide slope, level off slightly, and then activate my approach mode. Look at this. 6.9, and I needed to be a 1710. I just missed it. But now here we go. Flying under it. Okay, so now shallow out that dive a little bit. And activate approach. Actually, I don't know if I have to do this. Yes, until we capture the glide slope. Okay. Okay, got it. Got it. There's the glide coming in. Let's see if she captures. Speed is all right. Speed is okay. Okay, one less flaps on the speed. Here comes the glide. Is she actually capturing? It's hard to know. I think so. I think she has captured. My minimum altitude is 217. Oh, hello. Hello. There we go. Now is the glide capture. Okay. Technical approach. Yeah, right? That was insane. But back then, people would do stuff like this. Oh, guys, I don't have Fly Live up. You know what? We can look at Volanta after I land. So do your predictions for my landing. Do your predictions. And, yeah, we'll check after I land, okay? Alright, cool. So, we have gear, we have flaps fully. Nice. Let's go gyro pilot off, disconnect this guy, and we're gonna land manually. Speed is good. Alright, here we go. Let's try and make this a good one, yeah? Try and make this a good one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was a soft one. Okay, here we go. Reversers. Fly that nose down. Brakes. Can we exit here? Yeah, we can exit here. Get those reversers back. There we go. Okay. Flaps up. You know what we forgot? Landing lights. Yeah. Forgot those. Open the cowl flaps now. There we go. Strobes can come off. Let's leave the transponder in out. Yeah, 10 minus 10, exactly, right? Exactly. Oh, nice. Okay. I think I'm gonna go that way. Oh, Joey Bolo, that's awesome, dude. Now, it was definitely a slam dunk approach, Kilo, and it was on the limits. Like, I almost wasn't able to do that, huh? I almost wasn't able to do that. Yeah, a little bit floaty too. I thought so too, Crumb. It's been a while, and honestly, I wasn't used to the pitch feel of the aircraft anymore, right? So, yeah, I was a little rusty there on that. A little bit rusty. On that pitch control during the flare. Oh, thanks, Marcus. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? I love it. I love it. Alright, what else do I need to do to clean up here, guys? Let's think, as I'm texting in. I don't know. I don't know. Man, this aircraft is so cool. This aircraft is so cool. Okay, don't need prop de-icer anymore either. I can take off cabin heater. Won't need that here in Rio. Oh, there's another DC-6 right there. Let's go park next to him. Oh, Zeke, because it doesn't matter what is set on your CDI when you're shooting an ILS. An ILS is always going to show centered if you are centered on the localizer, like physically in the real world, right? If you're centered, it will always show centered no matter what your CDI says. That's just an ILS thing. That doesn't work for VORs, right? But that is an ILS thing. Another DC-6 over there. Nice. Let's go, everybody. You guys made it. I'm so excited about this. All right, 777, sounds good. Red eye turnaround. Okay, for a change coming up. All right, man. Hey, for a change, yeah? All right, buddy. Hey, great to see you. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you next time, man. Take care. Guys, we made it to Rio. First leg of many before we get to Helsinki on this amazing SAS flight, huh?
Just resubscribed for 4 months. Hope all is well.
There we go. Okay, brakes. Nice. Brakes are on. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember what I need to do to shut down. I mean, of course, I can just kill the fuel. I get that. But is there anything else I need to do before I do that? I don't need the pumps anymore, I think. Although I don't know that I need to do those before the engine. I think that was it. Pressurization, make sure the delta is 0. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, these guys are... Alright, and let's go then. Can't wait to see your next flight to my neighborhood. That was amazing. Yeah, Filgueira. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. And yeah, I can't wait to fly to Recife, man. It's gonna be awesome. Alright, so now we have to shut everything down, right? So let's go. Okay. Let's turn off these guys. Oh, mags. Mags need to come off. You have less of a danger in a giant engine like a radio. Nobody's gonna go out there and turn those engines by hand right now. But you never know, right? You never know. Let's retract these. Turn them off. Radios all come off. Oops. Oh man, so hard. We never used our ADF today, did we? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. All right, cool. What else do we have up here? Let's see, generators all can come off, but they'll come off with the battery. Everything else out here, the inverters come off. Okay. Lights. So beacon light off, seatbelts. No smoking. We can turn the position light off. And then come over here on the gang bar and go click. And it turns everything off. The sim thinks you're done. But you're not. All right. Let's put the gust lock on. There we go. Everything else here is set. Fill the fuel. Okay. And I think that's about it. Nice. I think that's about it. Can you believe it? Montevideo, Uruguay? Oh, hello. Montevideo, Uruguay? Para Rio de Janeiro. Let us out. Yeah, okay. All right, fine. Fine, you guys are right. I totally forgot. Totally forgot. Oh, hydraulics. So, I don't know. I think the hydraulics stay on. I don't think you do anything with the hydraulics. Okay, here we go. Jeez. Jeez, stabilize. All right, so let's open the cabin, the main cabin, put some stairs down there, open the cargo holds, and also the front stairs. Let's put some engine oil pans, mechanic stands, pitot covers, wheel chocks, tow bar, and tractor. That should be fun. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. That's more like it. Nice. Man, what a trip. And this is just leg 1, guys. Just leg 1. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? All right. Well, that's it. That's what we did today. We found Rio. Oh man, I can't wait. Hey, so we also had our introductory lesson in celestial navigation. We have a lot more to learn before we get to Recife, but we'll be able to do that in the next leg. So for today, as homework, if you feel like it, I'm gonna recommend something that was posted here on right here on Streamlinks. Celestial navigation. This is a longer video. I'm gonna post it here on chat for you. This is a longer video, but this is the second step you should take after that video we watched today, right? This should be your second step. All right? Hey, hi, Simet. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. And Renny Truck. Oh my god, dude. Sorry, I missed that. Hope all is well. Yes, it is. Thanks for the subscription. Guys, once again, consider subscribing to the channel if you think I do a good job. This is my full-time job, so I appreciate any and all support that you guys have. But I also very, very much appreciate your presence here. Love it, love the questions, love the interactions. And yeah, stay tuned for some more celestial navigation. So, next week we're going to resume these flights, right? Every week now we're going to do one leg of this flight, just like we've done with Ferry Flight before. Except now it's going to be in the DC-6, doing an airline flight, SAS922 from Buenos Aires in Argentina, all the way to Helsinki in Finland. Real flight following a timetable, and it is going to involve celestial navigation for the oceanic part. So, can't wait to be able to talk to you guys about that. Right? We're going to do more training on celestial navigation next week when we do the next leg 2 of this trip, which is going to be from Rio to Recife. Yeah? Haha, Seppi, I haven't looked at the whole thing yet, buddy. I haven't looked at the whole thing yet. I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Oh, there we go, look. Oh yeah, let's look at Volanta. Let's look at Volanta. Review your flight. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Are you guys ready for this? All right, there's our flight. There's our little off. Over Taubaté. Look at the change of VOR right here that we did, right? And then we got on the arc. I really screwed up that entrance to the arc. I did it way too late. Then we flew the arc. I blew through the localizer once, twice, then got on it. And then, at least on the localizer, we descended very fast and landed with 104 feet per minute. 104 feet per minute. Not too bad. Not too bad. B Cosmic, thank you very much for the subscription, sir. Appreciate it very much. It makes all the difference. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once, twice, 3 times a localizer. That's right. That is correct. All right. Ha! That's nice, Rodopson. That's nice, buddy. All right, guys. Let's find somebody to raid. Yeah? All right. All right, all right, all right. Who is it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? Whoa, Hungover Starts. Thanks, man. That's a great name, too. Thank you very much. Great fun as always. Thanks, Chrome. Appreciate that. Wait, Teddy Saunders predicted 104? Are you kidding me? Dude, that's amazing. That is amazing. Hold on, let's see. Airbus, we try to do single viewer people. Hi, Katie. Just because everybody deserves a chance, you know? But I do have some rules I like. For example, a camera. Here's Casey, one viewer with a camera, but we already did Casey yesterday. So let's see if there's anybody else here. B-Mint I've done before. A few times, actually. And she rated me recently. But let's see. Let's see what else we've got. Whoa, what is this? Flight Sim? No. It is. It is. I guess it is. What? Drivable boat. Oh my god. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Ooh, what's happening here? No, this is Tower 3D or something. Xbox Series X? Wait, is this Flight Sim? It's Flight Sim. Wait, you guys think we should do Smooth Imperial? Really?
All ground, Chan X-1981 Heavy with Quebec ready to taxi IFR.
Wow. Wow. I guess Xbox Paris is blowing up. Well, anything Paris, right? Oh, really? Smooth Imperial. Okay, so maybe we should do him. Maybe we should do him. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, here it is. Oh, he's back. All right, that's it. That's it. Let's go. Let's go. Smooth Imperial. Nice.
So hey, we
Nice.
just joined. Thanks for joining.
Guys.
Something different today. We're playing with some mods.
Hold on. There we go. Hey, I love you guys. Thank you for being here today. Thanks for all the support, all the donations. Thanks for everything. This was super cool, and I can't wait to do all the other legs plus more. Now, tomorrow you want to check out the stream again, because tomorrow we kick off another long series in the channel, and that's the Wings program with Boston Virtual ARTCC. That's right. We're starting tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to do VFR Lesson 1 and maybe Lesson 2. We'll see. If you want to learn how to operate on VATSIM, how to operate under ATC, if you have been itching to learn, that's the series you want to watch. So, tune in tomorrow, same time, 1300 Zulu, and we'll start down the path of all the qualifications you need for VATSIM. All right? Guys, thank you all so much. I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Let's go raid. See ya.